Good evening, guys. Hey, Harvey. Good to see you again. You were really early today, Harvey.
And so
Earlier
was
than
I.
normal.
I was too.
Yeah,
I'm
you
here to
too, CR.
celebrate. Right? Celebration has CR in it. See what I did? I
Yeah,
purposely did that for my name this time. I'm like, CR still in there.
yeah.
Oh, we got Sunny J Shores.
Sunny J. Shores. Good to see you, ma'am. Always good to see you. How are you doing, by the way? I hope everything is just fine with you, Sunny J. Shores. And we have NS Creations. You're also very welcome. Good to see you this evening.
Hello.
Thank you, Sunny. Yeah, I have worked really hard for this. Uh, we'll have some help from some friends. And hello, Darren Dobson. Why don't you just click the link to the in the top of the chat and join me up here?
On the
I
penthouse.
know you want to, Darren. I want you. I know you want to join me up here, Darren. You
Hi,
can't
Darren.
stay away.
NS Creations. You know, I
Uh,
just realized that there's a lot of words in here that have CR in it. Like cheers, congrats, celebration. Sheesh. It just goes on and on.
we have Ivy Styles in the
Hello,
panel. Good to
CR.
see you.
Good
Hi,
evening.
Ivy.
Yes,
I get so
I'm
excited
Thank
that
you,
here
I
Darren.
again.
emphasize that.
Finally got out of Vietnam lockdown April 15. Just taking time to recover before I restart my travel channel. Oh, nice. So you started a new channel, Sunny? That's awesome.
Harvey Black, 2 cheers all. Congrats on monetized.
Oh, it begins with one.
Hi,
It begins.
Darren, Dobson,
Hey,
Mega Miller,
Darren.
shout out.
It
What?
begins with one.
One
Ah,
Canadian dollar?
you have a sticker right now, So you have a
Yeah,
dollar sign?
yeah, I have a dollar sign.
Yes.
Now I got. Now I gotta put in the awesome emoji up on the screen now every time.
Congratulations, you have
Uh,
a newly monetized channel. Yahoo!
yeah, and
Happy,
how do I
happy,
highlight
happy,
that one?
Hi.
Oh, we do like that.
happy.
Happy.
Pierre
Yes.
Lee, good to see
Yay.
you.
Yes.
Good to see
Woohoo.
you. Uh, I never expected this, but well, it's a surprise
No,
and
if
it's
you have a
always nice.
dollar sign, so it's not,
Yeah, thank you,
you need
Darren.
to you need to have a $10 for your pin request.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. I will try to remember
Yeah,
that.
if you have a $10, YouTube to email you your pin
Okay,
requested for your pin.
okay, good to know. I'm new to this, so I'm not used to it. So, well, it's a long learning curve, I guess.
Yes. And did you sign up after that? You sign up about the taxes of that.
I should meet up with my friend this week, but he didn't because he had some terrible headache and he didn't feel well. So I will
Mhm.
reach out to him next week. Well, I will meet him next week probably. So
It's
he will
easy.
help me
It's
then.
easy to to sign up with the taxes.
Let's see what Sunny says. Basically, yes, I had to stop the travel channel because they were canceling the visas of YouTubers because they wanted to keep everything quiet.
Mm-hmm.
So I just went ahead and stopped my channel until free. Okay,
So you have ads now. You have advertisement.
yeah.
So I hope that no skip with the ads.
Darren says everyone has to come to Triple S big charity event to win the big prizes. Yeah, that will be
My
really
friend
interesting.
Shadow, you can edit your ads because your ads they have 10 hours, right? So you can put like an advertisement. You can put the 3 or 4. Just you add it. If you
Okay,
have
oh,
10 hours, you put ads 3 or 4. You can edit with that.
I will try to remember that. The Sunny says the foreigners that had their visas cancelled due to their YouTube channels were then in a situation of overstay because they couldn't leave the country, but
Workout
yet at
Academy
the same time
London.
could
Hi.
not do anything
Mega love shout out my friend Workout Academy London.
about their illegal visa status. So it was very wise of me just to hush my mouth until I got onto American soil so I can use my freedom of speech. Good point.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm hushing and letting you guys do all the talking.
Yeah, I know, Darren. I need. I'm gonna figure that out too myself. Um, but I will put that up too. It's. I had a lot of things. Everything has been a little bit confusing, but I will get there as soon as I get used to things. Harvey Black, kudos for the first super chat. Darren Dobson and PL Lee, 8.88 euros.
My friend Shadow, you don't have ads. You can open your what we call this, the monetization. You need to
Okay.
on your ads here.
Can you do that when you on StreamYard? When I'm on StreamYard?
No, no, you can use in the you have phone, right? You can use it. Open the. You go to
Ah,
the dashboard
you mean that way? I'm gonna.
because you don't have advertisement here. It's supposed to be have ads. You forgot to on your monetization.
Let's see. I need to find the
You
my
go to your
phone doesn't.
dashboard and then you click the you on
On the dollar
the
sign.
dollar sign.
Yeah, I know. I'm
La
gonna.
paper, I wish I had this problem. Miss Worm, hello again. Creatives, redundancy, and Harvey Black too.
Sorry, I'm gonna pause that. Um,
I miss Worm. Oh wait, forever. We
Yeah,
both.
it's okay. You can go to your dashboard.
yeah, I'm gonna try to find it.
It's
That's
okay. You
why.
you accept because we'll stay there.
Uh, well, I do it on my computer, but I don't need to exit. I have every tabs up.
No, because don't waste the time that your live is running without without advertisement.
Oh,
Even you can exit and then you go back get to your live stream, your StreamYard.
um, uh, well, I arranged it now. I don't need to exit anything. Well, it's saved.
You can do that. You can even you exit the StreamYard and then you go back.
Well, it's says
That's
monetizing is
important.
limited for this stream. Thank you, PLE, for €8, 8.88. Much appreciated. Can you pin that one? No, you can't.
Harvey Black, 2 cheers, Miss Warm. How are you doing?
Thank you, PLE.
Good
Much
job.
appreciated. You're awesome.
It's great. Harvey can do all the mod work this time around.
CR.
I want you guys do all the talking. I'll do
You
all
know,
the talking
CR,
later. I'll do
your
all the
CR,
talking later.
my
I'll do all the
initial.
talking later. You know,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4 hours from now, I'll do all the talking.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow. Sunny, it's yours.
oh.
Sunny
Super
says,
Saiyan.
I'm far behind here.
Yahoo!
My apologies to everyone, but ShadowScoutSwede and I go back a long way, and I am so proud of all the hard work he has put
Because
into
the
this.
first
I just wanted to explain
live
why I have
has
been
a
radio silent
monetization.
for nearly 2 years. Yeah, I understand. Uh,
Yahoo! Super
hey,
sticker.
Work Academy
Sunny
London,
too.
good to see you
Pretty sure you can pin
and
that one.
welcome. And we have Miss Worm. Good to see you and welcome. Thank you. Yeah, LA Prepper, long time no see.
London
LA
templates.
Prepper, why don't you click
Close
the
up the
why don't you click the StreamYard link in the top of the chat and join me up here? And you too, Darren. Just take the ladder elevator up to the top floor. What? $20? Who did that?
Yeah, you have $10 more than that.
Can I see who that
Super
was?
sticker.
Who was that?
CR.
I know he's behind the chat.
Oh boy, I'm far behind.
Yeah. Maybe you should have put Swomo on for this. I don't know. I'm just saying you might almost it seems like you need it now.
Yeah. Oh, so you're working on your house today? Well, you need to do that when you have some energy.
This was quite echo.
Ah, Sunny J. Thank you, ma'am. You're awesome.
Sammy Slam Bladder. Hello, CR.
Thank you, Sunny J. You're really awesome.
Miss Warm. Hello, Ivy. Yes.
Hi, Tammy.
Miss Warm, this is your main channel. 8 subscriber.
Thank you, Tammy. And good to see you. Well, now I'm in the bottom. Now I catched up again.
For now. Oh, did I say that out loud? I meant to say that quietly. You didn't hear anything.
Well, it's good to see everybody anyway. So I never
Yay.
thought I got this. Well, so many people, and I didn't expect any that much actually. Uh,
You're so overwhelming.
yeah, it's a little bit overwhelming here.
Is it okay? That's good.
Yeah,
You see many friends.
yeah, I have many friends.
I love your laugh, CR.
Looks like I've got nine subs today. Tomorrow, the world. Yeah, Miss Worm. That's a good aim.
Happy birthday at night boat. Many blessings for your next journey around the sun.
Yeah,
ShadowScoutSwede, big
Oh, there he is.
congratulations on the monetization.
thank you.
Yeah.
There he
Good
is.
to see you, preparedness veteran. Why
I
don't
Hi.
you
wonder when
pop
he
up
would show
here
up.
too?
5. We'll give him 2 minutes. He has to say hi to everyone, then he'll come
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
I don't.
He will
They
pop
say
up.
he's gonna wave and do all this stuff.
Miss One. Hello, preparedness veteran.
So you see, he's gonna give thumbs up, and now he's gonna do all these emoji things. Yeah.
What you want me to come up? Just come up.
Yeah, just come up.
We celebrate
Come up, please.
celebrating birthday and
He put that
monetization.
emoji back on the screen again. He put that emoji back on the screen like last week.
Yeah, I like that. For some reason, I like that.
Hey PV, you should actually have that emoji as your your channel icon or something. No, I just
Yeah.
that'd be funny.
Well, he will pop up.
4,000, 4 million in the house. Give me a second. Okay.
Yes. He has to get comfortable now. He's
Okay,
like, wait, I gotta get a
Preparedness
headset. Hold
veteran.
on, hold on.
Our
Thank
best
you, Sunny
stuff.
J.
It's very nice of you.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a refill.
Of coffee.
Yeah. What else would it be?
Coffee and go to pee.
Yeah.
Only half of what Ivy said. Only half of what Ivy said.
Wow.
Only half of that's true.
Okay, half of it. In that case, it gives us 50% chance to guess right. So, well, you have
I'm
good
just
people.
going to share the link to this stream. Be right back. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Sunny.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Well,
And
yeah.
we
I'm
have
just going to share the link to this stream. Be right back. Okay, thank you, Sunny.
yeah, she's awesome.
Well,
And
yeah.
we have
Thank you for the support. Thank you, Sunny.
Hey, Shadow, you okay?
yeah, I'm okay.
Good. Congratulations on your monetization. You're all up and running now.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
buddy. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's not that easy to do, really. I mean, it must take a long time, and you're watching the watch hours is the main thing, isn't it?
Watch hours is a pain in the neck, basically.
Yeah.
You do it if you can do it by yourself, but in that case, you need a good video that goes viral basically immediately. Uh, and the chance to create a video like that is pretty small chance. But some
Yeah.
people are very lucky to have that successful, be that successful to create one.
I got something here that will make CR laugh. Let's see, is he still there? Is he back? There you go. might be my new
Yeah, I
live
might do,
trademark.
Mr. Worm. Yeah, I might do, Mr. Worm.
It's a good fitting sort of picture that is. So yeah, what you need is a video that has got longevity, so that like some sort of learning video, for instance, that people can just keep revisiting, you know, keep going over and over again.
Yeah.
And yeah, that will get even more watch hours boosted up.
Hey, Eric Wildman, good to see you, buddy. Always good to see him.
Yeah, good. I'm not going to be on that long. I'm babysitting a dog at the moment. We're dog sitting, and I'm taking him out for his final walk, just under an hour. So
yeah,
good. I live in a little gated community, and got a bit of a deal going on with people. You do a favour for them, they do a favour for you. A bit of a trade sort of barter situation. So a couple of months ago, the bloke said, "Do you want to look after my dog?" I said, "Yeah, fine, no worries." And then a couple of days later, he gave me all sorts of stuff. I mean, he gave me a folding bike, brand new. It's only been used once.
okay.
You know, so yeah, scratch my back, scratch your back, sort of thing. Little nice little community we've got going on here, and it works out. It's just the element of trust you've got to build up with people, isn't it? I suppose it's the same with any sort of neighbour situation.
Yeah.
I mean, many streets in England and UK now, people have lost connection with their neighbours, not only next door, but 3-4 doors away or down the street. And most people, they couldn't tell you what their next door neighbour's name is, or what they do for a living, or you know what they're into, the hobbies, and so on, without being too nosy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that connection of community is slowly getting lost in UK. Everyone's withdrawing into themselves. I suppose COVID lockdown didn't help much.
Actually, that the COVID lockdown, no, it doesn't help anything. Actually, it makes things worse.
Yeah. But it did bring the goodness out of other people. I was amazed actually at the amount of volunteers that came out of the woodwork.
Oh, and I'm back, by the way.
Yeah. I've got a new emoji for you. Look.
Oh, another emoji, hey?
You got to look at the screen, obviously. I can just imagine one eye going round in one direction and one eye going round in the other direction.
What kind of emoji is that?
116. Welcome. Well, I do like this. Kelly King 916. Good to see you. And thank you.
So, has anyone got any
have a back, friend,
revelations for this week?
Yeah, it's gonna be sunny.
Sunny, yeah, right.
It might rain too. It might actually rain here in Canada finally. In April. Right. I mean, in April. The end
How
of
long
April,
have-
but it's still April showers.
Even though it hasn't rained for a while, do you get the benefit of the snow melting?
Really? I thought that was a given.
So it compensates, no?
Well, it depends though. It depends how if it saturates in the ground.
I mean, your Canada relies a lot on hydro, doesn't it?
Well, out west and out east, yeah.
Right.
Usually the northern parts don't have that ability. Not usually, anyways.
Because they're more isolated.
Oh yeah, that too.
Thank you, Sunny J, for the
Yeah.
kind words.
Oh look, there's a rainbow on screen.
There's a
Hey,
lot,
who knows?
lots
Maybe
of
I'll see a
videos on
rainbow.
survival gear. How's too? So Shadow Scout has the pearls of wisdom. Thank you, Sunny. Good to hear.
Yeah.
You're very welcome, Sunny.
Come up, Sunny. You can come up.
Yeah, I saw that the new logo you made for Van City, CR.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Before we say that, Miss Worm's taking off, so we'll catch you later, Miss Worm.
All right.
Catch
Yeah,
you
bye,
later,
Miss
Miss
Worm.
Worm. Take care.
Okay,
stay
now
safe.
you
God
can
bless.
get into it. Okay.
Yeah, I was quite impressed with that logo you did for Van City. Pretty good.
Really? Because I just whipped it up in like
Thank you,
that.
Miss Worm.
Well, no matter how quick it took or how simplistic it is, it's
Well, actually, it's a logo, so it needs to be simplistic.
a unique sort of logo. Yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
because if it's too complex, then you don't see the details when it's smaller on like a phone or something.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes it can be brain wrecking to come up with anything, even simplistic. You know.
Well, actually, that's version 2 of it. I actually had to simplify the first version.
Right.
I actually even had to simplify it even more just because I'm like, that looks too complex.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
Less
good.
is more. Less is more, right?
Yeah. Implies a lot of things. So, any other revelations? Anyone find out anything new this week?
Well, the new thing I noticed when I went to the grocery store to buy some more oat milk and some more bread was when I should buy more cinnamon. 210 grams usually cost 34 crowns. Now it cost 75 crowns, so that went up.
Right. Where does the cinnamon come from?
Santa Maria.
Right. Yeah, I've been hearing stories. I got my vehicle service this week.
Why don't you stick your nose in here?
My nose. Here's my nose.
Oh, look who it is!
Hi, everyone.
Whoa! Hold on.
Hello.
Hello.
That was the missus.
Guest appearance by
That's
Mrs.
like the first time.
Does she normally work when you're live?
Okay. Well, that was my wife. Nice, isn't she?
Good. Have you got any pets, Shadow?
Yeah, 2 cats.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, PB, you didn't see that video then?
I probably did, but
Because you would know that then. Even I know that because I saw that video.
I watch so many videos that it's just little.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes it's a full-time
See how I
job.
put him on the spot? He's like, excuses.
Yeah, sometimes it's a full-time job supporting people, you know.
Yeah, I know, I get it.
and then you get you come across another person you subscribe to, and there's another one on the lists. I'm very selective now as to who I subscribe to because it just
Overwhelming.
it does accumulate. I mean, you want to support people's channels, and you don't really want to. They've gone into it takes a lot of effort to produce a video. Thinking about it and setting the camera up, charging the batteries, and publishing it, and editing it.
And the editing that goes along with that at times.
Yeah, then it uploading and all sorts of stuff. So it takes a lot of effort to do that. And I think if you're a
uploading
subscriber,
doesn't take any effort. It's actually putting in the work for. Here's the description. I gotta put in a title.
Yeah, and time is precious and all that sort of stuff. And if they've made the effort to take the time to make the video, then I think as a subscriber, you should at least give them a thumbs up or a comment or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I mean,
give that
and as a subscriber, it can also on the other end of the scale take a lot of time to go through your subscribers' videos and watch them all and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I were earlier today. I was on Alaska Preppers live stream.
All right. Yep.
And I joined there, and I put a notice that I had been monetized. Well, he congratulated me for it, but he said one thing.
Yep.
He said, for a prepper channel, it's hard to get monetized, but prepper channels need to be monetized for one reason, because you reach further, because YouTube recommend prepper channels videos when you're monetized. So that is so important that prepper channels get monetized.
I think Uncle Al does a good. He's got a good little system going when he holds up his cards, has the handwritten notes on there, because the AI, I think, must struggle to have a look at those and police it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, all good.
Yep.
Anything news on your side, PV?
I'm just having a look. I just save a load of things I come across. What have I got? Let's have a look. I'll just have a scroll through what I've saved over the week and see if I'll let you know.
Oh, look who just popped in right there. Look who just popped in right there.
What? Greyman prepping.
You're racking them up now.
Greyman. Thank you.
Oh, and Second Star came in, by the way. I had to say that too.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, nice
Showing
job, Greyman.
gratitude is one of the simplest yet most powerful things humans can do for each other. Congratulations, brother, and God bless. God bless you too, Greyman. God bless. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you.
More blessing.
Second Star Survival. Good to see you, buddy. And
Yeah, Second Star.
I have actually worked. Yeah, I have worked really hard for this. I worked my butt off, but I never thought I'd gonna reach even 4,000 watch hours. But I got great people who helped me out, and I'm grateful for that and very thankful. And I appreciate every one of you guys who helped me out. And
of course, we got Harvey just dropping the links left, right, and center.
Yeah. Thank you, Greyman. Much appreciated.
Did you all see Bob's video, his latest video on the beach?
No, I haven't seen that.
Right. It's only about, I think it's about 14 seconds long, but he's on the beach complaining that he's the whitest skin on the beach, and he's going to reflect the light onto the aircraft coming in.
Well, clearly I need to see that video now.
Yeah, I bet yeah. Second Star will join. Probably he usually do. So let's see if he's joined
He's probably
us.
looking for Wi-Fi right now. It's like, let me check the connection first before coming.
Yeah, he probably do. He usually has a bad signal.
He's probably laughing right now. He's like, they already know what I'm doing. What?
Do I have good signal here? Nope.
Let me do a bandwidth test. It's like, no. Over here. Oh, wait, 5 feet over. Oh yeah, this is better.
Bad
I wonder
signal.
what-
Bad signal. Bad signal.
What-
Good signal.
Wonder if there's
crap.
any. Has anyone done a speed test .net on their connection?
Oh yeah. I sometimes I'll do that.
What do you get? I mean, are you on mobile connection?
Well, I mean, like it depends where I am, obviously, but I usually kind of see that kind of zone where it's like good, great, good, and it's like buffering.
Right.
Well, it
We
depends
normally
what you're
get-
doing, right? I mean, like,
Yeah,
you're
well,
just watching videos or whatever, you can let buffer in, but you're trying to stream or do something real time, then you probably want better signal.
depends how much of a pipe they give you. If they give you a minimal pipe stream of 2 megs, for instance, then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you're going to crack up. I mean, I'm on a mobile. I tether through my phone, and it depends what time of day it is. Really, it depends how many users hanging off the mast. I normally get about 45 megs a second on through the mobile, and at weekends that can go down to say 8. But that's sufficient for anything we need, really.
I think we just lost everyone in the last like 5 seconds there.
Was that too technical? Yeah, I mean, I wonder what the minimum is, because on a data connection, surely it must be about. I don't know.
Oh,
100K.
I almost forgot. Actually, there is some new things that happening around. Well, in our government, actually, they have decided now that we are going to apply for NATO in May. Well, I thought they should do it in June, but obviously they will send in the apply for NATO membership in May. So that was 1 more month earlier than I expected.
So when did you? Did they tell? How did you find out about that? Just
News.
through news.
Yeah.
What did what's the general consensus of the people? Do they want it?
Finland and we will apply at the same time, probably. And our prime minister has talked to other members in the NATO and talked to them, have some meeting with them and discussions, and they were very positive. And there are some countries that are members in the NATO that are not that quite positive to accept us in NATO, but they has changed their minds, so they are a little bit more positive. So that's the recent news.
So it's a welcoming application.
Yeah, we apply probably in May.
Yeah. Yeah, and
because they are worried about how the world is at the moment and the problem issues with Russia and Ukraine, and so they just want to hurry up with the application for NATO. So the sooner the better.
So you basically want to be under the protection umbrella of NATO as a whole.
And what I also heard was that UK has sent a ship to keep an eye on the situation. in the Baltic Sea. So we see. So and the UK has said that they will help us if something happens to us. So
Yeah, well, it'll be NATO in its entirety, and it will just be subdivided up into various nations contributing. The UK have just had a one of the biggest sea exercises since the Second World War up in the Northern Sea area. I think it's just come to a finish. But yeah, so prepare for. Well, I mean, it comes with its drawbacks. You got to pay for that membership, and you've now got to start paying at least 2% of GDP towards defence as a minimum. Wonder how Finland is going to be with that, because do they have an army? I don't think they have. Do they? They've got a defence force and volunteer force.
yeah, Finland has a pretty good army actually.
Right. No, I've never worked with the Finnish.
So I think they already are on 2% of their GDP to their army. I'm not sure, but a little. They maybe pay a little bit more. I don't know, but
Right. And of course, the Americans will like it because it gives them the opportunity to extend their defensive capability and put their defensive missile systems and radar systems further eastwards toward Russia. I'm sure the Russians won't like it either, because for some reason the Russians and most, this get a bit political, but most communist states just feel as if the whole of the West is out to get them for some reason. But I don't know. It's starting to delve into conspiracies there. Like, I won't delve into it anymore.
Hey, Victoria May.
Hi,
Good to
Victoria.
see you. Good to see you, ma'am.
Oh, I guess I'm supposed to do more talking again.
Sunny J says, the community that I was living in last in Vietnam had a rather large Russian community. Most them were saying that if Biden and NATO would hush up, especially after the boat sank, Putin would be softer. So what do you think about that, PB?
At some point, Russia, particularly Putin, is going to have to answer to his actions in Ukraine. And we're talking towards the war crime aspect now.
Yeah, I consider that it's a war crime.
Yeah. Therefore, at some point in the future, I can see NATO being involved further than what they are now, which is a dangerous step. But when does it end? The only threat that the Russians have got, or the only real weapon they've got scaring everyone away is the threat of escalation through their nuclear arsenal. Take that away, and we've now seen what the troops are like. They aren't that good at all. They're basic. The command and control structure is just not very good at all. Everything about them. And the danger is you back him into a corner, and that's when things could start flying. I mean, I haven't got a crystal ball. I never tell people what to do. I just tell people what I do and what I think. So draw your own conclusions. But I personally think that he needs taken out, but he needs taken out by a Russian. Otherwise, it just gives more ammunition to their propaganda machine to escalate things out of control.
Yeah, I agree.
Meanwhile, the price of oil's gone up at the pump, and it's keep going up, even though the price of oil has gone down at the wholesale price. We're starting to see prices rise quite significantly now here in England, and that's mainly down to the goods coming from abroad on container ships, because container ship prices have gone up by about 300%. So it's come into a big mixture of a perfect storm, so to speak, and the future isn't looking good at the moment. What do you reckon, CR?
He's awkward.
I'm trying to eat. Sorry.
Oh, eat. I figured.
Thought.
Oh, donut.
I'm sure Guardian will give us his thoughts.
Well,
Yeah,
Guardian
GP's here.
Prepping, good to see you, buddy.
He'll say a lot of things.
Hey, Guardian, why don't you join us up here? It's good to see Guardian Prepping here as well. It's always nice.
What I've got my eyes on at the moment is the solar threat. We're coming towards another perfect storm of disaster on the horizon, which is we're coming up to the peak of this current solar cycle, which forms part of a bigger solar cycle, and that peaks at around July 2025. And I don't know if you noticed in the past month or so, but solar activity has increased so much. We're almost getting one major coronal mass ejection every 2 or 3 days. Not necessarily pointing in our direction or our polarity, but nevertheless it's happening. And at some point, it's going to come our way at the correct polarity and the correct volume that is going to do major damage.
We have Guardian on the panel. Good to see you, Guardian.
Hi, GP.
Hi, good
Guardian,
evening.
you all right?
How are you guys doing? Are you well?
We are doing just good.
Yeah, we're all good here.
I think just two things quickly. Firstly, creative redundancy. Good to see you, bro. I don't always talk all the time. There's just about topics that I enjoy, and when it's you inspire me to have deeper conversations. But like we have great conversations, and then I end up rambling. So that's what happens. Firstly, and secondly, the second thing that I wanted to say is yes, preparedness veteran. That solar flares are absolutely something that concern me quite greatly, because we can never really predict it in that kind of way. It's completely unpredictable for the most part, really. I mean, that's something that could absolutely, in our modern world, I mean, if you look at the Carrington event, and if you look at the differences between the Carrington event and like the capacity, the way that we kind of lean so heavily on the grid compared to the way that they did when it was just the telegrams that were impacted, the telegram systems. Right now, it's like everything that it's like everything completely. So yeah, solar flares are a big one.
You laughing at my emoji?
I think it's fantastic. I do approve. Okay.
Yeah, I was just saying, there's 2 or 3 cycles in the solar lifespan. One of them's the 11-year sunspot cycle, which is coming to a peak in July 2025. And the other one, I think it's called the Gleesberg cycle, which comes to a peak in July 2025. So that's almost the perfect storm. And I was saying earlier that, I don't know if you noticed, in the past month, the sun has emitted a major high M class, low X class flare every couple of days. Not necessarily in our direction, but the actions of the sun at the moment, the performance is just increasing so much. And we haven't even hit peak yet. So in this next 3 years, if we're ever likely to get a huge event, it's going to be in this next 3 years. And like you say, it's we live in such fragile times and the power grids and stuff like that it's something that's could blindside everyone. I mean, we never thought a pandemic would hit us the way it did. And even, so definitely something to watch out for. And something to be aware of, and just keep that sort of prep contingency in the back of your mind.
I think what we
Yep.
should all do, if you're not subscribed to the channel that Harvey linked there as well, that's Suspicious Observers, just go over and just go and subscribe to the channel. Thank you very much, Harvey, and it's great to see you, by the way. It's awesome to see
All right. I'll have a look at that, Harvey.
Welcome in, Pinay Vlog. Good to see you.
Congratulations, by the way, Shadow. I really mean it. I haven't got a chance to say so in voice, really. I mean, I've sent you a bit of a message, but I really think it's incredible, and I'm really happy for you, brother.
Well, thank you, Guardian. Much appreciated. And we have Sunny on the panel.
Welcome to the panel, Sunny.
Hey, Sunny J.
She's an awesome woman. I can tell you that. She's really wonderful. Go ahead, Sunny.
I just.
Where are you, Sunny? You look like you're in some sort of tube.
Yes, I am in a tube. I'm in a survival tube.
Right? Is that a tornado shelter or something else?
No, I'm joking. I'm just waiting for my turn to talk.
Right. So tell us, you preparing for anything specific, or what's your
Yes,
biggest
I
threat?
joined because of the whole Russian-Ukraine topic we were talking about and your solar flare stuff, because I happen to be a professional psychic. That's what I've been doing for the past 7 years to support myself. This is my second career after being a university professor, and I'm just coming out of the community. Thank you. I appreciate that.
What was your speciality, your field as a university professor?
In the U.S., I taught history and leadership and time management to business students and help them connect with, just learn how to work with this. Right now, I'm in Hawaii in a hostel. Yes.
Right. So, combining history and astrology, have you ever heard of the link between the 7th or 17th century? I think it's the 17th century Jewish astrology circle with the horoscope signs. You ever come across that?
For some reason, I'm hearing myself echo and repeat and people overlapping, so I'm kind of confused as to what's going on, so that's why I'm being quiet.
Right. Mute your YouTube channel if you've got it open on a separate page.
In the
Yeah, that's the problem, probably.
How's that?
Because I'm hearing myself answer you guys, but I'm hearing you answer it now. So I'm kind of confused.
Have you got your YouTube page open as well as the StreamYard page?
No, just the stream, and at the bottom it shows that I'm part of. With the existentialism and the influence that it was having later in the 18th century, well, only in the background of it, in the sense of how that influenced Freud and what he was doing, and the later argument between Freud and Jung.
I'm lost with that one. I sort of know what you mean. Yeah. So,
okay.
What your major concerns with the Ukraine situation? Is it the nuclear factor or the economic factor?
Okay, so I'm not really sure if I should speak now or not, but yes. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Now
go
I can
ahead.
hear my.
You guys can all talk. I'm just listening. I'm just listening.
We all know you listening, Seer.
Trying to
Oh, wow.
establish is there some sort of delay?
Yeah, it is. Probably.
Yeah, I'm going to step out and then try to step back in and see if that helps.
No
Yeah,
worries.
that
Yep.
might. Yeah, that might help.
It was very nice to hear from you, by the way, as well, CR. And I hope that you are able to fix that on your side, Sunny. We don't mind being a bit patient with that type of thing. You know,
Tempesker Josh, good to see you, brother.
yeah.
And welcome to
But,
the stream.
it's good to hear your voice, CR. That's all I'm saying, man.
Guardian, did you were you anywhere involved or near the? You had some landslides, didn't you?
Yeah, I heard
Yeah.
about that. GP. Yeah, I was. There was flooding, right?
Yeah, quite severe, pretty close to us, but fortunately it missed us this time. But it's definitely, you know, we don't really have many natural disasters, but floods are something that we experience quite badly on this side.
And locusts.
And locusts too.
And hi. We hear you.
Now is Sunny back.
Okay, I'm back. Are we
Welcome
hearing
back.
me in real time or is there still a 2-minute lag?
Yeah, good to
Sounds
go.
all right.
It sounds good to me.
You're good to go, Sonny.
Yeah.
Great. That's to hear that it's
Yeah. So, Sonny, tell us about your immediate concerns or threat, and how you're preparing for it.
Well, what started is that there's a Turkish restaurant that I really enjoyed, and a lot of Russian and Ukrainian expats were hanging out there, and that's how I got to know them. And over 2 years of being in a lockdown together, we got rather close. And there's really no beef between the people themselves. And they were actually protesting together around the free speech zone there in the city we were in.
Yeah, most cases that's always a scenario, isn't it? The people themselves, just normal people trying to live their lives, and it's the governmental decisions that force the big actions. Russia, for instance.
I think it might be better if I just type my answers and y'all just put it up because maybe it's too many people because I'm still getting a 2 to 3 minute lag on what y'all are saying to what I have said.
No worries. Yeah, just on another one, Guardian. What? How is Cameron getting on, or is that a spoiler alert for a future video?
You see, the thing is, I've been in contact with him like over the last almost a decade now, and it is moving forward. There's quite a large project that I would like to get initiated at some point, but I'd like to do it when things are a bit better on my side, because I don't want to do any sort of like, there's so many scams out there that I don't even want to touch any sort of, you know, fund me operation or something, you know, anything like that. But what I would like to do and what I've always wanted to do since I was younger is be able to help people exactly like that. That's part of like a big project that I'd like to do, just to make the world a better place and to help people that are, and I'm not doing so, you know, great me and wow me, whatever. Like, I'm not doing
You're
it in
so
any way.
awesome, GP.
Thank you. I need to hear that from CR though. I do. That's the person.
That's what GP means. Great person. GP means great person. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but really, genuinely though, I would love to be able to create a community to assist people that are looking for work, and to be able to kind of, help them. People that are honestly looking for work, help them be able to like create for themselves and be able to give them a bit of a leg up and provide them with just a bit of stability and a bit of security. And sometimes that's all that people need. But I obviously understand all the dangers and concerns, and I'm somebody that has seen the good and bad to people. So I will be cautious going through with it, but it's something that I'll definitely be revealing as I move forward with that project over the next, I'd say, couple of years, depending on how well, as I say, depending on how well my own personal career goes. Because the better that my career goes, the more that I'm able to assist and work on the project that I'd like to get initiated. Sorry for the long-winded answer there.
Yeah, we understand. It's a tough situation for quite a few people, isn't it?
Yeah, our unemployment rate is extremely high. We've started counting the people that do have jobs, not counting the people that don't.
And I bet there's many people out there with skills that are still struggling.
Absolutely.
We have Uncle Al in the panel.
Hi, Uncle Al. It's nice to see you, Uncle Al.
Uncle
Good
Al.
to see you, brother.
Uncle Al with the great garden.
Hey, folks. Sorry to interrupt. I think that right over there.
No.
Oh yeah, that person.
GP.
Yeah, that's a great person.
Yep. I understand where you're going. Like I said, I do my bit. Okay. A lot of people don't know what Uncle Alan got up his sleeve sometimes, but it's nothing, and there's nothing up my sleeve. And so, like I said, I have to be careful. I fainted doing my work. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, and I got $100 donation. I got 3 dislikes for that video. Great. But I just laugh and keep going on. I want to say hello to everybody. Hi, this Jordan's got the monetization. I still got like 190 hours to go. It was like 1 hour, and then all of a sudden, we did not like your previous programming, so we're reducing your hours to 199 hours. Great.
You need to do some mega live streams. Get them,
I won't
does
do
that
live.
count?
I know preparedness, prepare. I won't do a live stream because people doing too much live streams, and a lot of people, I do warn them. I don't want to end up like that one lady who did a live stream and ended up in Lake Erie. Nobody ever read the weird news. I do. I have 5 screens sometimes, just like this, and I'll examine every screen for news articles. And it's like, wait, wasn't she a YouTuber? And then the guy in one of the war zones, I think it's Ukraine, Gonzalez Lira faked his own to get more views. And I learned that he wasn't in Ukraine at the time. He was in Poland, and he was hopping back and forth. So he said, "Oh, I got kidnapped," and blah, blah, blah. And that got him hours. So I'm not doing live streams because I'm paranoid.
I'm sure it won't take you long to get further 150 hours.
True. But like I said, I tell everybody, if you're living in a dry climate, I know Guardian Prepper, you're still in England, right? Preparedness Prepper.
PV, yep.
Yeah. I did a video on a garden pod. Reason why it's covered is it's not for heat only, but for moisture. I live in a desert. It gets 116 Fahrenheit here in the summer, and it dries everything out. So if I try to grow lettuce or strawberries or anything like that, it dries out. So I need the dome cover to keep the moisture in. And I have overhead sprinkler system too, but I have 6 of those. I have one here at my patio garden at the house, and I have 5 more at my relative's house. So I have a veggie pod nearby at each location. So I don't have to worry about lettuce, herbs, strawberries, stuff like that. I got tons of it, so I don't have to worry.
So you live you live on the edge of the Mojave Desert, do you?
Oh no, I live in California. California has a lot of deserts, and people don't realize this is a desert area, but I see grass and trees. Yeah, but it's irrigated, and people don't realize that there's several little deserts between Fresno and Bakersfield, and people are like, but we just got off the highway. It was so green, and then they reach my area and they see a tumbleweed go by, and I said, yeah, and people die of heat stroke walking to the next gas station, and they don't.
I hear San Francisco and LA rely heavily on a couple of reservoirs that get pumped the water down.
LA is a different system. San Francisco depends on Hetchy. I know the water systems in this area. Hetchy was how can I say it? A bunch of robber barons bought out a valley and filled it up with water. And yeah. And then LA was the water war. People were throwing dynamite during the 20s and 30s and shooting everybody because Central California was mad at LA because what they did to Tuolumne Lake, Owens Valley, they wiped out several farming communities to feed water to LA. And so it's not a good idea when they built the Hood pumping plant. That's on this side of the Grapevine, the mountain systems right there. It wasn't a good idea to work for the company. Everybody had a rifle. My uncle used to patrol on horseback up and down the pumping plant because people will take dynamite and try to blow up the pump. And they still do it today. They still have Whack and Hut patrol the area so the pumps don't blow up because everybody's still mad at them. And that was 80 years ago, folks. Or was it 120? No, it's 120 now. And they're still mad at them.
There's so many places right now that's having water problems. South Africa, GP, they're Cape Town have been having water issues for years, haven't they?
Yeah, it's a big problem where we're at. Water shortages are absolutely quite a big concern throughout the country. It's one of the bigger things.
Except in Durban right now.
Yeah, except in Durban where it's flooding. Like that's not they've got a lot of water, but not really.
Right.
Like there's a lot of places that experience droughts quite often, and then it also has quite effects on dam shortages, and then that obviously impacts the agricultural industry quite extensively. So it's. I
know. Even though you've had flash floods recently, will that top up the reservoirs?
No, only in certain areas will it really assist. Other areas it'll completely stay dry for the most part. Yeah, it is definitely a problem. But the thing is, out of all the things that we struggle with, we struggle with water shortages or too much water and all that. But the electricity and the electricity capacity that we've got is quite strained in every way. So that's a big thing that happens with us. That's obviously concerning. Electricity, because it's hard to understand unless you've lived with it it's been about 13 years that the grid has been unstable, and having electricity shortages are something that sometimes at the moment when it gets to stage 4, for 3 different periods of the day, we go without electricity for about 2.5 hours, and that has huge impacts on shops and infrastructure and everything, and it really has an insane avalanche effect. And I mean, there are people that are durable, to a degree, if you want to call it durable. I don't think that's the right term. But the thing is, there's people that are a lot more resilient. That's the correct term. And there's people that are a lot more resilient to it. Mm-hmm. But if you imagine the people that don't have work and don't have employment, and then if you put them underneath the pressure of not having enough access to water and not having enough access to electricity and grids, then small businesses can't really make it. I know I've mentioned that slightly before, but it really does, all of the things together become quite a heavy weight.
Oh, it does.
I think it's a crazy situation where you got a country with so much sunshine that can't harness solar power.
Yeah.
Well, what's the situation with that?
They're not allowed to.
They're not allowed to, and they don't know how to do it right because a lot of people get some misconception of solar power. Okay, I know solar power. We have solar farms, and at my nephew's, used to be my dairy, but it's now my nephew's dairy. We have solar, but we have to be careful on our panels. A lot of people don't realize those panels don't last forever. You have to replace them every 9 to 10 years and check wiring. That's why I get a lot of free squabs, because they crawl underneath the panels and they make their nests, and like, oh, another delicious squab for Uncle Al, and break their neck, put it into the cooler, and I clean out everything and check the wiring and stuff, and they bring in the panels, and it's fun. But Uncle
Yeah, I think
Alan,
wiring's a big problem. I've
yeah,
got my panels I've had for 10 years now. They're still
yeah,
going strong. It's the wiring that's starting to break down. The ingress
right.
of water inside the outer casing and stuff.
Yeah, you have to be careful because that's corrosion. You have to check all your wiring and replace it,
Yeah.
because I have birds, rats, mice, you name it. But Uncle Alan's used to this, and every 3 years I go up there. Every year I expect during pigeon season, because I get squab. And anybody who doesn't know what squab is, it's a nice fat baby pigeon. So I won't starve. I have
One of
20.
the
What?
one of the mysteries of the world. Have you ever seen a baby pigeon? I've never seen one.
That's good. Put it on the plate with mushrooms and a nice light gravy and
Oh,
some
I've
rice.
eaten pigeon. Yeah, I've eaten pigeon quite a few
Yeah,
times.
that's squab.
But
But
just sorry, just to cut in, Uncle Al. Shadow, I've got to go because I've
okay,
got dog duties to carry out, and
Yeah,
no problem.
don't
All
let
right,
the
take
dog
care,
wait.
PB.
I'll catch up with you. Nice to speak with you, Uncle Al.
No problem.
So, all right, catch you later, GP. See ya.
See you,
Bye
man.
bye. Have a lovely
Yeah, take
weekend,
care.
veteran.
Short
Bye
one.
bye.
I'll be on next week.
All right, lovely.
Anyway, like I said, with solar for GP's problem, South Africa doesn't want to do it because they want to make sure it's a secure system. And if they get the grid, they could get the grid up within 5 years if they have proper financial backing. I keep telling them, talk to Japan and Korea. And two, nobody ever thinks in South Africa about this. Condensers that'll fill up you have to do like the UE or UAE, put condensers all over the country to fill up wells and small lakes and reservoirs. There's plenty of water. You can't wait on the rains. Drag it out of the air. And the reason you
Oh
need,
yeah, condensation, right? Or
right,
dew.
not
Yeah.
condensation,
But
moisture in the air. So you
mhm.
put the condensers close to the coast. You set up, if I ever go to South Africa, I'm going to set up Stirling heat engines. A lot of people don't know this, but it's not, it's a different kind of solar. It's mechanical. So you could
Oh,
store,
they
you,
use concentrated solar. They use heat energy.
right. So you use heat
Like
energy,
like with mirrors, right?
sort of, but
Oh, okay.
if you use a Stirling engine, you could store heat in salt.
Oh yeah,
Lot,
yeah.
okay, a
They
lot of
have
people
those.
don't understand this. Molten salt, once you heat it with solar, you could store it. That stores heat. You could heat water. You could run a Stirling engine, and you could power South Africa 10 times cheaper than nuclear, 10 times cheaper than solar. But nobody ever thinks like Uncle Al. They think,
Yeah, and it actually works when it's dark out too, because you're storing that energy in the salt.
right. So nobody ever thinks
You
like,
know, and you create steam with water, and then you turn the turbine, then you get
you
electricity.
don't need steam, air.
Oh, okay.
Hot
Okay.
air. Stirling is
Oh, okay.
run off of hot air. So you
Oh,
don't
okay.
have don't need water for a Stirling engine. Trouble with steam engines is you have to cool it and regulate the pressure.
Okay.
Stirling, you don't. All you're doing is creating heat.
Mm.
Using heat to run air, and air is simple than steam because steam and air is totally different when it's running a Stirling engine, and that's it. There's no fire hazard, no radiation. It could be set up. All you need is like, let me see, South Africa, about 5,000 units to put out, and that'll solve South Africa's what you might call it, energy problem. Water problem, it's going to take a little time. You need the Stirling engines first, and then the condensers. You have to fix one problem to get the other problem. Once you get the condensers, and I told GP about this, there's a guy in South Africa make a home unit that you put up, and it uses solar, and you can make fresh water, 2 gallons a day. That'll take care of GP. Just put it in buckets, bathtubs, throw it on the kids, the garden, throw it on your neighbors. You got 2 gallons of water a day from the air. And what surrounds South Africa? It's not desert. It's the ocean. And what's the ocean has? Water. And it's always condensing into the air. So you take out the the salt, and you have fresh water. You don't have to wait for rain. You just pull it through electricity.
Oh, so that's where the electricity comes through. So if you had the electricity, then you could run that.
Right. You have to have the electricity, moisture, and that's it. But there's other things going on with the world. And remember I told you on the April 28th? I think Jordan might see it. It's going to come really close by. You can see, go look on the night of the 28th, and you see this big shiny dot going across the sky. It's one of the big, I can't pronounce the Greek name for it. It's a type of meteorite swarm, and it dragged in this huge asteroid. Lyrids? I think Lyrids. The swans. Greek for swan. I can't remember that meteorite storm. But
AED, thank you so much for your
Awesome.
that 4
Super sticker.
super sticker. Thank
right.
you.
Oh, and hi, Van City. And I know Northern Girl Hobbies listen to.
Yep. I say hello to everybody because I've been busy. Also a little sick. I have to go see my doctor on Tuesday. So I had a couple of nosebleeds and I passed out at church. It's normal. I'm old. I'm tired. And it's like, doomp. It's like, oh, let me show you this. People with $100 they gave me from that donation, see that? That's a receipt. I spent
More.
Yeah, $100 from the donation, and then $47.52 out of my own pocket. Okay, I run the church's food bank, and I always check their box. And I got $5 and I got $5 bill, and I got $2 to buy food out of the box we have at our church. And it's a donation box where they donate money to help out other families and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been helping out a lot of families, and it's getting to me because I had a few friends called me because they said they thought I died at church because I had blood coming down my face. That's why I'm going to see a doctor on Tuesday. And they say, what the hell are you doing at church? We found you on the ground going. So I'm going to see the doctor.
We got some more people coming in. King Pooba's in and Brian's in. What's up, Dustin?
Hey, Dustin. Hey, King Pooba.
Thank you, Ann, for the $4.
Yeah. So anyway, I got to see what's going on. Check another screen.
Yeah.
Oliva Villa, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, it's good morning where you are. Brian B. Sox, welcome. Good to see you. And King Pooh, also good to see you. And thank you, Ann, for the $4 AED. Yeah, $4. Australian, I believe it is.
Yeah. But like I said, folks, Uncle Alan's getting too old, too sick. I might have to give up the food bank. And everybody's saying, no, you're doing a great job, Uncle Al. I just can't. I'm not, like I said, I'm getting old. I'm getting really sick and tired. So, and a lot of my friends are worried I might kill myself. They're like, yeah, Uncle Alan dropped dead. And I tell the ladies, you have to be careful. And you see this? Nobody ever remembers this movie. It's an old movie. Dr.
Yeah.
Zhivago.
Yeah, Dr. Zhivago. I'm familiar with that one.
I like it because nobody gets who's Laura Zhivago.
Okay, and thanks for coming and thanks for your $4. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Take care and stay safe and God bless.
Take care, Ant.
Yeah. Bye bye. And like I said, everybody could check this out. That's me. Crazy
Yep,
old Uncle
that's
Al.
you.
That way they don't dock me for more hours. And let's see. Oh, remember I keep telling people the 3 winters we're going to have and everybody laughed at me?
I still remember him.
Okay. I keep telling people we're having the long winter. And they all laughed at me. And then wait till this winter. That's everybody in the whole world. And then down here, that's even worse. You thought the dark winter was bad. Wait until the hard winter hit.
Winter here in Canada, it was still snowing this month here in places.
That's CR. That's the long winter. I keep telling people this, but they never listen. And like I said, if it's the end of the world, Uncle Alan's going to go out in style. So, like I said, I have to go. I'm old as dirt. Remember, folks, donate money to ShadowScoutSwede, and congratulations, Jordan, on getting your watch hours. Now, remember, you have to put in over, I forget.
It's like 100, isn't it?
No.
No, but something between 300 and 600 watch hours.
Oh, you mean watch hours? Oh.
Right. But the thing is, once you hit monetization, you have to get, I forget, per day. They told me this once and I lost it and I had to start all over again from the bottom. It's like you have to get at least 200 views a day to maintain monetization goals. It's in the fine print. So once you hit monetization, you have to get 200 views a day. And it's complete views, not like somebody steps in and hit a button and I'll play it. No, it has to be somebody watch it, ends it, and then watch another one. That'll drive you crazy. Look how nuts I am.
Well, if some people come and say I'm crazy, of course I'm crazy, but I'm not stupid.
Right.
I'm crazy too. Like
yeah, but it's a lot easier, folks. Like I said, once you get the hang of it, it's fine. Right now, I got too many things on the plate, and somebody was asking me, they want to see my lettuce. So I'm grabbing a bag out of my refrigerator, of what I picked this morning out of, let's see, my sister's veggie pod, my veggie pod, I think my nephew's, because I had planted lettuce like crazy, and it's in, remember.
Lucana. Welcome, good
Hello.
to see you.
Hi, it's Lindsay. Or Inday. But it's in a enclosed structure. If anybody wants to help out, Guardian Prepper, get them a veggie pot. It retains moisture, so you don't have to water as much. I put about that much perlite on the bottom to have a water reservoir, and then I have my magic dirt. I'm going to kill my nephews. They destroyed 2 years of work that I put out in my yard, and I got everything green again. So anyway, I have to go, guys.
Take care, Uncle Al.
I'll catch you later.
Take care, Uncle Al.
Like I said, there's always hope. Don't listen to all the fear sayers and namesayers and stuff. Just keep plodding along, and hopefully everything will turn out right. Bye now, folks. Catch you later.
Catch you later, Uncle Al.
Have a lovely weekend for the Uncle Al. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I just got to find the button. Okay, there it is.
It's no problem. Bye.
And there was
you always need to find the button.
Hey, it happens to me too sometimes. I think all of us go through that every now and again.
Oh, Inday. I hope you will get well soon, my friend.
Get well soon. All right, GP, you can do this talking now. What? He just muted himself. He's like,
Yeah, he
he
usually
already
muted
he already
himself.
do all the talking. I could just I don't want to ramble. That's what he's saying.
But anyway, I'm really proud, and I appreciate every one of you who helped me on this way. So to reach where where I am today, where my channel is today.
Well, I mean,
And
I've been a co-host like every other Saturday now. I'm here in the beginning, sometimes in the middle, sometimes at the end, sometimes I come back like 3 times.
yeah, and I really appreciate everyone who has helped me to reach my 4,000 watch
Oh, look
hours.
at that! Look at that! Look at that!
Man City,
Man City! Look at that!
what? Thank you, Van
That's in
City.
Canadian funds. Canadian funds. Awesome.
Thank you, Van City. Much appreciated. Oh man.
Yeah, that's really nice. Like I love seeing that, Shadow. It's really good, and I think that it is. You do have people that will always be willing to help you and assist you, but you, the person who puts in all this effort, and sometimes you'll even be running like until early Sunday morning on my side. I'll wake up because I usually wake up pretty early, around about 5 to 6 usually. And when I wake up in the morning, I'll sometimes see that you're still running, so. You can also pat yourself on the back a bit as well, Like I do appreciate what you've done for the community, and that you give us a place on a Saturday night, and it feels like a
Saturday
place
afternoon.
where I can catch up with you guys, Like it's my time with the ladies and gents of a Shadow community. It's always good.
And sometimes ramble.
Hey, Van City, good to see you.
Oh,
Poo.
she comes on too.
Thanks for your
Whoa.
$4.99 super sticker. I
Whoa.
appreciate
Are you-
that.
Are you in the park? You're in the parking lot, aren't you?
Yeah.
I
That's
knew
coffee.
it. I knew it. I knew it. I said I knew it. I knew she was in the parking lot again.
You know what though? Because of you, creative redundancy, and I'm not kidding.
Oh
I
no!
have been bringing...
Shameless plugging. Shameless plugging. No, okay.
No, but I've been bringing these. I have been consuming less products because of you. But this is an exception. Today is an exception. But I have made less garbage.
Well, I got my mug next to me too, Fancy. Of course, I always got it next to me. It's like an everyday carry now. This is EDC. Coffee mug is EDC. Just saying.
Well, soon you begin to carry around a coffee maker too.
Well, isn't this all about survival?
oh my gosh, I almost choked on that. I'll be right back. I'm just kidding.
Don't choke on your coffee or
That's
something
really good
else.
coffee. Don't choke on coffee, by the way.
Shadow, how does it feel? How does it feel to have made this big accomplishment?
Well, I still don't believe it.
You know what?
I'm still high on whatever it is, happiness.
And apparently King Poopa
and
sent you something
excitement.
too. I didn't realize he sent you something too.
But I worked my butt off for this.
You sure have.
Super sticker.
Trying to get sorted out here.
What, you don't carry a tripod with you everywhere, Spencer?
No, but you should see the RAM mount that Mr. VP has to stick on the helicopter window. That one's pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't realize you got a super sticker too in there.
Yeah.
Just noticed that.
King Pooh Bah.
I was gonna try to help moderate, but then I saw that Harvey was in there. And
we gave up. We all just gave up. It's like Harvey's here. No one else has to moderate. He's like 4 and 1.
Yeah, I was gonna try, but I was so nervous to do it.
Harvey's like, LOL. He hears it. We're trying to show Harvey that we are modding skills.
I dropped one link and then saw him, and then I stopped.
I know. Me too. I'm like,
Really?
I did too. I just like, Harvey's here. Never mind.
And Harvey's laughing his butt off.
He's probably falling out the chair right now. It's like, you guys, I'm not that great. I don't drop links every minute.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Harvey drops link every second.
Oh, see, he's still laughing.
I think one of the most impressive things, as I'm sure you guys all agree, is the linkage of emoticons with links. That is unprecedented in any other moderator. The flags, the emblems, the nature ones, they're so well done. They're so well placed.
I know he copies and pastes. I know he does. He doesn't just type that fast. Maybe, I don't know. Right, Harvey? You probably copy and paste. Right. That's how you could do it so fast.
Yeah, and well, he has a faster computer than I have, and then...
Yeah, but you can copy and paste real fast. I might start doing that. Actually, I opened up a text document. I put Fan Cities link first. I'm gonna add more links to that, and I'll copy and paste it, just to show Harvey my skill.
The Celtic Prepper says, does it take you guys a long time to upload videos on YouTube? It says 37 minutes left to upload for mine. Crazy, it takes so long.
Well, that just depends, though. That varies with everyone.
I think it depends on your Wi-Fi connection, because in England it would take an hour to upload a 2-minute video. But, yeah,
what?
but
an hour for 2 minutes?
Yeah, just
you might as well just go live. You might as well just go live.
Hey, Cass, and thank you. Good to see you, Cass.
Hi, Cass.
Are you okay?
Oh, here we go. Guardian Prepping had to show everyone up. Had to put in his own 2 cents.
I can't see the chat, but Guardian, where are
Guardian,
you? Talk to me.
140 South African rands.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
He just left a donation and just took off. It's like,
well, thank you, Guardian. Much appreciated. 140 South African rand is, I don't know how much it is in my currency, but it's probably... Keep well. We'll catch up soon. I think.
All right.
Yeah, sorry I had to give you Canadian dollars. It's certainly not worth very much.
Well, Canadian works just fine. Well, they will change it to my currency anyway, so.
Preparedness veteran, his currency matters. His currency is worth something.
Yeah, UK pound, yeah.
Actually, Garden said he'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what he's doing. He has to try to find some light so he can show his face. I remember what he. Yeah, remember that's what he said.
Yeah.
Change his clothes like last time.
Yeah,
we know. You can't hide that, GP.
He had problems with his lighting.
Well,
you know,
I have problems with my lighting too. Oh, am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here, but you turn your camera off.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back.
All of this is for negative energy. Bingo! That's right. It's
It's always
It's starting to
fun.
remind me of Saturday afternoon cartoons.
Ah, you're back.
Oh, that's fast.
Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I gotta go. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right. She's probably getting a refill.
Yeah, probably.
You know what's funny? I just realized it's only been like 95 minutes.
Yeah.
Yet everyone came on that fast, and I'm just the only one here again. Everyone else left. Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, you're still.
I'm still here. Everyone came by, and I just realized that all happened in 90 minutes. All those super chats and super stickers, and everyone that came in, Uncle Al, Matt C, GB, all these people came in, and now we're here.
Well, that's awesome, Victoria. She just connected to 3 new. Well, that's awesome, Victoria.
Oh, he's back again.
I'll come in and back you up.
Oh, okay. He's watching my 6.
Well, that's awesome, Victoria.
Yes. I'll come in and back you up.
Okay, Cass.
Yeah, I just took the dog for a little restroom stop.
Yes, Cass, you can drop your link.
See, I'm not the only one that can't get enough
I need to
Shadow.
check if. I hope Cass is a mod. Otherwise, it will be a problem.
Hey, Bob. I see Bob's in here. Bob Burger.
Oh, he's taking time off from the beach, is he?
Hey, Bob Burger.
No, that is another Bob.
Oh, right, yeah, another one.
That's why I actually said the channel name this time.
Right, I'm just on a different page trying to sort my avatar out.
He's like, I gotta put that avatar back up. Emoji back up.
Guess which one it is? It's coming up. It's coming up.
Wait for it, and
yeah, it should be on. With my previous history, I should have had this squared away.
yeah, I thought you were gonna be ready for this. I thought before you came back in, you would have set that up and prepared it in advance.
I just changed it as normal, and it's not coming up.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you, Bob Burger.
Mm-hmm.
There we
go. See here, now you got a new follower.
Well, Victoria does have CR in it too. Just saying.
Hey, Shadow, you're racking up the income on this one.
Yeah.
That's a good little earner.
But the problem is it needs to be converted to my currency.
Right. Well, it all adds up, doesn't it, I suppose?
So I don't know how...
How's your little your water and your preps going?
As soon as everything is paid, I will buy some more stuff to add to my storage.
Oh, the super chats will help.
Yeah. But I guess I have to wait to
cash out.
Pay everything. Yeah. You need
because you
to
need
reach.
a certain
I
amount.
believe it's $100 you need to reach before they pay anything.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I thought you guys were talking about that, not the watch time part.
Apocalyptic Ben 3311. Welcome.
You don't have to
Hi,
earn money. You can let it accumulate, can't you? Well, at the end of the year, you can bank it or something. Put it towards something.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Every Saturday,
maybe,
Apocalyptic Ben.
maybe he can get
Every
data and
Saturday.
do the live stream on the road.
Do what?
Right? He'll do the live stream in the woods.
Yeah, you can do mobile live stream.
Yeah, just like Second Star does. Actually, PV, I actually got some more water here.
Well, it seems
more.
it seems Harvey gets some followers from Cass, so but he has no videos. So
Yeah, what's the deal with that, Harvey? What's the deal with that? He's like, he does all this modding, he's everywhere, he does all this stuff, but no video. And don't even tell me you don't have something to record with.
well, Cass, you need a jacket if you're gonna drop your link. So now it's easier for you to drop your link.
I still think Harvey should start a channel. If he started putting videos, his subscriber count would go all the way to 1K in like 1 day, probably.
Maybe 2-3 days. Yeah.
Is this Harvey? Yeah. Harvey Black too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He put out a video and be like, word of mouth would go around. What? Harvey's got a video. We all come by and be like,
all right. I've never come across Harvey on the net. I don't know why.
Oh, he says he's too busy.
Too busy prepping and hiking and such.
He's too busy. He's too busy. Remember, everyone, he's too busy doing that. He's got a mod for all of us and all that stuff. He's got a mod for me, Shadow here, Gray, and everyone else. Yeah, okay, we understand. All right.
Well, Harvey's all over the place.
Yeah. I mean, if you got Harvey as your moderator, you're good.
King Pooh says, everyone knows Harvey. He would blow up.
So,
yeah, probably.
5K in 3 days.
Yeah, probably.
CR, do you regularly do live streams to any schedule at all?
I'm busy too, like Harvey. No, I have to do other things too. So,
do you push out one a week?
I do when I can.
Thank you, Bob Burger.
I do. Not next weekend, but the following weekend, you might see something from me.
Right.
I have some time open for that weekend.
Yeah, you're a busy man.
Yeah, that's it.
Everybody's busy nowadays.
Yeah, I'm busy. I'm busy trying to.
I was watching a video earlier, and it was one of these suggested videos, so I got suckered into it, pressed on it, and it was about this guy who had 2 brain scans. The first brain scan he had at the beginning of his experiment, and the second brain scan was the end of his experiment. And the experiment was that he disconnected from the internet. He didn't look at his phone, didn't look at any computer, didn't look at any screen time on his TV. And they compared the two. And the first brain scan he had showed a lot of frontal lobe activity and not much towards the back of his brain. I don't know what part that meant, but anyway, he went through his week and he was explaining things. And towards the end of the video, he did a second scan. At the second scan, his brain had changed drastically. There was more, instead of a large portion of his brain with inactivity at the back, the whole of the brain was completely different. The way his thoughts had changed and how his levels of calmness had increased. And what was the most surprising aspect of it was the first brain scan showed the outputs of his brain in microvolts, and it was something like 10 microvolts. I can't remember exactly. And the second scan at the end had it'd gone up drastically anyway through thoughtful mindfulness activities, reading, and so on and so on. So the implications of that basically is, where are we heading between now and a couple of 100 years or 1,000 years down the line? Are we going to start developing into this alternate version of ourselves at the moment? Because 1 week was quite a big difference in his book. Anyway, just a suggested video I clicked on.
Well, this is why I always take breaks from doing certain things like these things. Being in front of a phone, computer, and all this stuff. And disconnect out from it.
What's your sort of mindfulness activity, if you like, or way of calming down? Do you do anything other than anything electronical that in your spare time?
Yeah.
Walking or reading or whatever. What's the main activity?
I figure it would be obvious.
Creating.
Ding, 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 ding. Come on, I thought that would be obvious.
Well, you don't know. I mean, we just see a small portion of people's lives and hear about a small portion of people's lives through the internet and YouTube. Beyond that, you could be doing anything, really. Van City wants to know what is a brain.
I just read that too.
You should have used a specific emoji for that.
Yep.
I think there is a brain one there.
Yeah, or you could use a word that has CR in it too. Right, Harvey?
Incredulous.
Harvey put it in earlier too. Before the stream started. No, but usually I actually like disconnect out. At least for a bit. It's nice.
Yeah.
Like even when I go camping, I like to disconnect out. To a certain degree. No, sometimes I'm still listening to music or whatever, enjoying
Welcome,
it. It's a good time.
Good to see
Hi.
you.
And sometimes I'll listen to music, but sometimes I'm not the person around the campfire or texting to people.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not I don't I'm just looking around the campfire. I'm like, seriously, you guys are all on your phone? You guys don't want to talk? I thought we came out here to talk and share stories or whatever, camp stories, not just. Why is someone texting around the fire? Come on, really?
You hear these stories of people, the phone zombies walking down the road, staring into their phone, oblivious to everything else that goes on around them, and you think, yeah, that just happened in the odd place here and there in the city and so on, or on campus and stuff like this. But the amount of people I see walking around like that is unbelievable. Headphones on, these big headphones for some reason, massive headphones, staring into their phone, just walking along, bumping into people, bumping into lampposts, crossing the road without even bothering to look either way. And it's just absolutely ridiculous.
I like what Harvey wrote for me.
Yeah.
Just the way I like to say it, right. He always knows what reoccurs all the time.
Yeah.
Remember, reoccurring has CR in it.
Why? Yeah, right.
Yeah, I will do that, Van City.
Anyone's interested into the in astronomy? There's the Lyrid meteor shower going on right now up until the end of the month.
Pardon me, I missed that.
I was going to say, if anyone's interested in astronomy, that the Lyrid meteor shower is going on right now up until the end of the month.
Well, it's supposed to be not raining
Teresa
anytime soon.
Laguera.
Hopefully, I'll see that.
Welcome.
Oh,
good to see you again, my friend.
You guys have to take you guys have to take my word for it. But I stepped outside this one time and I just saw the shooting start real quick. I'm like, oh, of course I got nothing on me, and it was so quick that it was already gone. I'm like, oh.
Did you make a wish?
It was so fast. It was so fast. There was like, never mind. It's already gone. Too late. Not fast enough. That was cool
I'm
to see that.
amazed. I'm amazed when I look outside. I look out every night for at least 5-10 minutes. How many satellites you see? And with the Starlink satellites going up and putting 60 at a time up every couple of months, it's outrageous the amount of satellite pollution you see in the sky now. I think there was a clause that Elon Musk had to adhere to, whereby they had to put some sort of reflector on the satellite so it didn't pollute the night sky, because obviously at some point in the future it's going to interfere with observatories and stuff like that.
Well, it's not only that. It's the other stuff that develops in the when things that orbit around. Because there's always those micro fragments that linger around because they still orbit. They're falling, but they're still orbiting.
Oh,
and remember,
right, yeah, the space
and
stuff.
remember they have high velocity out there.
Oh yeah. I mean,
they're high velocity because they're faster than a bullet.
Yeah, there's been various instances on the space station, the ISS, where flecks of paint traveling at 15,000 miles an hour have damaged the space station.
Yeah,
just the tiniest of specks, you know.
Yeah, but that's because they don't have much mass, but they have the velocity to back it up.
Yeah.
So they hit really hard.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a scenario where, like that film Gravity, it's a specific name for the event, where it has a cascading effect and a knock-on effect, and one space debris can trigger another impact and another impact, and before you know it, the whole constellation of satellites in low Earth orbit, medium Earth orbit are gone.
And remember, the bigger the things are, you'll start to want to attract it towards it.
Yeah.
To a certain degree. Yeah.
I also find it funny how we're enemies with X, Y, and Z country, but we're all friends when it comes to the space station. Until recently.
I knew you were going to bring this up. I knew it.
Because, how long have the Americans, British, and other ESA and other space agencies relied on Russia to get astronauts into orbit on their, Vostok transporters? It's been years now since was it Challenger 2? And it's only the advent of Elon Musk and his SpaceX that's actually starting to put their own guys on the ISS, and it's a sort of a big two-finger salute to Russia, saying, "Right, that's it. You're on your own."
Well, that's because it's expensive, right? Because you get to send anything out into space, right? It's that energy requirement. Yeah, because we don't have a space elevator, or we just lost. He just took the elevator down.
Well, he's back.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm glitching the
system. The wrong button.
Did you take the elevator down? I was just like, space elevator, and I'm like, he's gone. He took it down. What?
If anyone's interested, NASA have got thousands and thousands of documents delving into their research. That's gone from progression from space shuttle onwards, or present day, and there's a lot of interesting articles in there relating to preparedness, actually, from recycling water, space saving, literally, food, storage of food, all sorts of stuff, and all these documents and millions of other documents are contained in a website called the Internet Archive. So if people go to the web address archive.org and just type in anything there, and it will come up with all historical documents that have been
like rocket fuel and I guess methane and all this stuff. Yeah.
It's
'Cause
documents.
they all have the same components. Just you gotta rearrange it and put it together.
Well, this website, not only can you have access to all these NASA research documents, but anything you can ever think about. So if you want to do a research article on shoelaces, you type in shoelaces and it will come up with videos, articles, software, everything relating to that particular word. You know, it's like an internet within an internet thing. And these are all scanned documents that have been put on there by Google, MSN, other websites. It's part of the Wayback Machine. If you've ever heard of that?
Mm.
Yeah, the Wayback Machine was it captures every website that's indexed with Google and other search engines, and it takes a snapshot of that website. So you can go back in time, back to I think it's 2004, and have a look at the websites as it was then. So if a website's deleted, this is the useful part about it. You can type in the web address of the Wayback Machine, and it will give you a snapshot, which is like every 2 weeks.
So I could see how MySpace used to be in a long
Yeah.
time ago. Oh,
Absolutely.
go
Yeah.
figure.
Yeah. In fact, MySpace is still
Everyone's probably
going.
like,
isn't it?
what? What did CR just say? What's that?
I think isn't MySpace still going, or did they change their name?
I don't know. I was just saying maybe you can actually be like, oh, that's where it stopped.
Yeah, no doubt it will be in there somewhere.
Well, I imagine so.
It's not it's a question of it's asking the right questions to get the right answer.
Mm, mm. So, BV, I was gonna ask you, how's the weather out there, by the way?
We had spring has sprung early, and we had a period of glorious sunshine, little winds, and this week, in fact, last week it got up to 18, 19, 20 degrees where we are. We're in the Cambridgeshire area, so it's southeast of England, and this week it's just gone a bit windier, but the sun's still out. It's a warm wind. And in England today, it's St. George's Day, so everyone's out and about with flags. And there's various towns around the country having little sort of St. George's Day celebrations.
Oh, and he's back.
And Guardian is back.
Oh, okay, PV. Okay, now let's let GP do all the talking here, since we've been doing all the talking.
Hey, GP, it's over to you.
Yeah, I just had to help out with the family on that. It's 10 o'clock in the evening here, so just making sure that's helping the little ones to bed, and then just all's good.
Oh, have you got more than one?
Well, not the little ones, but I mean, when I say little ones, it's more the little one, and then it's like the little kitty that because she likes sleeping with the kitty in the room as well. Like she's got a small like a tabby
Right.
cat.
Yeah.
And so when I say little ones, I mean like and also we surprisingly the German Shepherd is brilliant. Our German Shepherd sleeps always like when she goes to bed, the German Shepherd will go to bed as well, and like sit there in her room and like just face the door, and then obviously we let her like out before we go to bed in the evening, because locally it's strange for people to think about it, but locally we almost like our whole country we sleep with our dogs indoors rather than having them outside, which is more dangerous.
Yeah. Well, same here. We have our dogs indoors.
Yeah, it's much better.
We're a nation of animal lovers.
Yeah. It's definitely something that you could always tell a lot about a person by the way that they treat animals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting question there by Harvey Black 2. Could a worldwide famine be coming? A senator and analyst are sounding the alarm. I don't know. Could well be. I know people keep talking about the fertilizer situation. I believe there's a country in Africa somewhere that's just about to. It's one of the leaders in fertilizer production, and it's sort of taking up the slack from Ukraine.
You speaking about Kenya?
I can't remember the name of it.
I know Kenya does, but I know it might not be Kenya though. I don't want to say it is and it isn't.
It doesn't ring a bell. No.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
but there's a lot of. I mean, I see you see a lot of things on the internet that people are raising the alarm for this and that. At the end of the day, I don't think people actually know themselves. All we can do
it's
is
a theory, right?
Yeah,
theory
exactly.
that it still has to be proven.
Exactly, but then it's also that's true, and then it's also that the whole ripple effect. A lot of SHTF scenarios can potentially lead into a whole bunch of other ones, you know. So,
Well,
with
yeah,
the
I mean,
famine, even the solar flares could indirectly, you know, because of when you don't have electricity, when you don't have banking, you don't have the ability to track like gross and produce and that as well. You don't have the ability to have logistics systems, so all of a sudden everything, we could have experienced a worldwide famine from, even as you were mentioning earlier about solar flares.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could argue now that we're already in a worldwide famine. I mean, is this just because it's affecting America and the West doesn't mean just because it isn't affecting America and the West doesn't mean it's not happening now. Large swathes of the world are already in a drought situation, a famine situation, and the hardships and struggles. I mean, a large portion of the world is in a third world status.
Do you know that we had
lack
Sorry,
of water?
go ahead, Stuart.
I was going to say
Welcome,
about lack
Sex
of water.
Family Adventure.
Yeah,
good to
exactly.
see you.
You know, about the water, right? I mean, like, look at last year, right? And now, you know, and now we have more compound type of things going on, right?
Welcome,
Things are
Homestead
adding and
Oz.
adding.
Good to see you.
I Homestead Oz, but the water thing, right? Look at what happened in the U.S. with water.
Sorry, I just had to say hello to Wayne and Lynn, whichever one of the two is on the.
Yeah, Wayne and Lynn. He saw some people.
I have one.
I've got the dog I'm looking after at the moment has got a squeaky toy. It's running around.
I know it's that toy. It's that toy. I'm like, I can derail.
Doing the
Is
squeaky
that a rubber
toy
ducky
thing.
for the pool?
It's a little green dinosaur with a squeak in it. It's just about getting ripped out of it.
That's great. I just wanted to also say hello to Homestead Oz, by the way. It's great to see you guys.
If only you could see what's going on here today.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Sex Family Adventure.
I talk about water, and now we're talking about rubber duckies.
Squeaky toys.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you want to?
No, but I think it comes back to water again, right?
Sorry. Go on, yeah. So I was just about to say, have you ever come across those people in the supermarket that go past and they can't resist squeaking all the squeaky toys in the dog section?
So there's something rough that, like, I struggle. You know, when they've got, like, you know, soccer balls that are in those big nets in the stores. Like,
yeah.
I have to, like, take one or two and just throw them in from the top. Like, it's always just something that I've always done. And then, like, I don't know, some of them can be pretty fun. Like with it's just about toys, and it's a bit random, and I'll make it very quick. So
to get the basket in, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's me. I'm walking away. It's like, fade away. I just chill off to everyone.
You go past the.
I gotta walk back.
You go past the bicycle section. You honk one of those horns that's always there.
No. So over here locally, we also have tons of tasters. Well, because of the last 2 years events, the tasters at shops have reduced a lot. But we used to have so many tasters, and what actually happened was, you know, as long as you're just shopping and stuff, you can just get to try a bit of taste of people's products and stuff like that they're doing, and that's always something that's so nice. You go in there and you're a little bit hungry, and you go out and you've had like almost a meal type of thing.
You know, I was trying to talk about water, so we wouldn't talk about food. Come on, guys. Come on. Work with me. Work with me here.
One last point is we used to go when we was on exercise. We used to go on exercise for say 3 or 4 weeks, and we come back, and all the guys used to hit the all-you-can-eat buffets.
Right.
Just the steaks would be the plates would be stacked up so high. The chef's faces used to be a right picture.
It's a lot of fun, but I notice, I don't know, I think everybody's this way to a degree, but it's weird. If I stop eating, like if I'm at like a all-you-can-eat buffet or something like that, or, you know, some big eating event or something, or even like a Christmas dinner, if I'm eating and I stop eating for like 2-3 minutes, then my stomach like instantly realizes it, and then I lose that hunger. But if I continually eat and I don't stop, I can polish like so much more.
That's me. See, this is why I get hungry on these live streams, because some people just want to keep talking about food on and on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah.
You know, first they talk about famine, now it's like, oh, we gotta talk about food. We're talking about famine. We gotta talk about food.
Portion control.
That's why CR turns to be Homer Simpson when he says donut.
The struggle's real.
Oh,
the struggle's real. See the side chat. See. This is what I gotta work with on the panel here.
Just on a real serious point.
Now you're gonna be serious. After you guys make me hungry. Oh, let's talk about food, buffet, and all this stuff. Just see it. Just he's on. Let's make him hungry.
I want to do a plug for one of Homestead Oz's posts that they did earlier. I don't know if you've seen it, but they put a post on about someone called Little Big Garden Dreams, and it's at Jandera Homestead. Basically, I don't know if you read recently or heard about it. The Queensland floods have hit a lot of people quite hard, and the person that they're referring to, they've set up a GoFundMe page, so they're welcoming any donations. And basically, the amount of the string of bad luck these people have had is unbelievable. From wrecking their car, the house has been destroyed through floods. The insurance people won't pay out because the concrete wasn't done right. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Because Jandera and we're in the same team for Shed Wars Southern Hemisphere 2020, I believe. And
right.
Yeah, she's such a good and wholesome person. So I'm really sad to hear that. Like, I just don't even get notifications. Like, I don't know why notifications work the way that they do, but I don't even really get notifications for her content. But I'll catch up with her every now and again. And yeah, she's such a sweet person, and somebody that's, you know, myself personally, I'm very open-minded when it comes to faith and that. But she's somebody that has a large amount of faith, and yeah, just a sweet, genuine, wholesome person, salt of the earth type person as well. And it's terrible to hear that that's happened. So
yeah, it's so have a look at the Homestead Oz's community page, and there's a post there. And to top it all off, she's recently broke her foot, I think it is, as well. So they're having to stay at a friend's an in-law's house for a couple of months just to see things through, sort of thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it just goes to show the amount of small scale. Everyone's prepping for the big events and all this sort of stuff, but small scale things that add up can just
if you're not
ruin you know.
Yeah, if you're more ready for the small things, you can be a little bit more ready for the bigger things too. I mean, food and water transcend from a small scale to a bigger scale, or from short term to longer term.
I think what it comes down to is survival is easy. We all know how to do it. We just don't realize it yet. Until it comes to that crunch time, that moment, you won't realize what you're actually capable of. You can prepare yourself mentally, and you can walk and talk through things in your head and think, right, if this happens, I'm going to do this, and so on and so on. But until anything actually happens, I think we are actually more resilient than we think we are. And you've got to approach things from a mental perspective, and I wouldn't say laugh things off, but from my perspective, I go through sort of the jovial route. If you can make a laugh and a joke out of the hardest of situations, then that's one massive step to seeing you through towards the end.
Well,
Especially
that's because
the people around you as well.
yeah. No, I was going to say it's because you believe that's true, though. It's because you it's because you believe that is more true, because you have that belief within yourself as well, that, and you understand that when the going gets tough, if you really put your energy into it, and there's adrenaline that comes into play as a factor, there's a lot of different factors that come into play, where, you know, the human sense for survival, that fight or flight type of response as well that comes in, particularly because you believe strongly that you know that human beings are capable of so much more than what they are at a standard level, because you personally believe that as well. That's, you know, it's embodies itself so much greater because of that. If somebody has so much
Determination.
doubt, and yeah, like exactly, it'll increase your determination in extremely large amounts. But if somebody has the opposite and polar opposite of that, then what happens is, and they have a large amount of disbelief in themselves and their own capabilities.
Well, it's a morale thing, right? It's a morale thing.
Exactly.
It still goes back to morale.
100% so.
See, that's where preparedness gives you morale, because you have more to work with. Not just gear, but you have skill and knowledge and experience to back up.
And you're also comfortable,
one situation.
because when you're in the preparedness community, a lot of the time you're almost forcing yourself as well to kind of think of SHTF scenarios and to think of things going wrong. So when things do go wrong,
yeah, and you guys make me think of food all the time.
I'm saying that when things do go wrong, right? Like, there's a big difference when, like, if you're always expecting everything to go completely fine and all hunky dory all the time, then things go wrong, then absolutely you're thrown out completely. But if you're somebody within the preparedness community that's been thinking about these type of things a lot, and you also focus more intensely on the things that are going around the world, and you keep your ear to the ground more because you want to be more prepared as part of being prepared, that all like kind of, you know, molds together. And it's just really, it can be such a big savior, because mentally you're so much more resilient to an instant, you know, scenario.
Yeah, it's quite a complex mechanism. I find if you've got a glimmer of hope, things in the future could get better, then that's a large battle gone straight away. If you've actually got no hope, I mean, I'll give you an example, a minor one. My van, I did a van conversion, made it into a bug-out vehicle. Last year, we're in the middle of the hills, no signal or anything like that. It caught fire. I managed to put the fire out, but we didn't know the extent of the damage underneath. And as far as I was concerned, it could have been a complete write-off. But wasn't that bothered, because regardless of the 2 years of hard work I'd put into it to make it into what it was, I knew that the hope was that it was covered by insurance. So if there's a glimmer of hope in things, then that's the battle gone straight away. Another point is, if you're in a dire situation in numbers, that's far better than being in a dire situation on your own. I'll give you another example of that. The amount of times I've been in the crap in the army, when you're in part of a group, next morning some major gets hold of you and you're all lined up there waiting to get charged or whatever. You're not really bothered, because you'll laugh and joke about it later on, and it's all quite jovial. But if you're on the crap on your own,
well,
it's a completely different story.
I was just gonna say, it's because when you're with people, you're trying to be like, it's like that competitive drive too, right? But when you're on your own, the only one you can impress is yourself.
Yeah, I mean, if you was in a big city area and that area got flattened with whatever, and you're insured, that's your hope there, gone, you know, straight away, and you were in amongst a bunch of other people, that'd be far better situation mentally than being the only house in the block to be destroyed, regardless of whether you're insured or not. I don't know if I put that across right, but I think people get what I mean.
Oh yeah, and I saw what Harvey wrote.
I think a lot of the time, preparedness veteran, you know, with communities and people close to you, it's always going to be down to, look, I know that the right thing is different depending on the situation. We should always try and, as a community, be helpful to one another. It's just depending on what kind of events occur, it kind of, you know, I've got to be very careful with how I say this as well, because it's something where realistically we can all say, you know, it's great, we should help every single person no matter what, and I do believe that it's extremely important to do so. But at the same time, in a perfect world, that's exactly what we should be doing. But the world isn't perfect, and a lot of people out there will take advantage of you and not give two damns about stabbing you in the back. And I've seen it many times. I can't explain. I wish I could explain to you how many times I've been let down or betrayed, or, you know, like friends have just turned out to be people that never really were friends of mine in the first place, because they didn't have any of my interests at heart, and they were all about themselves, and it's happened multiple times. And it's just unfortunate that I've had to witness, and this is something that I don't speak about very often, but I've had to witness on multiple occasions people that I put my trust in have just let me down again and again. And it's only the rational and logical thing to realize that, sure, we should help. Absolutely. We should always be loving and kind, and we should always help people. Absolutely. But we should always just be very cautious at the same time. And I can't stress that enough, because
I agree.
yes, communities are great, but people will take advantage of you if you let them.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes, I agree with that. Remember one saying that I say all the time.
I talked to one of my customers I deliver groceries to regularly, every week, basically. And we talked about this, and I said you should stock up on food and water and things like that. He said that he relies on luck. I said luck is not a good idea to rely on. Water and food.
Make your own luck.
You can't rely on that
Yes.
luck.
Yeah.
Make your own luck, right? Increase your own odds.
Yeah. And that means you need to stock up on food and water.
Well, it's not just stocking up on it, but actually learning how to forage, maybe distill water, purify water, air sources, rainwater, gather rainwater, right? It's not always just about, oh, let's just pack the fridge and buy bottled water. It's a little bit more than that.
Well, yeah, luck will only get you so far, and then you're where are you
out
then?
of it.
I mean, if we all relied on luck,
I always be hungry.
Yeah, I know what GP was saying. You definitely these days got to be cautious about who to help, who to trust. And it's it just seems like every way you turn.
Well, no one wants to get burnt.
Well, no, but in this day and age, if your life can quite easily be turned upside down through one event.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Harvey Black, Song for Guardian Prepping, and all preppers. Kumba Wamba.
Chumbawamba.
Chumbawamba.
Yeah. Tub thumping. Yeah.
I can start humming it. I won't sing it, but I'll hum it, so you don't get the copyright strike.
That's such a good song, Hobby. I've got to add that that's a really good song, and it really is what it comes down to. You've got to just keep moving forward. You've got to focus on the silver linings. You've got to try and stay positive. Even if we do have baggage, we've got to learn to deal with it in a responsible way. and move past it, and try and not let it, linger and kind of bring ourselves down. So, yeah. I love it. I'm listening to it on the side while I'm muted like this, by the way, just softly in the background. I'm still listening to everybody. Don't worry.
Yeah. You know what I do with excess baggage? I make another wheel so I can carry it more. That's a metaphor, by the way.
Yeah.
That was a metaphor.
You can't cling on to things like that. It's just not good for you at all, is it? You can evaluate, question what went wrong, and just learn from it, I suppose.
Yeah, just how I learned that I gotta eat on these streams every time now. Every single time.
Move around, otherwise you get a DVT.
Yeah, I might as well move to the fridge too, my man. Oh.
Unless you sit there and take aspirin. I'm not a medical doctor and I don't give advice.
Well, I'm not a doctor either.
Welcome.
Is anyone there? Sorry. Go on. Go on. Go on. I was just about to say something irrelevant anyways.
No, you go. I do apologize. Absolutely, go for it.
I've just got about to throw something else random in there. But, does anyone use Diatomaceous earth here? It's I'm sure you've all heard of it. Has anyone not heard of it?
I haven't heard of it.
No? But diatomaceous earth is a superfine powder, and it's actually made up of things called diatoms. Just start Googling it as I'm talking or whatever.
Yeah,
made up of a thing called diatoms, and they are creatures that existed on the earth millions of years ago. And they're like, the other way to depict it is they're like microscopic fossilized versions of like what plankton are. That's sort of a vision to get in your mind. Anyway, the point is you can eat them, and they've got multiple uses. And the multiple uses are, this is food grade I'm talking about now. There's two versions. If anyone's going to get some, get the food grade diatomaceous earth, or DE as they call it. Now DE, you can take it. You can take like a tablespoon a day, and it will get rid of any worms in your system. It's non-toxic, this stuff, and it does it by action of grinding them up, because these things are like minute microscopic pieces of glass, but they're ancient creatures, all dead. It will just carve up any worms in your system and flush them out. And it also has a chelation effect. So any toxins in your body, it will get rid of them as well. So that's the human factor. They're also good for food storage. So if you've got you can throw a handful of diatomaceous earth in some rice and your dry food storage. And it doesn't matter because it's non-toxic. You'll just eat it as and when you eat the rice or the beans or whatever you're storing. The benefit of that is any pests or bugs that get into that container, it will kill them through a dehydration type effect on the bugs. And the other beneficial use is on animals. We used to have 2 cats. We used to put, instead of using frontline de-fleeing spot on the back of their necks to get rid of the fleas, we used to rub diatomaceous earth all over them. And the only danger of doing this is just wear an N95 mask, because if you breathe diatomaceous earth in and it gets into your lungs, it's not good for you. It lingers in your lungs and it produces detrimental effects. That's the only sort of hazard behind it. But yeah, if you rub it onto your chickens, your cats, your dogs, it's a sort of eco-friendly organic solution to get rid of any ticks, fleas, and any other parasites on them. You can also give it to the pets internally as well, and it will get rid of their worms and so on as well. And so many benefits to this stuff, and it's a super item for preparedness. So anyone's interested out there, have a look at diatomaceous earth, and there's many websites and information about it, and just taken on board. I've always got 2 bags with me in where I am, and yeah, put it on your pets. It's a good defleer. What it does is the mechanism of action to get rid of the actual flea, for instance, or parasite externally. It breaks down the outer layer of oils on the actual, say, flea, for instance, and it dehydrates it, and it just ends up dropping off and dying. So you're breaking the cycle of parasitic infection. So yeah, very good.
That's incredible. Like I can't explain what I'm busy finding out now as well, because I'm listening to what you're saying. The 2 grades as well. The one that's the silica as well. The crystalline silica is the one that's the food grade, and then I'm looking at the filter grade as well. And they're it's not even expensive. It's affordable, and to think about what it is insane. It's so awesome. I'm really happy that I'm having this conversation with you, and I'm learning about this right now. Like I don't mind being somebody that didn't know something in any situation. I love actually being ignorant on certain things, but this is so exciting, and I'm definitely going to stock up a bit on this.
It definitely. I tell you, it definitely works for fleas. It may take a bit longer because we're used to the artificial spot on and chemicals that you put on the back of the pet's necks, especially cats. We're used to the fleas dropping off within days, but this stuff does take a slightly longer, up to a week to start taking effect on fleas and so on. You can put it in your carpet as well, because fleas are so hardy. Even though you may think you've got rid of a flea infestation on your pet, the eggs may still be on the carpet, and all it takes is for 1 exhale of your breath, the carbon dioxide, to hit these eggs, and it will just start the cycle over again. They'll just suddenly spring into action and wake up. But these diatomaceous earth is a super prep, and it definitely works for fleas. It definitely works for internal worms and humans and pets. And yes, silica. It's got high silica content, which is good for your internal body as well. But the chelation effect is similar to another substance called bentonite clay. The bentonite clay, it looks similar, but it's not a creature that existed millions of years ago. Bentonite clay is actually some form of clay. Bentonite clay is it's a super chelator. So further research for anyone else, I haven't got the time to explain the benefits of bentonite clay, because I don't really know that in depth about it, but there's a big link between bentonite clay and chelation from nuclear fallout. So anyway, diatomaceous earth has got a chelation effect against some aspects of nuclear fallout, but there's not enough scientific documentation out there to prove it. So it's a bit of a grey area.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just say people need to just do any further research, take down the keywords, and just start Googling, and things will pop up.
Yeah, no, I'm doing exactly that at the moment. And with this bentonite clay, one of the first things that pops up is 11 benefits of bentonite clay, how to use it, and side effects. And obviously, this is something that both of these are very interesting. So I'll absolutely look into these. And I love information and knowledge and new things to look into, new things to research. It's always exciting. And
I mean, one of my most successful videos is is part of my CBRN video series, and it's the one where I explain how to wear a CBRN suit. Anyway, I get loads of random questions emailed to me and sent via that video, and one of them was about radiation protection. Now, I didn't give this person advice about diatomaceous earth because of the scientific documentation is a bit lacking, but I told them about bentonite clay, and they come back to me and said, well, how about, because this is on everyone's minds at the moment, the nuclear war threat. And they come back to me with a question saying, well, don't you stock up on potassium iodide tablets? I say, well, no, because if you're over 45, 50 years old, your lifetime exposure to iodine 131, iodine 131 or iodine is you've got like a life saturation there anyway, so it's not going to really affect your thyroid. So if you're over 50, I wouldn't worry about potassium iodide tablets. You'd be wasting your money, to be honest. Under 50, however, especially children, teenagers, then it is a precious commodity because you do want to saturate people's thyroids prior to the radioactive version getting you, poisoning you, in the aftermath of a nuclear detonation. But there is also, interestingly enough, an alternative to potassium iodide tablets, because number one, mention the word nuclear and all these websites that sell the stuff start to sell out quickly. The alternative solution, get some iodine tincture, so 5% iodine tincture, and prior to a detonation, which is a bit precarious because you never know when it's actually going to happen. We know when the build up to a possible nuke is going to happen because we're in it now. Either when the tensions really start to escalate, you can do this, or immediately upon a detonation, you paint a strip of betadine or iodine 5% tincture solution onto your skin, preferably the inner forearm or the abdomen area, and that'll absorb into your body over a period of 6 to 8 hours, and that will saturate your thyroid as well. So it will have the same effect as taking potassium iodide tablets. Just keep doing that and doing that and doing that over a period of 3 or 4 days post nuke, and your thyroid should be protected. But to be honest, I mean, thyroid protection is only protecting you against one aspect or one nucleide that a nuke will expose you to anyway. So you got to be aware of all the other aspects of the nucleides that are given off by nukes anyway. And the main one to consider in the soil would be strontium 90, but that's a different story altogether. But yeah, it's all the problem with nuclear events, nuclear preparedness, is it's a scientific thing, and the majority of preppers aren't scientists, and they just it's an aspect of preparedness which people just don't know what they're talking about. They can just surmise and do their own research and quote documents and that, but as far as that goes, it's a scientific aspect that is beyond a lot of people, including me, by the way.
Yeah, no, that thing is, I also have so much to learn. Well, clearly, I'm always wanting to find out more on that as well. But I definitely recommend that at some point you and Van City have a stream and discuss exactly what you're speaking about now, because I know that both of them, both Mr. VP and Mrs. VP, also. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, Vanessa Kitty, good to see you, ma'am.
I definitely recommend sometime Preparedness Veteran, you've got to reach out to Vancity and speak about a little bit about what you're speaking about now, because she does geology and they're also scientists. She's a scientist essentially as well. So she'd have a lot of input. Because you see, the thing is, I always want to connect people as well. And I always want to, people is almost the thing when it comes to specialties and that type of skill. One of my skills has always kind of been people to a degree. I'm not saying that I'm the best at it. I fail at it sometimes. I'm always trying to improve. But the thing is, and it's because of people that I now just learned what I did as well. So if before speaking to you about the Bentonite clay, I had very little understanding of it, and I'm going to try and pronounce this because I forgot how you pronounced it, but just give me a second on this. So Diatomaceous earth, right?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so
Yeah.
these two, you know what I mean? So sometimes just networking and like learning from people and being willing to listen is so awesome. But definitely reach out and have a stream or have a chat or discuss this specifically with a VC.
Yeah, that'd be pretty awesome.
DE, you can call it. If you do a live stream, I'll go on yours. You can interview me for a couple of hours if you want.
Yeah, what I'll do is, because my understanding of it is so minimal, I'll have the both of you on and I'll just pretend like I'm really smart and I'll keep quiet and I'll nod my head.
You don't have to pretend, GP. We know you are.
I'll
Just,
put glasses on. I'll put like
You can wear glasses and like a lab coat if you want. I mean,
just get a load of questions lined up and fire them out, and then the rest of us can be talking.
And hi, Vanessa Kitty.
The problem is, problem with me is you have to drag the information out of me. I've just got a mind just packed full of stuff, and unless you ask me a specific question, I just want to talk about it.
Sorry about that. I was just unmuting myself for a second. So the thing about that is that sometimes the conversations fortunately have the ability to roll into another one. And that's where, if you ask CR at my talented rambling skill, like sometimes you ramble in the right direction. And then that
I'm trying to learn that skill from you, GP. I'm listening. I'm listening and taking notes.
I think that it really is something that can be quite fun, but I also don't want to be, because I know what it's like if somebody just, I don't know, like, I don't want to be the person that's talking all the time, and like, you know, I don't want to irritate people by being the person that's rambling, and then it feels like I'm not giving other people a fair chance, and also then I'm
that's
not
why I'm
learning.
letting you guys do all the talking right now. I'm just muted, just listening.
No, do you know who's really listening all the time is Mrs. GP that's sitting on the side here and who hasn't said a thing, but she's able. Hey, do you want to say hello or something quickly?
Hello, sorry.
Hi.
That's all right. I mean, yeah. I think it's well, sometimes it can be better in this sort of situation where everyone just chips in when they like, and it doesn't matter if someone just talks and talks and talks, because that's the nature of the stream, isn't it?
Good to see you, Vanessa. Thanks for stopping by.
Now I know why Shadow likes to have us on the panel. He doesn't have to. He says a couple of words every so often. It's good enough.
The problem with
like the watch time, this is why the watch time's so easy.
The good thing about these streams is you get little snippets of information come along. You just need to sit there with taking notes, really, because you could just quite easily miss it. And trying to replay a stream 3 hours plus and so on is just you quite easily miss it. I mean, sometimes for instance, I replay a stream back to watch it and support the channel, whatever channel it is. I play it in sort of double time and so on, just so I can get it all in, you know.
Well, there's. I ran into a situation. You speaking about supporting and time and stuff like that. I ran into a situation where recently I've been wanting to do a studio type of thing and do nice lighting. I want to have like a professional type of look where I'm going to have a bass background, and then I want to do like one nice blue LED, like one long straight blue LED, and then have my CG icon in like almost like a signage, like a I don't want it to look tacky, and that's when you're doing signing and glowing signs and stuff that I'm speaking about. It can lean on the tacky side, and I've got to be cautious about that. So I wanted to just be like minimalist to a degree, but just something that, you know, I'd like to have that type of a setup. And
when you what video editor do you use? Is it capable of green screen, Jobby?
It is, yeah. I can do a bit of green screening, but I use, with this I can, but I don't know because I'm using Shotcut, which is one of the most easiest to use. Like
I've tried out Shotcut before.
Yeah. How did it work?
I haven't used it enough. You probably have
All right.
used it more than I have. I've tried out some of that other stuff though. I have tried it.
There's so much better out there. I don't recommend anybody doing
I mean, but
yeah. I use something that's so simplistic and it's not the best in any way whatsoever. And if I was going to recommend editing software to somebody else, I wouldn't recommend. Like, I'm sorry if anybody from Shotcuts.
Yeah, but it's free though, right? So it's one of those.
One out of 5 stars.
Maybe 2.
I use VS CD editor.
Oh, you use VSDC too?
Yeah, 10 out of 10 for that. Brilliant.
Do you have the pro? Do you have the pro one?
What is it called?
Yeah, I've got the pro one.
Oh yeah, VSDC. Well, VSDC is available for free, but there's a pro version where you get more things and you can do more things. But you can do quite a bit with the free. I'm actually.
Oh yeah.
I played around with that. I mean, you could do quite a bit. You could do slow. You could slow down your footage and all this stuff. There's effects like fire, water,
Thorhaven.
Thor's in the
Welcome.
house too.
Good to see you, Thor.
You know,
yeah, to be honest,
I was going to ask Thor about what he uses this one time, but we got distracted and we went on to a different topic. Thor? I think I'm rambling now.
To be honest, I couldn't tell the difference between the free version and the pro version. They're both exactly the same to download. It's called VSCD, Victor Sierra Delta Charlie.
But you can do quite a bit with the free.
Oh yeah, definitely. The only it just gives you an extra little bit of enhancement. It's relatively cheap. I think it's like £15 worth, whatever that converts into your currency. But yeah, anyway, it's plenty out there.
Acceleration and all this stuff. But I mean, there's no
Harvey, I heard about that.
Yeah, it's good.
Quick.
They've got good instructional videos as well. Show you how to do various things.
I mean, it's one of those things where I've tried it before.
Logs 27, welcome. Good to see you.
It beats
actually, there's one thing I do like about VSDC is that the slow-mo when you're slowing down footage or whatever, it seems better than some of the other ones that are free.
Just enhance that, by the way, as well. You got a thing called optical flow version.
Yeah, with optical flow, you do something like that. I remember one of the videos I did, it just looks, the slow-mo looks so nice in there.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just normal footage that you have, right? At normal 30, 60 frames or whatever per second, but you slow it down and it's just like, it takes a while to render it out, but it's just like, it's worth it. It's just like, it looks so nice. It's just like.
Yeah, it artificially fills in the gaps between the frames. If you take, say, 50 frames a second video and then half that and optical flow it, it's really quite good.
Yes. Dang, PV, I gotta have you up on my panel. We can talk about this for like 2 hours.
That's as far as my knowledge goes.
You seem to know enough. You're not just like, oh, optical flow. It's just like he just brings it up like, oh wait, I know that.
I use various aspects of it, but 9 times out of 10, I have to keep watching the same sort of how to pixelate your face videos just to get that right, because it's quite intensive in terms of the amount of steps you have to go through for certain aspects of it. It's got some good things about it.
Oh yeah, it does. It definitely
does. I started off using the Microsoft one that comes with Windows, and it
with Windows 10. Well, no, I guess Windows 10 and beyond now.
8.1 I was using.
What's that?
I'll probably be using that in the future. I need to do and rework with editing software and do something that's a lot better than what I have been, because Shotcuts is dismal. I'm being serious. It's so bad.
You can do quite a bit with free. It's just if you know what you're doing.
It's frustrating when you've done a video and you're trying to edit it and it just either crashes or takes so long. It's just
yes, the crashing.
Save your work. Save your work. That's why you always save your work. That's why I will always say.
No, it's true. I do save, but I sometimes can even though I do save, because of some of the
Control plus S.
I can lose. Yes, you're right. I should just
every time it's like Control plus S. It's one of those always do.
No, I get it completely. I should, because I have obviously lost like at times, 2 hours of editing worth of editing on some videos and that type of thing, and that's like the worst. And then I do actually almost try and see it as a like an opportunity to make it better. That's what I try and view it as. But the thing is, I also wanted to say hello to Vanessa, and I wanted to say hello to Thor. Good to see you. And to JL Vlogs from Saudi Arabia. That's really awesome. I've been to Saudi for a while. I was in Riyadh, and actually a beautiful place. I really had a lot of fun in my trips to Saudi. And it's just nice to see Thor Heaven. It's lovely to see you always. I hope that you maybe pop up here soonish. I might only be on for the next, I'd say, 20 minutes or so, though, because I do have a couple of things that I just want to get done around here as well.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then we'll let you talk for the next 20 minutes.
I've got. I'm going in the next 5 minutes. Some various tasks to do.
Okay. Okay. You guys do all the talking then.
You'll understand if you knew how I lived. Put it that way. That's all I'm going to say. But yeah, I mean, some video editors, the output also produces files which are so big, and it just adds to the burden of uploading them as well.
Oh yeah, right. I mean, if it's taking you like hours to do 2-minute video upload, well,
yeah.
Just imagine putting like a 30-minute video or a 20-minute video. You'd be like,
yeah, and it comes out.
I might as well go for a walk, sleep, and come back.
Well, it comes out at like 5 gigs for a 2-minute video, and you think that's ridiculous. So you have to download. I mean, I used to do that. And I used to download something called what's the pineapple-shaped thing called? Handbrake. To reduce the file size of the video and then upload it, and it's just a complete nor. So I just opted for this BSCD thing, and it just does it all in one. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like that. It's not that hard. Yeah, you should try that out, Garden. You can learn it.
I definitely will.
Yeah. And well, there's tutorials online for they have their own YouTube channels, so you can actually look at tutorials that, I mean, some of them are for the pro, but a lot of them you can do in the free. You can do all these really cool things. It just depends what you want to do for your own channel or your videos.
Yeah.
The slow-mo free is.
I'm also
whip it up fast.
I'm also going to be getting. I saw that from a shop that's local to us. They've got a nice couple of GoPro straps and that type of thing that I can use for a lot of like the utility items that come with it. That you can the ones with like a chest strap and a head strap, those type of things. So what I've been doing the whole time is I've been basically using my adventure helmet. Even when I went on the river, I took my motorcycle adventure helmet, and then I used that with the GoPro on top of that. And I mean, just like how ridiculous that actually is, me paddling down the river, and it's a regular river. It's not like
a motorbike crash helmet.
Yeah.
Walking across the bridge, looking at, what's he doing over there?
I did it for the channel though, so it's fine.
Like one for the team.
Yeah, see how much people do for their videos.
Oh, some of them POV videos.
Yeah, so it's Fun on the River. It's called Fun on the River, and it's on my channel. And you don't actually watch the whole video, but like if you skip through it, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. That it was it was used. It was quite a mission walking around with the adventure helmet and everything I did that day. But it was quite fun at the same time. Yeah, Thor Heaven's giving one that he uses as well.
Movie studio. I think I've used a previous version before of that. I think I tried one for a trial of it. I mean,
right. I'm going to split. I've got to do some things. And
now he's gonna go edit it one. He's like, I gotta go edit.
I'm gonna go edit myself.
Green screen out.
I'm gonna go and edit myself and then format myself.
Yeah.
So thanks, Shadow, for having us on.
You're very welcome.
Catch you next time. See ya. Good to see you. And Guardian, always good to talk to you.
Yeah,
so thanks, guys. Keep the ideas flowing. Don't forget Diatomaceous Earth. So see you all later.
I'll send you a couple of photos when I do get that as well. Just privately between us, preparedness. I'll show you the progression with that and the supply with the supply that I'll obtain.
Okay, jail vlogs.
Yep, roger that. I'll catch you later.
No problem. Take care. Stay safe.
Later.
Hi, PV, jail.
Yeah,
And then there was
she's working, so.
Oh yeah, GP. I almost forgot to say. I was gonna say this when PV was still here. VSDC actually does green screen too. Well, there's a background removal tool in there too. I keep forgetting about that you can use.
Thank you, 6 Ontario 1 Adventure 3. I appreciate that, and welcome to the stream. Good to see you again, by the way.
Yeah, more Canadian people.
Yeah, that's a good idea for me to get a green screen at some point in the near future as well. Like that's something that I've really wanted to get for a while, and it's just like it's always to balance priorities, you know. But it's definitely something that's just so straightforward. It's silly that I don't have that already for what I do, but I'll definitely be getting that sometime in at least the next 2 or 3 months. I'll be getting like a decent green screen, you know, to be able to use because it is really cool. What I wanted to say is I also wanted to say thank you to Shadow for having me up on the channel, and it's always a pleasure. And I really appreciate the community and the conversations that we have. And also, I really, well done, Shadow. That's awesome that you're monetized now, and really well deserved. And you know that for years, as long as you're having these Saturday streams, I'll be here. Well, on the evenings,
we know.
All right.
I will still keep having my Saturday streams, so don't worry about that.
All right.
Well, yeah, you already paid for StreamYard for the year, so yeah, obviously you started using it. Can't waste money like that, right? You already purchased it, you might as well use it.
All right. You guys are awesome. Bye-bye.
Later.
Bye.
All right, I know. Here, we're waiting for you. No. Everyone else has come up.
Yeah. Thor, for an example.
Inkscape. I haven't used Inkscape for a while.
I heard about Inkscape.
I think I heard about that back in like the early part of I should say last decade. Early part of the millennium.
I have been making patterns in Inkscape of late, but I buy some leather punches next week. I misplaced my current set. Oh, that is really a bummer when you misplace your current set.
I'm assuming I'm talking about the same thing she's talking about, unless she's talking about something else.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm glad you enjoyed that. What I made for Van City, Vanessa. I just whipped it up real quick, actually, to be honest. But...
Yeah, I heard about Inkscape. But yeah, it is a 2D drawing vector graphics program.
Yeah. Okay, so we are talking about the same thing. I'm just like,
yeah.
Okay, we are talking about the same thing, right? Because yeah, I've tried it out before too. I think I've been using like certain little things like lately, but I remember those from the past. Those are older. They've been around for a while. Stuff like that. So
my whole punch is MIA for my leather. Yeah, that sucks when you really need it. My new logo design is done in Inkscape. Okay, cool, Vanessa.
Well, remember to save your data.
Yeah.
Have a local copy, have a backup copy like a hard drive or a flash drive, and maybe a cloud copy. Trust me. Even with what I did for Van City, I made sure I told her already, if she's already listening, you know, I have a copy here, right? We have a cloud copy, and if she downloads it and puts it onto her own device or whatever, she can have her own copy too. So
yeah,
if I misplace it or something, then at least I have another copy somewhere else. It does help. It's one of those
Yeah.
things. It's just like backing up like physical preps. Well, this data that you have too, because sometimes you work at it for a bit, right? You put 2 hours into it. It'd be nice to not have to redo all that work.
Yeah.
Trust me, it's annoying. Like usually, like if you redo 2 hours of work, you could do it maybe in an hour because you don't have to do these stupid mistakes that you did, and you know how you originally did it, so you can do it again. But it's just to doing it again. Trust me on that one. It's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that's cool, Vanessa. She found a company in California that will make a metal glitter stamp for her logo.
Okay,
She
that's
hopes to
cool,
order one
Vanessa.
in June. That's cool.
That's really cool. Those custom stamps has a tendency to be expensive.
Mm-hmm.
If you compare it to a normal one that is not custom.
Now, you see, that one just now you guys are just make me think of all this editing things now. That's all I'm thinking of now. Well, at least I'm not getting hungry. You guys are all just talking about that now. I don't feel hungry, at least for once.
Well, I'm glad you are filled up.
I could let's just put a timer on the screen right now that says this is when CR will get hungry again.
Yeah. 30 minutes later, CR gets hungry again.
Well, I've been looking around on some of the cloud-based or online editors too that allow you to do certain little things. Now there's some that you have to pay to get more out of it, but that's a given.
Yeah.
But I've been looking at some of the free things out there. There's Pixlr, there's Photopea, there's Canvas, and all that stuff. They do photo imaging or video. Some of them are quite interesting. But probably the more interesting thing is like
That's
the
cool,
stock
Vanessa.
stuff, the stock images and the stock video you can get to use. That's what I actually like about them. I don't usually use stock images or video for stuff, but sometimes it's interesting to use stuff like that.
The Rollermatic 5000, incredible invention, as seen on TV.
Really?
The Rollermatic 5000. You have to order this from Thorhaven Farm.
Mm-hmm.
The Rollermatic. What is a Rollermatic?
I don't know. I don't see it as seen on TV. I don't know what that is.
Well, I have to check that up. What is a Rollermatic is.
See, now I just feel like editing. You guys are just getting me thinking about it now. I'm like, maybe I can do this or that or this or that. I might need coffee soon and refill. It's funny, Shadow. Remember how I said that first 90 minutes went by, and our 90 minutes just went by now?
Yeah.
Because we're at the 3 hour mark.
Yeah.
Sure went by fast.
2 hours, 59 minutes, 32 seconds.
Sure went by fast.
Yeah, time is flying when you're streaming.
That's because you have people like me joining your panel, and you don't have to talk so much. Just saying. Oh, and we have special guests like Vanessa Kitty and Van Sid.
I forgot almost.
And Gray.
Hey, Thor, I almost forgot you.
Ah, that's all right. I'm used to that.
What? Ford was down there for the last 10 minutes, and here he's just like,
I was gonna fall asleep and just,
what's up, Ford?
Not too much.
Oh,
How are you
Ford.
guys doing?
Good. I wanted
Good.
to ask you the last time. Sorry to interrupt, but because the last time you were mentioning about it, the editing, and I was gonna ask you, then you guys went to a different topic. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. No, I've tried that editor before, but a previous version, maybe like 12. It's been a while.
Yeah, there's another name for it too. It's like Vega or Sony or something Studio.
I think I've tried some of the
something
stuff before.
Pro.
Yeah, I've tried some of the trials before, just to see, right? Just to see how it is.
JSPH Journey, welcome.
Yeah, so congrats on the monetization there.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Thor.
Gotta like that.
And thank you, Jace.
Yeah. That'll help pay for the StreamYard for next year, right? That way he can keep streaming and we can keep being here every Saturday, right, for?
Exactly.
Well, I pay $25 for my
without...
StreamYard, so.
Yeah.
That's not too bad. I just
That's
use the
about
free one,
171, 181 crowns. So that is not that bad.
Well, when you purchase StreamYard, you're allowed to put well, not videos, but you could put what's that? Pictures and overlays onto the screen. Yeah, you could put different overlays on the screen.
Yeah,
like, like your own icon,
scrolling on the bottom here.
Icon. Yeah, because that's what you can see right here in the top corner.
Yeah,
you have his icon and stuff like that. Because usually by default, if you have the free, you have the StreamYard logo.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can go as much as you want.
Oh, I know, right?
I think with the free one, I'm limited to like
20 hours,
24
20
hours,
hours
like
per month.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's
that
like
is
for
not
30
much,
days.
actually.
I think it's about 30 days. Your renewal period differs from person to person.
Okay.
Because you would have to go into the setting and see when your renewal period is. It'll tell you like mine's in the middle of the month. So right now I'd be in the new time.
Right.
Because if you go, you can go over the time, but you can't start a new stream after you've gone over.
Okay.
So you could be at the 20-hour mark and go for another like 20 hours, but you can't start a new one though after.
Interesting.
Until your renewal period's renewed.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. By the way, for that stream yesterday with you and Rem and Hickory and Mike, that was pretty. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, so we do that like every other week, and we switch it around to each of our channels. So it's a great way. We always come up with some questions or have other questions, and just go through the questions and discuss it and our thoughts on stuff. So
yeah, the Q&A is always nice, right?
Mm-hmm.
I like that interaction. I think that's one thing about live streaming, or even to a certain extent premieres, that I like, that interaction, that almost real-time interaction, because you don't get that from watching a movie, a book, or TV, right? That's one of those things, or watching like a normal YouTube video. You don't get that hey, I can ask questions, I can say hi, and they'll say hi to me right now.
Exactly. That's just
people like that. People like that, right? Because people do like that, which is really cool.
Yeah, a lot of the times we don't always get to the questions, but we try to sometimes, and so.
Well, yeah, and you get to ask questions and hear what they think about it, right? It's just like that question I asked you guys last night, right? I'm just like, see, and it gets you thinking, right, too, right?
Oh, exactly.
Thinking, thinking in someone else's shoes, right?
Yeah.
Just like how I used to ask that question if you were new and you were thinking about it.
That is exactly. Tell me what I.
I'm still trying. What the hell is that?
So, you've heard of FIFO, right? FIFO, first in, first out, for cans. So, what I did is, we've got shelves down the basement, but when you start putting your cans on that, you gotta sort of pull cans off, put cans at the back, and move them around if you want the first in, first out. So I built this. Basically, it's a square, like 2x4 on each corner, and it's got different shelves. So each shelf is angled a different way. So you drop the cans in on the one, and it rolls down to the back and then rolls down to the front. So I've got different levels of that and different sizes. So basically, whenever we go shopping and get cans, we come back, we drop them in there. It rolls
And
to the
Harvey
back,
dropped in
rolls to
that
the
link to
front.
that video.
What's that? Yeah.
Harvey already
Yeah.
dropped the link to the video already. I was just
Well,
like, oh,
well, I
So then all you
mentioned it.
do
I'm
is
like,
if you
wait,
want a
Harvey's already
can,
way ahead of us.
so if you want a can, you just go down and grab the one from the bottom shelf, and then they just keep filtering all the way through. So that way you don't have to worry about dates or moving cans or that sort of stuff.
I'm going to take a bathroom break. I'll be back.
See, that's why he needs us on the panel so he can actually do that, so he doesn't have dead air.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. To be honest, I still have to look at that video because I'm looking for something like that. I'm like, well, because I guess you got to make it for what you have, right? I mean, like, some cans are bigger and smaller and stuff. So.
That's just it. So I want to add another shelf to it so we can store more cans as well. But
does that use the space pretty good?
Yes and no. I think you can, I think for the same amount of space, you can store more cans if you had regular shelves.
Okay.
But again, then you have to either date the cans or pull them out and stick the new ones in the back, sort of thing. So this way, I don't get as many cans in the space as a normal shelf, but I don't have to worry about putting the dates on or moving cans around to adjust which is in the front,
more
which
like
is
moving
in the
the
back.
cans around. Yeah.
Yeah.
You still have to check the date, but I guess if you haven't looked at it for if you haven't looked at it for 5 years, maybe.
That's just it. But we rotate pretty often, so
yeah,
every
I guess
time we go to the grocery store
and stuff like that, yeah,
you pick up a few new cans, drop them in, and it's one thing if you're not using the cans that you're buying, like you're just buying it just to
as an emergency fund of food.
Yeah. So
but if you're using
5
it like
years
a
or
pantry
10 years,
and cycling it, then it's pretty useful. Okay.
Exactly. If you're building up your stocks while still using it. So you use a can of beans a week, but you do your grocery shopping and you buy 2 cans. So then you throw the 2 cans in and slowly you build that up. But as you're doing it, it rotates, which is nice.
And I'm assuming you built it in a certain way so you could certain can sizes, because I know there's like that smaller size and then there's larger sizes and then there's really small sizes. And if you have like sardines or something like that, or tuna cans and something like that, that'd be different too. Yeah,
so the tuna cans and stuff, we don't put in that. We just put it on a regular shelf and do it the normal way. But everything
and of course,
else,
stuff like glass would be different.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah, so it doesn't the system doesn't work for everything, but it could help. It could help.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Because I've been looking towards something like that. I'm like, can I make it as good as 4?
I think we've got like cans of soup, canned tomatoes, beans, sauces, pasta, like tomato paste, canned tomatoes, multiple different types of soup, cream corn,
hungry.
Regular corn.
Hungry.
What about canned sausages?
You're hungry.
We don't get that.
You're still hungry. See, we went back to food. That's why you wanted to for to come up. It's like, Ford will start talking about food and you're hungry.
Yeah,
no.
Harvest is beer.
We've got the freezer. We've still got quite a bit of sausage that we made in the freezer. So,
yeah. Oh,
our
you know what?
Our big thing was we ran out of ground ground pork and ground beef. That was like, we got to make sure we get more of that put away.
Yeah, see, I guess this reminds me when you go a liquor store or a grocery store because they actually stock it from the back usually, and it drops forward. If I remember right, like let's say milk or something like that, and it drops forward.
Yeah,
yeah, because it was
depending
reminding
on
me
the
of
store and that. But yeah,
yeah, it's
I've
reminding
seen
me
it
of
with
that.
the milk quite a bit, or that sort of thing. Like exactly. The cold beer in the grocery stores here, they do the same thing. So.
I see. Yeah, and that's something you can just build with just
Thanks,
scraps too.
guys,
You
for
don't
the
even
thumbs up.
need you don't need per se something new, but
No,
appreciate
like I
that.
used 2x4s and I think it was 1/2-inch plywood, but you can use 2x3s. You can use you could probably even use 1x3s too for the sides if you had it set up against something else.
And how many cans can, like, let's say one of them store for you, or how high is it for you?
The whole shelf is 6 feet high, like the whole unit 6 feet high.
Oh, okay, and that's probably like what?
I think we have 12 different styles of cans in there, like 12 different foods in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be interesting too, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I managed. Here we go. Yeah. That's the next project, right?
I don't drink that much beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, you can make a mini one.
I could. Yeah, that would be good too.
Right.
Yeah.
Just make a mini one. It's just right. It's probably right beside you right now. It's like, yep.
Exactly.
Pull from the bottom. Refill.
What
from
I
the
need
top.
is just a big wooden barrel full of rum. That'd be perfect.
Oh,
I watched a video a while ago. It was Preparedness Suburbanite. He had something, a shelf similar to yours, but he bought it. It was in plastic. And I was so fascinated by that system. I would like to have a system like that too myself, but I never find anything here in Sweden who has these kind of shelves.
In that video, I give the dimensions and basically how to build it. So you can easily, get a bit of lumber and build it yourself. No problem. I looked at the ones that you can buy and stick in like a fridge or a cupboard and all that. It's just so expensive for, it's like it holds 6 cans and it's $30. I'm like,
well, you're paying for the labor, pretty much the convenience of someone else making it for you.
No, yeah, but these were like the plastic kind of thing.
Oh, they're
off
not
the
all
shelf.
Yeah,
like, yeah. So, and then even that, there's some that, if you want them in your cupboard or something, they would work well. But again, they only hold 6 cans. So if you want to do like
12
what
or
we
a
do down
flat
in
or something like that.
Yeah, they don't stack high enough. I guess you might be able to, but still, it cost you a fortune.
So, what did we learn? That you can build this on your own and be more organized in your preparedness.
Exactly.
Win-win-win.
Yeah.
Win-win-win.
Bingo.
Yeah.
It's
see, this reminds me that I got hooked up with this older kind of shelf. I have been thinking of ways to. How can I reuse this now? How can I reuse this? I've just been thinking. I'm like, maybe I can build one of those like 4 now. Maybe.
Yeah.
I remember another video I watched. It was from another channel. I forgot the channel name, but they had built a system like you did, but it was a lot wider.
Okay.
And that was pretty cool. They just put in the cans.
I remember seeing one. It might have been the same, but they did it kind of lengthwise along a wall. And it was like the guy had like hundreds of cans or something like that all. And I'm like, okay, we don't get that many cans and I don't have that much wall space. So that's not going to work for me. Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I guess when you build it on your own, you can adjust it or adapt it to your own situation. What
exactly
you have for space too, right? So
yeah,
yeah, you know, because I was just thinking, well, obviously lumber's more expensive or whatever, but if you could score up that stuff for free and get enough of the material, because obviously you need enough material to build it, some screws, nails, some tape measure, measurement, tools to cut it with and stuff, you could actually build something that you can use.
Yep.
Within a day, too.
Oh, yeah. Easily build it within a day. No problem at all.
You know, and maybe even use space if you're in an apartment or something like that. Or let's say a tiny house or anything like that.
Yeah.
Oh my
yeah, it's great for someone who like has some extra closet space. Throw it in a closet or something like that. So.
Well, because I've been seeing more and more preparedness channels out there. Because I keep seeing them, I'm like, they're like in the sub 500 range and like 200-300. I'm like, and I look and I'm like, yeah, they just created the channel, right? It says on their about page like 2020, 2019. Like I'm like, yeah, you know, not as many views and their subscriber count's not that high yet. But I'm like, oh, look at this, even more people in apartments and stuff like that. And I'm like, I always look at their videos to see, can I get some ideas that I haven't thought of? And of course, share my own thing.
Yeah.
My own tips every so often to consider. That's all I do is I share that knowledge, right? If you find it useful, then use it. If you can adapt it to your own situation, then use it, right?
Yeah.
Because I know I learned things too, because I'm like, oh, I should have thought of that 5 years ago, right? Why did I think of that?
Yeah.
I should.
Why didn't I do that when I was younger? Like,
yeah.
Seriously.
Why didn't I subscribe to 10 years ago? No.
I wasn't here 10 years ago.
How can I grow out my hair and have locks like King 4 does? But yeah, because I've been learning from my channels, and not just like the homesteading and preparedness or survival channels, but some of these organization channels too. Because sometimes the way that they organize, I can adapt it to like pantry and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, right.
It's so true. You can pick up stuff that even if you change it up a bit, it might suit you better or something like that. But there's always stuff to be learned. And
because I'm always trying to pick up some info from our channels that it's generally not about preparedness, but the organization or how to like store something. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the way I want to do it now. It totally makes sense, right? Like I picked up this new thing about like organizing socks. Yes, I'm serious about that. I'm serious about that. I'm like, just this different way of doing it and rolling it and stuff like that. I'm like, oh yeah, it did save space. I'm totally using I'm totally using it now. Because I'm like, oh yeah. Well, because I know like in like a Skippy roll, right? Some of the preparedness community will actually put how they set it up. They're like, let's say shorts, a t-shirt, and socks or something like that, right? So I've just been thinking along the lines of rolling clothes and stuff like that. Well, because obviously here in Canada, I need socks besides winter stuff too, right? So I'm like, oh yes, I can organize my socks like this, and I have more room too. Some more socks. I can put more socks there. So I've been trying to get more organized.
I just like.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying for people with smaller spaces or whatever, right? Limited room.
Yeah, I used to roll my shirts and that kind of stuff, and then I couldn't figure out which shirt was which. You know,
I'm trying to get better at
t-shirts, and it's like, which one's which?
Yeah, see, that's the thing too. It's gonna be able to be used too.
Yeah.
Or else it doesn't help. The organization doesn't help.
No.
Because you're gonna be able to use it. I think that's why I like to try to organize it in a way that I use the items, whatever it is. It's just like the cans, right? It works for you for the cans, okay. But if you only have 1 or 2 or 3, that's probably not enough to justify having an organizer like that. But
no,
I guess if you got 10, then okay, this will help. You know.
Exactly. It's customizing stuff to work for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what I've seen from the organization community is that, you know, there's things you can do on the cheap with less if you had to, but upgrade later to better materials later. Like,
Yep.
you know, you can make an organizer from a box and upgrade it to a bin or wood later if you want, but if that makes any sense. I do that all the time. I use boxes all the time, right? I use boxes all the time. I start with a box, then I gradually upgrade to something a little bit more robust or durable. And so I can have something to start with. It's like, so it's almost like crafting, but not quite for me.
Oh, for sure.
You know, I always say to people, I'm like, you know, everyone's always like, "You're a crafting channel?" No. I'm not per se a crafting channel, but I do craft in terms of more practical reasons, not artistic. I don't craft for artistic reasons, but I craft for practical reasons. If that makes any sense, functional reasons.
Yeah,
you know, almost like a carpenter, but not quite.
It's amazing what you can do with cardboard and some glue too for making organizers and that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, I've shown. Well, I haven't. Maybe I've shown. I've said before. Let's say like a box, and let's say a box, and then there's another box that goes on top, right? And there's the box underneath nests inside the inside area of that top box. What I've shown is you could take the box that's on the bottom and cut it into corners and invert the corners into the center and put that back into the top box. So you can have a subdivided area in that box.
Nice.
And you can adjust that, right? If you want a little bit more space or whatever, depending on what you have, right? And I'm like, and that's pretty easy to do. I mean, like, it's pretty easy to do. You just need something to cut with. Scissors. You don't even need a knife per se, right? But you could do it with scissors. And no tape, no nothing, right? And that's just box.
Yeah.
You know, because I guess remembering that yesterday was Earth Day, and I was talking about it, and you guys were talking about it. I'm like, that's a way of reusing. If you think about it. And if you don't paint the box or anything like that, you could still use it for other things. You could still recycle it or put it out as compost and all that stuff. So that's like a way of actually reusing and still get a use out of it later if you want.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You know, because I got boxes everywhere. I try not to waste the boxes too much. If I try to use the boxes before disposal or getting rid of it. Because
we love cardboard boxes. It's great for, you know, using in the gardens for keeping the weeds down.
Stuff like that.
We even
put stuff in there.
Use it as seed starters.
Make
little boxes out of those.
Mm-hmm.
Fire starter in the winter.
Yeah, exactly, right. That's why I'm like, it's an easy thing to reuse that kind of packaging. You know, whatever it is, right? That's why I don't discard it necessarily right away. Because, like, literally, remember how I said about I can nest the box inside by inverting the corners? I can subdivide that area even more. And you're assuming I'm just laying it flat. I could stand it up, and depending on how rigid the box is, and I can build a whole organizer just with boxes. How sturdy it is, and, you know, obviously it's not waterproof, and it's not plastic or wood or metal, but I can make
great thing
something,
with cardboard is it's
you know,
strong too.
but it could be useful enough for something lightweight, maybe. Like, let's say if you do any crafts or sewing, a way to organize the things until you get something better later. And remember, this is packaging that you may already have. So you only spent money at them. You only spent time to make it, but you didn't spend money on it yet. But you have a way to organize it temporarily, and you can find something that mimics what you like right now.
Yeah.
In terms of how it's organized. So I've been doing stuff like that a lot. Oatmeal boxes, I get all these oatmeal boxes now. I made a whole organizer out of it. I'm like, oh yeah. So there's a lot of things you can do with that kind of stuff. That's why for one thing you'll see from me is that I'll use almost anything. I'll try to reuse almost anything.
It's handy. It's great to be able to do that and have the knowledge to be able to think of stuff to use it for.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, because I'm outside right now, like, you know, people here in the colder parts of the country in the U.S. and such, there's those cat litter, ice melt type of bins and stuff like that. You usually see them in plastic, right? Oh.
Are you tired?
I thought I lost the volume there. I didn't hear
I
anything.
got up too early this morning, and we've been working outside all day. The fresh air has got to me, and then I get a bit of rum into me, and it's like, oh.
Sorry. No, I'm like, did somebody have to my speaker? I'm like, they were talking. I don't hear them. No, but even those kind of bins, because they're rectangular in shape too, you can actually make what I said about the cardboard. You can adapt that to those things too, and actually start to make something. Well, because you've seen people like use crates and stuff like that, low crates and all this stuff, right? I mean, and it's just an extension of the cardboard box idea.
Oh yeah, we use our basically the orange juice containers, the plastic orange juice containers.
Okay.
We use those for watering cans, starting seeds, tons of stuff to, yeah.
And that's a good way of reusing it, and it keeps it around in a useful state for a much longer.
Yep.
It's not in a landfill or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a thumbnail on one of your videos, Thor, that your bees were totally wiped out.
Yeah, we lost three hives, so
that's a lot.
It is, yeah, and for us, it's really hard here in Quebec, just because the winter's so long and the weather's brutal. So,
just like all that snow you got this month.
Yeah. So we're not sure what happened this year, but yeah.
How do you get any more? You need more bees.
Yeah, and so we bought some last year because they died the year before too. The year before that, they actually survived the winter and did okay, but it's we're going to take a year off because it just to keep buying them and to keep doing it is a lot of money, a lot of work, and right now I think we've got we did have about 80 pounds and then we sold some, so we're probably down to 60-70 pounds of honey right now. So that should get us through the year unless I start making some more mead and all that. So
thank you, JC.
Or unless you tap into and make maple syrup randomly.
Well, that's an option.
Yeah, maple syrup could be an option too.
Yeah, if you can't make honey, you can make maple syrup.
Yeah, we don't have any maple trees around here. We've started planting a bunch, but it's about 10 years to 15 years before you can actually start
okay. We'll check back on it in 2035, 2040.
I'll probably be dead by then. So, yeah.
Yeah. All that hair will look even more.
You will stay alive for a long time.
hey, Ford.
You stick around for a millennia or so.
Ford will turn into Ford's dad, Odin. Or older.
We've started planting trees like that, the maple trees and all that, even though we know we might not be able to tap them. So it's like if we get to, great. If we don't, we planted some trees that are helping the environment. So
yeah, and hopefully
helping
someone
the
will
habitat, helping helping look better too. So
well, you get a question from Harvey.
Yeah. Talk about the need for people to be prepared with tools. An important awful miss prep. Tools are always good to have. We've been looking around for antique stuff as well. We want to try and get a bunch of antique stuff because it lasts basically forever, some of the old school stuff. So we're just trying to put together not just the workshop for stuff we need there for woodworking, milling, lumber stuff, but doing stuff as well for maybe harvesting some grain in the future, being able to do some wheat, milling flour, all kinds of different stuff like that. So we're trying to build up what we can to make sure we have stuff to be able to do stuff in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Apparently you're supposed to be singing.
No, Shadow is.
No, that's what I meant. I meant him.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. I meant him, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, just to throw my 2 cents in about that, which I lost the. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Can you talk about the need for people to be prepared with tools? I mean, tools allow you to manipulate and change or alter or morph the resources to do something more, right? When you have tools, it gives you that opportunity. It's like fabrication or even a simple bunch of thread on a bobbin with a needle. It allows you to sew and put things together and actually change and create, really. That's why I try to have those around too.
Oh,
as much as
exactly.
possible.
And we're going for, trying to get this stuff in the time period where, it's not, say we harvest some wheat because we were planning to take down a bunch of woods out the back, do a wheat field so we can do our own flour. So we don't want to be, putting it on the floor and hitting it with sticks, trying to get the seeds off. We want to be a little more advanced than that, but not advanced enough that, we've got to go get gasoline or spend too much money or.
Yeah, it's not Stone Age primitive, but it's not 21st century, but it's somewhere in between, right?
Yeah,
medieval
exactly.
time, where how they did it in medieval time, or even like hundreds of years ago, where
exactly
without electricity, but using how do I say?
If I have to burn some wood to make like steam, I'm okay with that. It'll be good, but yeah.
Like a milling wheel and stuff like that. You'd be using like how do I say? Old school. Well, it's still old school technology, but it's technology that's exists for a while, right? I always talk about these simple machines all the time, like pulleys and wheels and axles and wedges and screws, because we still use them right now, right? And remember, some of them don't use electrical power, right? Pulleys don't, right? But it gives you it's a force multiplier.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
It's just like an electric auger compared to a hand auger, right? Some of my friends still use hand augers. It takes a little bit more, but you can still do it. But the thing is, you don't have to be like, oh, hey, why isn't this starting? Kind of deal, right? You can
We've got one that we've used to dig in post holes. So because we're on sand, it's nice. So if I don't want to get the tractor out with the post hole digger, then we've actually got one that you can twist back and forth or continue to twist around and it'll keep digging down. So the great thing is like you don't have to spin around. You can go back and forth like this.
Oh, like a ratchet.
And no, it's just a T handle.
Oh,
but
okay.
The blades are kind of turned in. So when you turn it, it kind of eats away at the dirt, goes down. You pull it out, dump the dirt off, stick it back down and do it again. And it's actually pretty quick, which is nice compared to the other ones where you shove the whole thing down and then you squeeze and then you pull it out. So
yeah, it's more efficient, or you get more leverage, so you can do the work faster. No,
yeah.
Obviously, hand tools and even mechanical advantage tools won't be as fast as any electrical tool, but you don't have to consume power, or if power is short, or fuel short, or you're limited, or you're trying to conserve, or trying to be, low key about it, right? Where you're not trying to track attention with big motors going.
And the other thing too is with that post hole digger, the manual one, I can get into spots where I can't get into with the tractor.
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly right. Sometimes
I'm going
doesn't fit
through trees to make a fence. I can just go in there with the hand one and do it.
Hey, Curtis. Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Curtis. Yeah, I mean, because I was just thinking, I'm like, power drills and stuff like that. Yeah, and there's a time and reason to use it. You know, it's faster and stuff like that. In an emergency, I might still have to use that, but I still have hand tools or ratchets and stuff like that because
Yeah.
I may still need to just do that, or I can't get it in there. You know, I need a precision screwdriver. It's just enough to get it in there.
Yeah.
So
We've
it's
got
good
some
to
of
have
the,
hand tools too, I think.
oh yeah, we've got some of the old big saws for cutting trees down. So it's like the 2 people ones.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
I don't want to have to use that though. Like that's not one I no.
Yeah.
I'll keep using my chainsaw until, you know, there's never gas.
But you have the option though. You still have that option. You have a backup option. If you had to, right?
Yeah.
You know, especially
Yeah,
with
and then
fuel
the
going up and stuff like that, right? You might be like, oh, okay, why not?
the other
Let's do
option
it
we're
for
looking
fun.
at is the battery powered chainsaws and getting I've got my eye on like an Energizer Arc 5.
Okay.
So it's one of the ones like the lithium battery pack
Mm.
where you can charge it with the solar power and then it acts as its own generator inverter.
Okay.
So then with that, you know, charge that whole thing with the solar panel, and then I can charge up batteries for chainsaws or whatever else I have that's battery powered.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to increase my tool supply as much as I can, wherever I can. You know, I have I have those old school drills that you just spin around.
Yeah.
I have
as Harvey was mentioning about building the table and chair, it's not as easy as you think. Like I built my Viking throne, and after I got it done, I did it with basically no screws, no metal, nothing. It was like, so I drilled holes and used wood dowels to keep the whole thing together. But because I didn't have it set up right, you know, after a little bit, the chair would like.
So you didn't add ways to stabilize those
I
angles.
thought I did, but it wasn't good enough. So then I had to redo it with some other supports, and now it's stable.
Yeah, because I always remember about when, even from doing shop class and stuff like that, there's reasons why you put triangles into certain things because it stabilizes rectangles and squares better on the corners, for example, right?
Yeah.
You know, I guess that's why a bicycle generally has that triangular shape in the middle.
Yeah. And then if I get to it, I'm going to build our new dining room table this year. So we've got some wood. I was going to turn the camera around out the window, but the sun's shining in the window, as you can see here. But we cut down a huge pine tree, and it's been basically drying for 2 years. We milled it into 2-inch planks and also some 4x4s and 6x6s. So I want to do the dining room table out of that, but I want to get the design right so I don't screw it up and, you know, have it. We're sitting at the dining room table, then all of a sudden it goes.
You know, that reminds me. I've seen people removing trees a lot more lately. I guess the arborist has been coming around more often, but I'm always thinking to myself, what happens to this wood afterwards? Is it just shredded and just literally going back into the ground?
With a lot of the arborists, there's guys who the stuff that gets shredded, you can actually call them, and if they have extra, they will actually dump it on your property for free if they have extra. So basically it's free mulch. So if you know an arborist, or even call the town, because there's lots of times that the municipality will go out and mulch the trees that are too close to the hydro lines. So if you call the town, or if you call your local arborist company, there's a good chance that, you know, you say, hey, we need some mulch. Do you have any? Feel free to dump it on our property. And they will. They'll come in, just, here you go. Here's some mulch. The other stuff that they do is some of them have firewood businesses on the side. So stuff that they cut down, they'll actually then further chop up for firewood. Other ones will use it for milling. So they'll take it to someone who has a mill and do it that way. So
I mean,
it all goes to use.
Well, I mean, I've seen people make stuff out of this too, right? I mean, I guess you go that whole example. Oh, here's that axe, and here's this little stump, right? That kind of deal, stuff like that. Because I was always thinking to myself, if I had a tree, I could make this. I'm always thinking like that.
Oh yeah, we've like I did my Viking throne with an Alaskan mill, so it's basically an attachment that goes on my chainsaw. And I can slab boards. So I can make slabs. I can make 4x4s, 6x6s, whatever size wood I want. I can make it. It takes longer than a regular mill, but it's great if you can't afford a regular mill, or you're out in the middle of nowhere and you can't get a mill in there or get the tree to a mill. So.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty handy.
You know, every time For's on here, he always makes me want to create something now. Now I'm just like looking around like, hey,
do something.
This piece of wood.
Show me your creative mind. Just, you know.
Whoa. I think For just challenged me.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I do what I can. Right? You know, sometimes it's hard to make stuff when you don't have tools. It's just certain things, right? You know, you can't. A grinding wheel can only do so much compared to if you have a forge, right? So it's one of those things, all right?
Yep.
That's why I'm just like, yeah.
And depending on where you are, like when I was at my old house, more like in the subdivision, we bought a house that had a garage that got turned into a spare room. So I didn't even have a workshop or a garage or anything like that. So it made it really hard to do any type of project. So trying to, cut lumber and that sort of kind of stuff down in the basement and then sweep it up after. And it just.
And I feel it's hard for people that with smaller spaces or an apartment or a condo or something like that to want to do something. I guess that's why they pre-buy something, right? Because they just don't have the space to make it in the first place.
Oh, exactly. Right? So,
and the noise too, right? It's like power tools going all day.
Yeah.
Right.
My suggestion would be if you're in an apartment or you're in a house where you cannot basically start cutting up 2x4s or start cutting up plywood, go to, I want to say like a specialty mill, lumberyard.
Or talk to friends.
See if they have something where they can help you out. Even Home Depot will cut stuff up for you if you give them the measurements. But there's I used to live close to Stouffville, Ontario. So it was only like hour and a half drive from
Harvey. Yeah. I gotta trademark that now.
Yeah.
Copyright 2022.
Exactly. Trademark that. So when I lived in Stouffville, there was actually a custom mill there. And it was only like an hour and a half drive from Toronto. So what people could do is you could actually drive there, pick out wood you wanted, and they, again, would cut it to size for you. So then all you have to do is take that wood home and then just assemble it the way you want it. Or, take it to a friend's place and have them help you assemble it as well. So.
Yeah, if they had something, your friend, neighbor, or whatever had something to cut it with power tools to make the task a little bit more simplistic, and so you actually get straight cut.
Yeah,
right.
Oh, exactly.
Anyone can cut by hand, but it's more like, can you cut it straight? Right.
It makes a difference when stuff's straight or not.
Yeah, it does too, right? Especially if you're making a chair.
Yeah,
I mean
exactly.
For this reminds me, this one time I took free
at band camp.
Seriously, man? This is not that late night stream. But I took these free door shelves. They were all the same size. I basically I made a top, two walls. I made it into a shelf. Couple screws, pile holes and stuff like that. Reinforcements on the back to reinforce it so it wouldn't lean so much. Right, those corner reinforcements on my. It was the easiest thing ever. It was literally it took me like 20 minutes to do that. Next thing I have a nice little shelf to put something on.
Nice.
Right, and that that's a way of reusing something, getting something out of it, and it helps me in the preparedness because I can actually, it's more organized and I can put more stuff on there because I'm using that vertical space better.
Yeah.
So
now the thing is, you got to do those shelves with the hiding space inside so you can stash stuff in it. So you make the floating shelf where the bottom drops down, where you push the side and the side pops out, so you can stash some stuff in there.
Okay. Yeah, because I not only do I have that shelf right now, I actually have the boxes in there too. So there's I have a little wood cardboard pull out shelves and stuff like that. So I'm like, oh yeah, it's really nice actually for what it is. Because it's very, very functional. I'm like, yeah, that's what I want. It does help too, right? Because I guess there's always that preparedness is one of those things. Is like you acquire stuff. That's the gear, not just the knowledge and the skills and the experience, but there's physical gear and supplies that comes with preparedness. So it does help to have it organized, accessible too, right?
Yeah. So Shadow, now that you're monetized, what are you thinking? You're thinking like Aston Martin, Range Rover, Ferrari, Porsche? Which way would you go?
I think he's gonna try to dodge that question. I mean,
really?
Viper. I meant to say Viper. Just kidding. Corvette.
Well, I would if I had the money, I would maybe buy me a 4-wheel drive, customized. So I will have a system that you can take from the air and you get fresh water from straight into the machine.
Oh, the hydrogen?
Yeah. So you get water. So you bottle your own water in the car and.
Oh no! I thought you were talking
unlimited.
about what Uncle Al said earlier.
Little hydrogen powered, and you've got the tap on the dashboard.
Electrolysis. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Have they made any that are hydrogen powered yet?
Harvey, look it up for us.
Go, Harvey, go.
That's your cue, Harvey. Okay.
I watched on.
Wait for it. He'll say something and be like, "Yes, no, wait." He'll provide a link any second now.
I watched on Discovery. It was what was it? Overhauling. They took a Jeep.
Okay.
And they installed that they rebuilt it to be a survival
nice
vehicle. They installed at the side of in the back of the vehicle that machine that takes in the air and redo it to create waters from the air.
Cool.
From the air, and that system that sucks in the air and creates water from the air, it was meant to be used in the desert, and in those types of areas. But it's an awesome system anyway. You don't need to be in the desert to have a system like that.
Right.
You can be in Canada, in Toronto, wherever, or Ohio, and you can have a use of that system because the water there is not good in Ohio, so you would have a use of a system like that.
And
So I was so fascinated.
Any idea how it works in cold weather?
I have no idea.
Huh. That'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, so I was really fascinated about that kind of system.
Oh,
so they
bam,
get fresh
look at
water.
that. Harvey is all over it.
See, I told you.
Yeah, I know.
We just had to wait.
Yeah.
He didn't copy and paste it. He had to search this time. That's why it took longer.
Mass-produced dedicated fuel cell vehicle. The Hyundai Nexo and Toyota Mirai. What?
Mirai, I believe.
Mirai?
Yeah, Mirai, I believe.
I'm so bad with like pronunciation and
so am I.
Yeah, me
So am
too.
I at
Sometimes
times.
watch me in my videos and I'm like, exactly.
That kind of thing. I didn't learn how to say that until I was like a teenager. I always mispronounce it.
It's like the Muppets and the Swedish Chef. Did you ever see that, Shadow? The Muppets
Yeah.
with the Swedish Chef?
I have seen the Muppet
offended
Show.
by that, or is that like?
I'm very familiar with that.
Do you like it, or is it kind of like?
It is fun.
Okay, yeah.
Especially Cookie Monster. Cookies.
Seriously, you guys got to bring back the food back up. Cook,
exactly.
cookies.
Yeah. Bingo.
So that is the
Okay,
car,
that's
that
cool.
Jeep they had. You took that you got bottles, so you could tap your own water from the car.
Yeah,
on the bottle, and you could put the cap on it and store it in the car. So
that's crazy.
Yeah. So that is a system I would like to have, actually, but I don't have any ideas what a system like that would cost to put it, because the machine itself is not that big.
Harvey just posted the Swedish Chef compilation.
Oh, Harvey. See, he's got links for everything.
Today we're going to make the chocolate mousse. Come here, Moosey. So you take the chocolate and you put it on the mousse. It's like watching those ones that are like making fun of Canadians or anything else. You know, it goes like right over the top, and it's hilarious to be. If you can't laugh at yourself with that kind of stuff, it's yeah.
You know, for that, you know what that reminds me of? One show now. This reminds me of the Red Green show
It's
now.
like Auslander just showed up and like ask him about what's his name, Paul Crocodile Dundee. You're like, oh God, you didn't bring that up. It's like,
yeah, Crocodile Dundee. Yeah,
Auslander's like about to start swearing. He's like, that no,
that's no knife. This is a knife.
but it's like
This is knife.
But
No,
I
that's
remember
true.
there was one, what was it? There's like one comedian show, and it was like making fun of Canadians. And it was basically the one guy was Mr. Canoe Head. So he was walking through the wilderness with a canoe and got hit by lightning, and the canoe was welded to his head. So now he's like a superhero with this canoe head. He is the best. Yeah.
I got my daughters hooked on the Swedish Chef.
Yeah, nice. Nice.
Well, it's easy
that's
to get
funny.
addicted to that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. All right.
And
Well,
it's
with
the way
that,
to cook things, and I just
It starts throwing frying pans.
Hey, Ford, you could just start talking to your wife like that. She'll be like, "What'd you just say?" Oh, sorry, I was on a live stream. We were talking about that for like the last 10 minutes.
I've done
She'll
that
look
before.
at you and be like, "You're not streaming anymore. You're not talking on panels anymore."
I've done that before when I'm cooking. You know, I like.
You should do that. You should do that when you're cooking. When you're cooking or eating with the family, you should just say that. Look at you, be
Today
like,
we're going to take the chicken and
your wife will be like, "Honey, what?" Your kids will be like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed."
Well, on that note, now I've offended everyone that's Swedish. I'm going to head out.
Exit
I
stage
just
fright.
think it's just funny.
Yeah, that's just it. I mean, I think all that stuff is fun. And if you can't laugh at stuff, then, you know, it's like, come on. Yeah. So,
Forrest's like, okay, maybe now's the time to take off before I dig my
yeah, before I really offend anyone.
Hey, do you want a bigger shovel to dig that hole?
Okay, cool. Nice. Awesome. Well, with that note, I am actually going to go cook dinner, and maybe I'll video it just to show you.
We'll just see this
go
post on
viral.
YouTube later. It'll be a
Yeah.
short too. It'll be shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, you get 3,000 views in 10 minutes.
You're just like, oh, this is went viral. Okay, maybe I should do it again.
Yeah. All right, guys. Congrats again, Shadow. We'll we'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah,
Take care,
talk
man.
to you later.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Yeah. Catch you later.
Oh man, that's funny. Oh man.
See, even Harvey already put down his link down there. Shit.
Yeah.
By the time I
Harvey's
think about it, Harvey's already done it. Harvey, I know you copy and paste. Because you don't just search. Because no one can search that fast.
Thor just finish it off with God Save the King of Sweden, and it will be all good. Yeah. Brian B. Socks. Well,
Brian?
we have fun here. We laugh our butts off.
I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, and CR has
4
been
hours.
here all the time.
And remember, we started talking before the stream started.
Yeah, but
We were-
it was a half hour before.
And Harvey was in here with us the whole too.
Yeah, he was Harvey just popped in.
Harvey's
maybe
making more time for you.
23 minutes before the stream began.
Yeah, he just gave you like 4 hours of watch time right there.
Yeah. We just left our asses off here, Brian. So
LMAO.
Yeah.
There we go.
Harvey says, I do much manually. Have to make sure links work and up to date. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I figured he'd do a lot of manually.
Yeah. Manual. Control C, Control V. Yeah. That kind of manual, Harvey. You know, he probably has like what, 20 tabs open right now.
Well, Harvey has at least a super fast computer, so.
And
we have our Slender. Hey, Jack. Good to see you.
What is up, Jack? What is up?
Morning.
Please don't talk about
it's
food.
Morning.
You can talk about coffee, but not food. Don't talk about breakfast.
What?
Or anything to do with a chef.
God save the king.
Yeah.
It's all good now.
How's the weather down there, Jack?
It's just the rain. It just.
Oh, you're getting rain.
Yeah,
We're
but
actually
it's
getting
not.
sun here finally. It's
It's
actually
not
getting
rain.
warmer.
It's not rain like it was a month or two ago. It's just the last 2 months. It's just been
What?
every day. It's just every second day just drizzles, so you can't go out and do something. You start.
I see.
Yeah. Hey, Harvey.
Well, rain's needed too, right?
Yeah,
I always say that. I always say that rain is needed. You can't have sunshine all the time.
Yeah.
Else nothing would grow, right?
But you need the rain, as you say.
Yeah. Well, not only need the rain, but we need the rain to go into the ground, not just run off into a river or a lake.
Well, winter's coming here, so the opposite season.
Yeah.
I probably still have a spot that still has snow.
What was that?
I probably have a spot that still has snow. Because
I'll
it's
believe it.
shaded. Well, of course you should believe it. It's me I'm talking about, right?
I've been up in the north, lived there for years, man.
Yeah.
Oh, rapids. So that's been a problem since white man came to this continent.
I've seen some of the rabbits around.
Yeah. Although
some of them are white, brownish. It's just like so they're not brown, but they're not white.
Yeah, they're the little rabbits that are the problems. There's those little buggers. Good for dog food, but and a stew. But up in Queensland, I saw a few hares, mate. Actual hares, real hares, like a meal running around. It was like, oh
seriously, Jack, you got to talk about food. What did I say?
I'm talking about wildlife here.
Yeah, but you're like food.
It's a meal.
Oh, you mean mush them?
Yeah, see, he has to use that four-letter word. He doesn't say food, but he says meal.
Boil them, mash them, put them in the stew.
Exactly, mate. Call the Swedish chef over. Yeah, rabbit. Yeah, rabbit. Boop, boop, boop.
This is why I get hungry, everyone. That's why I get hungry.
But the one episode I cannot find anywhere, and I think that they've taken it offline because it's too dangerous. Quotation marks. He's got the knives in his hands, and he's like, boop, 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 chucks it behind him, and then you hear the knives like, ding, and he turns around, and every time he chucks something behind him, he always looks behind to see what he's done. But this time, and they're sticking on the wall behind him, they're vibrating. I think that they got rid of that episode because children must not throw knives behind their backs. I can imagine how many kids were like, burp, 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 and the mums were like, what the?
I saw it on TV.
Yeah, on the Muppet Show.
We saw the Swedish chef did that.
Yeah.
And now we try it.
Yeah, but don't forget, children nowadays, they must not watch the cartoons where they blow things up and do stuff like that. Because if you don't tell them not to do that, they will do it, or they'll try to do it.
Do not try this at home.
I mean, you didn't have to tell us to not jump off a cliff or, stuff like that. It's like, duh.
All right, hey Shadow, I will be back. I'm gonna go get a bite to eat. You guys made me hungry. I'm being serious.
Okay.
I can't take it. I'm taking it. You guys talking about food. My tummy's like.
Hey, put the popcorn. Put the episode with the popcorn where he's making popcorn with prawns. You'll enjoy that.
I'll enjoy eating. Yeah, I think I have watched that episode.
That's the best one, in my opinion.
All right, I'll be back in a little bit later.
Yeah.
I'll see you around, Jack.
Yeah, see ya.
Yeah, he will be back soon
So
enough.
they approved your monetization. Excellent.
Yeah.
And does that now last a whole year or forever? Or what's the deal with that now?
I never thought I would be monetized at the first place, because even if you reach your 4,000 watch hours, that is not a guarantee that you can be monetized. So, but
they have to approve it. Yeah, I understand that they have to approve
yeah, because they go through your whole channel, your thumbnails, they go through your videos, every video you have, every live stream you have.
Yeah,
So,
good. I think it's just all automated. And if the thing picks up a certain word or a certain thing, they'll yeah. But judging by some of the channels that have been monetized, I don't really see that being an issue or that much of an issue.
yeah. Harvey says,
the puppety corn. We need to leave. Beep, 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 beep.
"Hey Frederick, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. And thank you."
Oh no, they don't call them prawns; they call them shrimps. That's right. Shrimpy, shrimpy, shrimpy.
Well, you can. Well, I hope so.
But yeah, so that's good. That's good. That's good. So now it's viewer time. Now it's viewing hours that matter.
Well, then now the hard work really begins to keep the watch hours. You still need the watch hours.
Just put clickbait on there. Just put a image that's clickbait, and people will click on it. That's adapting to the new situation. You don't have to change your content. You just have to make the actual, what's that called, the initial image that's on there, and the title somewhat attractive. And I don't mean that in the sense of sex sells. I mean that in the sense of people wanting to click on it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Yeah, you don't have to sell out your content. You don't have to sell out as far as what your content is. You just have to adapt to the new situation on hand. Yeah. All of the big channels, well, most of the big channels were doing that from day one. I say clickbait, not in the sense of clickbait, spam type of clickbait. I'm talking about clickbait, meaning it entices you to actually click on the video and start watching it.
But I'm still excited, and I still don't get it yet that I'm monetized. It feels pretty weird, actually. And I have to fill the form, the tax form to. And I need to
Just think
get
of it.
some. Yeah, I need to get some help with that, and
Just think of it like just a milestone, something that's now behind you. Look forwards. Don't worry about it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. So, but on the other hand, it gives me more opportunities than I had before, anyway.
Yeah. Well, actually, like I said, the monetization side of things is something that is interesting to think about, but at the same time, no point in stressing over it. And, until it happens. When it happens, then you have to start stressing over it. Do you do what do you do to make the most of it, or do you just continue on doing what you were doing? Like I saw a heap of channels out there. No. Let me rephrase it. Numerous channels out there that when COVID hit back in 2020, no, let me rephrase that. When the lockdowns hit in 2020, that's the better way of putting it, because that is the truth. People started searching for videos about making money, you know, how to do this, how to do that, how to get an extra few bucks in your pocket while you're locked up at home, sort of thing. And those types of videos that were all about making money started taking off. And I saw one channel in particular, which I don't know how it came up in the you know how YouTube puts recommended videos or whatever. Young lady who had a video how to monetize her channel, and I'm like, right, I'll see what she has to say about that. And she was there, blah 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 blah. And then I went through her channel, right, just to see her video, and her videos were all sorts of various different types of videos, up until whatever it was, March or April-ish 2020, when her one and only video about how to monetize her channel, and she wasn't monetized at that time, right?
Yeah.
Got, just for argument's sake, went viral. There, 100,000 clicks in a month, and views, and so on and so on, and her channel got monetized. From that point forwards, every single video was about monetizing her channel and about making money on YouTube. So she just changed her whole entire being, or whole entire blogging, video blogging, blogging, whatever you want to call it, thing, to just this one niche, one topic. And she started chasing the money. You know, she adapted to the money. She I won't say sold out. That was her choice, but she did that then. So her whole channel changed from being about her to being about your YouTube channel. And sure enough, every single video went viral after that. She just took advantage of the actual opportunity that was thrown her way thanks to the crisis that was put upon the earth. So that's just one example of how one person in particular, in this case, changed her whole entire approach and everything. Her channel died from that point forwards. It became a money-making machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what, you know. It's like what you're at that point now where she was, where it's like, okay, well, your video didn't go viral, but you're now monetized, and you're gonna have to weigh up. You know, do I modify everything? Do I modify? You know, do you do like her? I would say no, but that's me. That's not you. That's everybody's different. Or do you continue doing what you're doing and just adapt to the new opportunities that are out there without selling out, without changing your whole entire being, so to say? You see what I'm saying?
I'm already niche. No, I already in my niche. So that is, I already have my niche.
Well, you could do a Swedish chef video and make it go viral.
Yeah.
What a Swede, thinks about the Swedish chef.
I think making good thumbnails really makes or breaks a video, and if I want to click on it, yeah,
100%.
Yeah, and I think I need to improve there on that area. My thumbnails are good, but not. They can be better. I know that.
Just remember, clickbaits. Thumbnails are clickbaits. I mean, we've all done it. We've all been there. We've all clicked on something simply because of the thumbnail. We're all guilty of it. So just think in that way, you know. Oh, yeah, definitely. And then those little buggers. They're not hares, Harvey. They're those little rabbits.
That's a lot of rabbits.
In World War One, Australia didn't. There was no conscription in Australia. It was all volunteers, and a huge number of soldiers that went to Europe to fight in the war. They were from towns, you know, because Australia was more diverse then as far as dispersion of population.
Yeah.
The mega cities were not mega cities, those cities, right? So the population was all over the place, and a lot of these guys that went overseas were actually from country towns. And I forgot what year, but sometime along in that war, the rabbits were being canned and sent overseas. So the poor guys were eating the junk food, the crap that nobody wanted to eat. They were given. I mean, I'm laughing now because it is kind of ironic. It's just like getting the wrong MRE. It's like, yeah, you know, potatoes are rotten in there. I'm just equating it to my experiences, but at the same time, I could just imagine the looks on their faces like, get out of here. It's like, rabbit.
Frederick says, to be adaptive is very important. Big streamer XQC changes content depending on what is popular. But the problem is you need to find out what is popular.
Well, within our niche, I mean, you've had one of the big channels on the Prominent Prepper. You've had them on your channel, and the husband, that is. And I dare say, look at Canadian Prepper, what he does, but he's turned that into a big business. I mean, that's so crystal clear that it's all about business there. Whether he's gone crazy or not, I don't know, but I'm sure that the money obviously affected him, the way he approaches things. So do you want to become an entertainer, or do you want to be a person who spreads the message, who gets information across? Or do you want to be one of those channels that just clickbaits? It's really up to you. Or do you just want to keep doing what you're doing and just let it grow naturally, organically, as they say?
At the moment, I think I will stick to what I'm doing, what I do now. That is my idea at the moment. And it works so far. So
yeah, you could go back and just go through all the videos one by one and just add. And I use the word I say clickbait because that's the definition of it, but it has negative connotations to it. But more attractive, you know, what are they called? Again, the pictures at the front, the thumbnails. You could make thumbnails that are clickbaitish, you know, that are appealing to the eye, and just add them to edit the videos and add those to your videos, so that all the stuff that you've done, all the work that you put in to date, gets a little bit of gets a few more clicks now.
Yeah.
It's just a suggestion.
The first video I made was 2014, July 3rd. So
you got your work cut out for you.
So that is. So I've done videos basically since 2014, but I also, when I begin to do my videos, I consider it as just as a hobby. I do it for fun. Well, if I get some money for it, fine. But it's not the important thing. The important thing here is friends, the community, and have fun, basically.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. No doubt about that. It will be what you make it. But,
yeah.
I mean, I've listened to other people talk about it. I've listened to other people talk about monetization. I've listened to other people. Me, like I've said 101 times, and I'll say it always. In my personal opinion, that micro blogging feature, the community tab, which they've set now to 500 subs.
Yeah.
That to me is more important than monetization, because of the ability, the opportunity to share information without having to go through all the video editing and all that to get the information out there, to get the message across. But then again, it depends on why you set your channel up. Like in 2014, that may not have been important to me if I was around in
Yeah.
2014 on YouTube. But with the current day situation, urgency and need to get more people aware of the necessity of prepping and necessity of adapting to the new situation at hand in all countries out there, not just Western countries.
Yeah.
To me, that feature is more important. Again, I'm just looking at it from a different angle, because why did I even start talking about prepping publicly? Is because things have changed in the last decade.
Yeah,
To
it
say that.
has.
Yeah.
And Harvey says here, if you started a Swedish cooking channel, like the bot shows, you would have 1 million subscribers and millions of views. Lol. Yeah, probably.
I can't see you wear your chef's hat.
But Frederick says you are a rather large channel now, and now growth will probably just increase more and more. Probably. And the interesting thing, before my stream, I was on Alaska Preppers live stream, and I said that I had sent him a message there in the chat that I had been monetized this week. And he was happy because I had been monetized. But he put out something. As a prepper channel, it is important to be monetized. And for one reason. When you are a prepping channel get monetized, YouTube recommend that channel.
True. Very true.
So that is so important that those prepping channels get monetized, because they get more recommendations from YouTube, and that means you get more people to your channel.
Yeah. But okay, let's be critical. Now let's be self-critical here. Prepping, you mentioned the word community earlier. The prepping community, all these prepping channels, the prepping communities. Okay, I'll say one channel as an example: Boots and Bounty Homestead.
Yeah.
I think they have 3 channels up now. Three channels, all different niches.
Yeah.
But it's all about their life and what they do. But they have whatever. Anyway, they have one of those channels is set up to try and support each other as far as other channels out there, more homesteading, not prepping. But in the prepping community, all I see is these little groups of people here and there, and they're not actually, how can I put this? Okay, a phenomenon that I see all too often. Harvey's out there, JT's out there, putting in the links to all these different channels. Nobody clicks on them. Nobody subscribes to them. So you have 10,000 viewers or a channel with 10,000 subs or whatever it is, and a link is put in the chat during a live stream. Not one person subs. And I've asked other people whose links I've seen out there, did anybody sub during that, just to see what they come back with, the feedback, and they say nope. So there's no community. There's only the word community, but there's no community support there to achieve what Alaska Prepper stated very clearly about getting prepping channels and homesteading channels and other self-sufficiency channels on YouTube to be promoted by YouTube. So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be any support there in getting the message out. I dare say somebody could interpret that in a way of selfishness. Oh, we're prepping, we're safe, screw you. We're all safe and we're all having our little get together here and yada yada yada, blah blah blah, while the rest of the world can starve to death. I'm not saying that is the mentality. I'm saying that's how it could be represented and misinterpreted. But it's the same phenomena on most social media sites, right? Something there where people supporting people has died out. That whole part of humanity has somewhat faded away with this virtual reality type of being or presence out there. Again, like I'm saying, so what what Rudy said was spot on 100%. If the tech has these criteria for it to start supporting these channels that are sending out a message to people, right? Well, guess what? Preppers, if they are preppers, all these huge Christian homesteaders out there who want to be like Jesus because they all say God bless and they all say amen and hallelujah and they're all, righteous in their own minds. They should be supporting these people that are trying to get the message out there. I'm not talking about my channel. I'm talking about all prepping, all homesteading, all self-sufficiency channels, because that is the message. Trying to get people aware of the fact that they have to start thinking about alternatives to going down to the local supermarket. I'm not talking about them turning into a Grizzly Adams or anything like that. I'm talking about reality. 2022 reality. So being critical about the community, quotation marks, seen on YouTube, from what I've seen, and I'm guilty of it. I haven't clicked on every single link that's been put out there, but yeah, I have clicked on, I don't know, like Boots and Bounty. Every time they put the links out there, I'm clicking on it. If JT or Harvey puts out a link that I'll just copy paste it, open it in a new tab and wait till afterwards and see what the channel's about. If it's about prepping or homesteading, yeah, sure, I'll sub to it. Why not? Did I get all of the links? Maybe not in each chat, but I go out and try and do that. Why? Because of the fact that they need the support. The message needs to get out there, because the more people talking about it, whether they be a bloke from Sweden, a bloke from Australia, a homesteader from, I don't know, Canada, it doesn't matter, all from South America or wherever, the more average Joe Blow's talking about it and Josephine Blow's talking about it, the better, because more people will relate to, not everybody relates to me. Why? Because there's not many Aussies on YouTube in comparison to the number of Americans on YouTube, for example. But if one Aussie out there starts looking at that, starts thinking about it, and starts saying, well, guess what, I've started prepping, or I've started doing this, or I started prepping a couple of years, and they start talking about it as well, maybe some other Aussie will relate to that person who's commenting or contributing to my videos in some way. You get what I'm saying? And the domino effect starts happening or the chain reaction starts happening where someone else says, oh, look, Mary Ann's, who I know is commenting on these videos, and look at her comments, what she's talking about. I never knew that. Let's see. Let's talk with Mary Ann and see what she has to say. And other people will start thinking with their own minds and start realizing that they can't live the day-to-day, I'm going to the supermarket to buy a loaf of bread type of lifestyle, because it's obviously breaking, And should I trust the government or the politicians, should I say? I don't know. Can I trust them? Let's have a look. They need to start thinking. So, yeah, the community support is very low in every which way. But at the same time, that's not just a thing among preppers on YouTube. It seems to be the same issue on all social media. If you're popular, if you got the numbers, the bandwagon effect happens. If you haven't got the numbers, guess what? Nobody gives a stuff about you. So it's the me, myself, and I, and the popularity contest again that kicks in on all social media, which doesn't necessarily help our cause of trying to bring out awareness and get people on board with prepping and getting prepared for winter, if nothing else. Especially in the Northern Hemisphere now. You got spring. Now's the time to start prepping. It's spring. It's summer. If you want to survive the next winter and not be dependent upon what your politicians say, you need to start preparing now. This is the season.
Yeah, I agree.
So you see my point. And I'm not being a son of a sob. I'm being or nasty. I'm just being upfront and honest about what I've seen, what I've noticed. You know, the prepping community, quotation marks community on YouTube, is no different to any other community on any other social media platform, whether it be people talking about the Swedish chef or people talking about, I don't know, monetizing your channel. It all comes down to a popularity contest. They all want to be seen chatting away on some big channels, blah, 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 and to see their comment read out or put down on the bottom. And sure, there are some individuals who are not like that, but when you look at the actual, what their deeds, not their thoughts and words, you can't read their thoughts, you can read their comments, their words, but it's their deeds that prove that confirm what I'm stating, or their lack of deeds, should I say.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Well, for me, it is. I do this for fun, and sure, it's nice to have get some extra cash, but I don't want to make YouTube as my full-time job because I already have my job.
Well, hey, there's a bloke from Australia, from Victoria, right, who does a fishing channel. And
Yeah.
and I'm not talking about one of these fishing channels where he's got these big, he's just got a few little rods. He goes down to the rivers, catches carp, catches, the odd Murray, local fish, whether they be invasive or not, makes no difference. And he's got a lot of kids watching his channel because he's entertaining in the sense he's a typical true blue Aussie, right? And a lot of the young kids enjoy watching him because he cracks comments and jokes, and he's not making a movie out of the video, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just basic editing and all that. He's monetized, and he decided to quit his job and to go into YouTube full time. Not only because it was bringing in the money, but because he was enjoying what he was doing. He openly loves the fact that he puts smiles on kids' faces, that families are beginning to take their kids out fishing, right? Enjoying what nature has to offer because of his channel. You see what I'm saying? Because of him, because of his efforts. So it's not all about the money, but the money is the actual factor that would, decide whether or not it is viable to do so or not. Although he said himself, it's not necessarily viable for him to do that, but he's willing to put in the extra effort to make it grow, and he's growing. Just saying.
Yeah.
And it's a very localized community. It's a very localized channel. It's a very localized, state of Victoria, Australia, freshwater fishing on 2 rivers. Need I say any more?
I have at least maybe 15, maybe 17 years until I legally get retired.
Oh, that's a topic to discuss. Instead
So,
of making it. Oh.
But the problem is my income, what I get, that when the same day I turn 65, that turns over to my pension automatically. So that means I get less than I have now, and I can't control that because that goes out automatically. So
I think they changed it to 67 for men, for males here in Australia.
So I can choose if I want to retire when I'm 67, but as I see it, I cannot retire. But if I have to retire, well, I have to go full time on YouTube. So
we can do a whole discussion on that, retirement ages and the economy and the craziness of it all. the absurdity of 65 or 67, whatever year it is. It's like that's absolutely that's crazy. It's just confirms that you're nothing but a worker, little worker ant or worker bee, and your whole life in this system. You have no right to enjoy any part of your life. You must slave away, or else you're screwed.
Yeah.
And when you can start relaxing, you're too old to enjoy it. You're too old to relax because you're in pain from morning till night.
Okay, Cass. Take care. Stay safe. God bless.
But yeah, we'll leave that for another day. The absurdity of the system as far as retirement goes and all that. That's
For,
yeah.
as I see it, I will not retire. I will keep working.
Well, the way I see it, we'll all be dead by the time we get to retirement age. Because we'll be worked to death.
Probably.
In some way, manner, or form. Either stressed out to death or worked to death, or both.
Yeah. Or hit by a car and die that way.
Yeah, well, that's a quick
Well,
way.
everything is possible. You don't know. So you never know what happens.
Yeah.
But anyway, I see it as a good idea to begin to think 15 or 17 years ahead. Because you need to think financially. Because let's say if I would turn 65 now, I would get out 5,000 every month. 5,000 every month if I turn 65 now. So, but I'm not in that age yet. So that would mess things up. So I think it's a good idea to prepare for and think ahead at least. And be prepared for it. Welcome, Romina Luna. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Harvey says, live each day like it is your last, and you have no regrets. One day at a time, but plan and prepare for the future. Yeah.
Yep. If I may, my father, may rest in peace, he used to say an old saying, which was in various different versions all over old age Europeans, old school Europeans. And that was pray like you're going to die tomorrow and work as if you're going to live 100 years to live to be 100 years old.
Yeah.
So that was, that's in line with that. And he was right. He was definitely right. You live by those morals, by that standard, you can't go wrong.
Okay, Frederick. Take care, stay safe, and God bless. Thanks for coming in and stopping by. Much appreciated.
Well, you know what you need to do? You need to get, you heard of Fiverr. I've listened to a lot of channels talk about that. I've actually read a few blog posts on that, where they actually hire out people to do the graphics or the edit, whatever, depending on what you need. But in your case, the graphics for what's it called? Fiverr, well, those types of services where for $5 people do the design work for you, for $5 for a certain fee, should I say.
$5 is not that much, actually.
I'm just, well, it is if you've got 1,000 videos.
Well, 1,000 videos. That will be a lot. $5 each. Yeah.
But I'm just saying the ones that you think you could actually see how much it would cost to sub that out, to sub the service out for the graphic design for the old videos, and you could work on the new ones. You could even use some of the ones that they designed to rearrange and readapt to your needs.
Nanette Fortes, good to see you, my friend. I thought you would drop in. Well, you have morning over there, and we have passed midnight, so we are in 20 minutes left to 1 a.m. in the morning. So, but it's good that you're stopping by, Nana. It's always good to see you. Yeah, I know there is some people who can help you with the design and everything.
Well, so now you've understood me. I think I'm pretty sure I did understand it right. So the actual code of YouTube, as far as what videos get promoted out there and so on, I guess that all depends on the keywords you put in, to the tags that you put in, or what?
Yeah, that too. I always put in some tags.
I'm not sure. I know that I put in a whole bunch of tags and just put them as default for all videos, regardless. But maybe a variety of tags, a little diversity in the tags, and not just prepping, if you know what I mean, to maybe get the videos promoted out to other people so that people outside of the niche can actually start seeing or getting these in their recommendations, and maybe get them on board and get them to start thinking about prepping and start thinking with their own brains about what's going on. Just a suggestion.
Yeah.
Because if the code, if the what do they call it? The code. I forget the term YouTubers use for the code for where they recommend the video out there. Does that based on tags, and that's the only thing I see that could be used as a factor, for the for the code to process the info. Has to be the tags, can't be anything else. So if you're putting tags in there, economics, work, life, reality, politics, some other tags that might hit on other niches and not just prepping or survivalism or whatever, homesteading and so on. Maybe that might get the video recommended to other people out there, the actual target audience that need to hear it or need to start thinking about it or need to become aware that there are people on this earth who still plan ahead for the next winter or for the next 2-3 years and so on, as far as life goes.
Yeah. That sounds logic.
I mean, I'm just going by how the code, what info we put in there for the YouTube algorithm. That's the word that everybody uses, algorithm. For the YouTube algorithm to actually decide where to promote the video or recommend the video, in this case, your videos. So maybe you could look through maybe you could go through the tags on the old videos and see, add a few extras in there which are not necessarily prepping related, but relevant to the target audiences out there in the various niches. on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, now that the option's open, make the most of it. Use it to serve the purpose. Yeah, the purpose is making money. No, that's not the purpose. We all know that's added bonus if it happens when it happens. It's the purpose is to get more people on board.
Yeah. I always think of what kind of tags I'm gonna put in, and sometimes it's really hard to put in some to type in some tags, and some days you have a lot of ideas to put in as tags. So
Yeah, but remember, now it's a different situation. Now you can look at it differently now.
yeah, I realized that too.
What Rudy said is constantly buzzing in my head. The fact that the goal, the monetization goal is to make the most of the artificial intelligence / the algorithm / the code that YouTube utilizes. And until that code changes, until that code changes, guess what? Until the parameters change that code or what they're utilizing to actually recommend your videos elsewhere out there, use it the way it works. And from what I can see, the only thing that it really can utilize is the tags that you put in.
Yeah.
I don't see any other factor. Possibly the title as well. Keywords in the title.
Yeah, what I have heard is the title, the thumbnail, and the tags.
Now, I'm not sure if the thumbnail, when it's uploaded, I'd have to go into the coding. Well, I guess I could just research it, just Google it, as people say. If you could add little snippets of code into the thumbnail, so that the thumbnail itself gets the algorithm looking at it. I'm not sure if that's possible or not. Metadata and stuff. Yeah, just I'm not sure if the algorithm cleans that off when you upload it, cleans it off all the metadata or not. I presume it does because of security. But then again, depending on what the metadata is, see, that's something to research.
Yeah. I'm not sure either how that works, but the title is really important in the thumbnail, in the tags, and there was one more thing, I believe. It was what you type in the description box as well.
Yeah. See, the description box, I'm looking at it as a blog, right? As a blogging feature.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at it as a credits type of box, although this is a vlogging / video platform. But that feature of the description has got enough characters to actually write a small blog alongside with the video.
Yeah. Hunter Captain Tripp's laptop. 1 million views at least for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a difficult video to do.
Well, it wouldn't. Just depends on what you're discussing there.
Yeah. Mia Rose Bondak. Welcome. Good to see you.
Hunter
And
Biden
thanks for
laptop.
stopping by.
Yeah, jumping on the MSM wagon, mainstream media. Sensationalism type of thing, where you can discuss. But the Talking Heads video, it's funny that Talking Heads are currently or have been the in thing for a while now on YouTube, which is rather interesting because news channels are talking heads most of the time as well, and they're losing in popularity. So is that a show of things to come on YouTube as well for talking heads? Maybe, maybe not. All depends. But jumping on the mainstream media wagon, where they come out with a sensational new hit piece like Hunter Biden's laptop, and you just jump on that bandwagon and do a video about that. Yeah, about your thoughts on that and what you see and like Harvey said, that will get you the views, but it will also get people to your channel, which means that people who are not necessarily in the prepping niche may come around and check it out, start thinking about prepping.
Thank you, Mia Rose Bondak.
It's not a bad idea.
I appreciate that.
Just do like some of the big channels do out there. Oh, news piece. Yep, let's discuss it. News piece. Let's discuss it. As long as it doesn't become every single video, you know. Unless, because if that happens, then you're chasing the money. You're not.
Yeah, but I'm not chasing the money. I just do it for fun. So if I'm gonna chasing the money, I would be going crazy.
We've all chased the money in the past sometime in our life.
Yeah, and it doesn't work that well.
It works out, but then you end up spending it. It's like, dope.
Yeah.
It's like, what did I do? Where did it go? What happened?
Thank you, Mia Rose. I appreciate that.
Oh, man.
Harvey Black, 3 thumbs up. Yeah. All the thumbs up is good. Well, those likes are really important. The more thumbs up you get, the more likely is that YouTube recommend the video as well. So but there were a channel that got a few thumbs up, but most of them was thumbs down, and people begin to wonder, why has that video so many thumbs down? So people just go and check the channel out, and hey, this is good stuff, and they can hit the thumbs up. So
yep, the old rule of thumb: any advertising is good advertising. No such thing as bad advertising. If it draws attention to you, yep, it works.
yeah. And I never heard that before, that a video that has so many more thumbs down than thumbs up, that people find an interest in a video like that. Because normally you think that the more thumbs up, the better. That attracts your attention.
It's a gimmick. Look, it would be, considering that you got the people reporting videos, right? It's people who wish to hit a thumbs down sincerely. G'day, Miros. I think that those nasty people out there that want to disagree with what was said or what was presented will, in this day and age, with the cancel culture type of attitude, would report the video and hit a thumbs down, or maybe just ignore the thumbs down because they know that it won't achieve what they want. So they'll just report the video. So I think the thumbs down thing is more of a gimmick nowadays to get to draw attention to the actual video / channel, more so than actually sincere criticism. There we go.
My last video I uploaded this week was, I got a thumbs down on that one. But I don't care. It's, well, I got I got only one thumbs down on that one, but that thumbs down were a troll, because that troll had put a comment on that specific video. So I knew when I checked it, it was a troll. So I took that troll away.
Yeah, there's always going to be. Look, social media is virtual reality. People are tough. People are aggressive. People are all about themselves. They're expressing their alter egos out there. So you've got a lot of people out there who do have alter egos, which are not good. You have a lot of people out there who are frustrated, who take out their aggression or their frustrations via the internet, because in real life they're little mice, and they know it. Yeah. So you'll always get those types on anything, anywhere, on any social media platform.
Yeah. I got trolls before, but after a while, then just don't pop up anymore. So, okay. So I kept going. And it's now they begin to pop up again for some reason. So,
yeah, who knows? Like you said, who cares? Just sweep them under the rug. Who cares? They're not worth it.
Welcome back, Oliva. Yeah, you can look at that way, Mia Rose. Actually, thumbs down are okay for me. It means that they notice you. They spend their time checking on your uploads or video. Yeah.
Well, that's a good thing now that it's monetized. Yeah. I'd love every critic to come to your channel and thumbs down it. If you look at it from that angle, that means they watched the video, they've gone through all the ads.
You get the watch hours.
Yeah, 1 million people, 1 million critics. Welcome to my channel. Everybody wants to criticize my videos. Welcome to go to ShadowScoutSwede and watch every single video and criticize it, please. Just watch it from beginning to end.
At the moment, Van City, we discuss thumbs up and thumbs down and the algorithm.
Hey, Van City.
We have we have also Krisa Maspatenia. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Always nice.
Yeah. See, that would be an interesting video. You know, the critics, the people who are critics about prepping and homesteading and so on and so on.
Oh, there are a lot of, you can find a lot of critics when it comes to prepping, preparedness, survival.
Yeah, but to have them as the topic of a video, have them as the topic of
Yeah,
discussion in a
yeah,
video,
that would be something.
because you could approach that in various different ways. You could be everything from mocking them to criticizing them to picking away at their criticisms. To actually break it down. Use the process of breaking down their criticisms and picking away at that, countering it.
Yeah, you get right, Van City. Bots will thumbs down too.
Oh, fancy! There's a lot of people out there. A lot of people out there who are like that. As far as the stockpiling, those people have never lived in a situation where they didn't have what they want when they want it available. Now, that doesn't mean they have everything they want, but they have it available to them 24/7. And if you have something and they don't, then in their eyes, you're taking it from them because it's the me, myself, and I generation.
Yeah.
These same people
You have
live.
a point there, Van City.
Yeah, those very same people are part of the society that throws away over 50% of what it acquires / purchases. So are they really? How hypocritical can they get? Even if they're living a frugal lifestyle, they're still part of that society that's throwing away roughly up to 50% of what they purchase, whether it be food or other items, making a difference. So it's like, it shows how shallow those people really are.
Yeah. Hey, JC. Thanks for hanging on. Well, eat is a good idea. Eat something is a good idea, actually. But I'm still full, so I manage pretty good.
I see I was gone for a while. You must be having a 3-course meal.
Yeah. Apocalyptic Ben, 3311. Welcome back. And I hope your walk in the woods were enjoyable.
I wonder if the Yeti saw him. The Yeti. The abominable snowman.
Well, I have encountered a couple of people, not on YouTube, and I have been in real life outside YouTube that has been actually against it. Why should you do that? And that's not necessary. You're crazy. You are a doomsday prepper. You're a doomsday guy.
Well, just point them to 2020. Just point them back to 2020. I mean, do they have the memory of a goldfish?
Yeah. A memory of a goldfish, 3 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, if they can't remember what went on in 2020 with the toilet paper brawls. I mean, the TV, I mean, you got to laugh at that. You have to laugh at that.
Yeah.
Of all the things to fight over, it was toilet paper. Just goes to show what's on their mind,
Apocalyptic Ben, you know what? If somebody called me crazy, do you know what I would tell them? Of course I'm crazy, but I'm not stupid.
Well said. Here, here.
That would shut them up.
So you
Thank
can
you.
stockpile anything and everything except toilet paper, and then you're okay. Then you're acceptable. That's what it comes down to, based on experience and based on what we've seen in the last 2-3 years. So,
Yeah,
if
in
a
the
prep,
beginning of this pandemic, people were crazy for the toilet paper.
that's what I'm saying. So preppers will be absolutely fine and acceptable if we just resorted to prepping everything except toilet paper. Hey, fine by me. I'm not stressing out. If that gets people on board, all the power to it. I'm anti-toilet paper. No prepping of toilet paper. Prep everything except toilet paper. let the city folk have the toilet paper.
Apocalyptic Ben says, "That's right, brother. We only look crazy to the ignorant." Yeah.
So true.
So true. That is really true, actually.
Hey, cheers, Howie.
Take care, Harvey. Stay safe.
And remember,
Take care.
stockpile. Yeah, and remember, Howie, stockpile everything except toilet paper, and people will accept the way you are. If you do have toilet paper, bury it somewhere where nobody can find it. What else? What else did they go crazy on? You're in the business of retail stores. You're in that line of business. Apart from toilet paper, what else did people go crazy over that didn't seem very logical?
It's a lot of cans.
The panic buying. That one.
Yeah. It's specific cans of food that that basically sell a lot of, and other types of canned food does not goes as much as other types. So when the grocery store need to order more of that because they sold out, no, the those who deliver it, they don't have it in stock because they need to wait until they get a new delivery.
There's an idea for a video. I mean, your first-hand knowledge, straight from the horse's mouth, so to say. No pun intended. Just I'm saying that as an old saying. But you're the source. You're direct in the food chain / the supply chain. That's part of your life, your existence. That's your employment. So you have first-hand information and knowledge, which most of us out there don't have because we're not in that line of business. You could share that information in a video, specifically product by product, from the toilet paper all the way to the different types of canned foods, and give your recommendations to those that are panic buying in future as to how to go about stocking up when they realize that, that it's like 5 minutes after midnight.
Yeah,
It'd be an excellent video. It'd be informative. And who out there could say that's not true? I mean, do they work in the food chain? Do they work in the supply chain to be able to contradict what you're saying?
I noticed we can take ravioli. They on the local grocery store where I go shopping most of the time, they sold out on ravioli. The larger cans and the small cans are sold out, and those who deliver those, they lack of. They don't have anything on the stock, so they have to wait until they get a new delivery. So that is odd. And I see some holes in the on the shelves in the stores. So
Yeah, the robbery side of things. I don't think the illness will be that much of an issue unless it's bird flu or something like that, quotation marks. But the robbery side of things, what Vancity mentioned there, when we're living in Europe now, European towns, well, they're different. They're European. They're not like Australian towns where you know, depending on where you live. But the rural areas, people were literally stealing chickens and eggs and things like that. And when SHTF happened in the Balkans, depending on who it was and where it was, even other farm animals were stolen and farming equipment was stolen from people just because they were labeled as something as the bad guys, or they were the minority or whatever. And that happened on all sides in that war. So it wasn't a case of just one side doing it. It was happening all over the place. But in the towns where the neighbours, even though it is rural, they still see each other's backyards, quotation marks. They knew exactly who has what. Being small town, you don't need Facebook to know what everybody's got. Everybody knows everything. Just ask the old lady that sits in front of the house and notices, she knows everything. Or that's sitting by the window looking out. That's the Facebook of small towns there. So yeah, Vance, you're 100% right on that one. The thievery is 100% spot on. As far as the sickness or illness of animals, I mean, that's just, I don't see that being an issue unless it's something along the lines of, we'll say H1N1 bird flu, where the government gets involved and they literally wipe out all the feathered animals within a certain circumference. 2005, I think it was, 2006, I actually saw that happen full on. Was there when it happened in that one area. Just a circumference. Pew, anything within that circumference, every backyard. From veterinarian services to fire brigade to police to even the military. It was hilarious. It was kind of sad, but it was hilarious as well because it was just stupid.
yeah, and we lack of nurses and doctors, so it's easy to get a job at a hospital or in the healthcare here in Sweden, at least.
Yep.
If you have the proper education, of course.
Yeah. Vancity Prepper, yep. The culling, and the crazy part about the culling was the local municipality public works company that was doing the digging and the burying. Their employees were filling up their freezers from the culled animals. Not what you know, it's who you know. The irony of it all, the craziness of it all. And H1N1, if I'm not mistaken, well, I'm not sure about now, the current variant out there, but back then, if the meat was cooked to whatever temperature, blah, 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 it wasn't dangerous if consumed. That doesn't justify keeping the animal, but it does show that the people who took the animals that were being culled for their own freezer weren't in any danger. Well, let me rephrase that. We're in not as much danger as what the media put out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was kind of crazy. I forgot what the cause of it was. I think it was one or two birds were found dead in a lake somewhere in Hungary, or I forgot where. And they just literally took a compass and put the pin on that spot and just everything within X amount of kilometers radius plus X amount more kilometers radius had to be culled. Every single feathered creature that was found in the backyard.
My community is financially strong. Unfortunately, it will come down to the wealthy getting what they need easily as usual. I personally I am not, but I've placed myself near them for what's coming. Well, that is a way.
Yeah, and the term wealthy is relevant. I mean,
Yeah.
those that think that they're wealthy, quotation marks, people with, I don't know, tens of millions, not hundreds of millions or billions, but tens of millions, they may feel wealthy now or think that they're wealthy and safe and well off. But guess what? There's those with a lot more, and it always rolls downhill. So,
yeah,
it always comes down to that old saying. I think it was derived or made well known during the Second World War, where the saying, they first came for this group of people, I didn't say anything. Then they came for that group of people, I didn't say anything. Then they came for that group of people, I didn't say anything. Then they came for me, and there was nobody out there to stand up for me and say something to, you know what I'm saying? Nobody to stand up for me. It comes down to that. Same with the wealthy, who think that they're wealthy because they may have millions or tens of millions. And, you know, when the time comes, when the wealthier come after them, there'll be nobody left to stand up for them.
Welcome, JTV Vlogs. Thank you, my friend. Much appreciated.
But yeah, getting back to the video thing, I think you could chew on that idea a little bit, mull it a little bit. The idea of first-hand information from your experiences during the 2020 lockdowns and so on, from the perspective of the actual supply chain and your role within the supply chain.
Yeah, and lately it's really hard to get water jugs these days because they are sold out, basically. So,
on that topic, forgot, maybe 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, a local distilled water manufacturer, a small time manufacturer, they ordered 25-litre canisters. They got too many of them, basically, and they were selling them off. And I purchased a whole bunch of them at a decent price, at a very competitive price, in comparison to the shop's half price. But they can handle those canisters, those plastic canisters can handle fuel as well. Although they're not marked as being safe for fuel, the plastic is the type of plastic and so on. It's just when they order for water, they have to be stamped or certified for water. But that doesn't mean that the exact same product isn't certified for fuel as well when being sold for the markets out there for fuel and other chemicals. So that's one thing to look into. Not so much what's stamped on the actual canister, but what it is made out of and what that manufacturer for what all markets do they supply. So you might be able to find plastic canisters for, I don't know, chlorine, for example. But if the chlorine market is dying down, the sale of chlorine, because let's say now it's no longer summer here in Australia, and one of the stores may have ordered, or one of the small-time manufacturers, whatever, may have ordered X amount of canisters more than what they need, but they're taking up too much warehouse space, so they want to get rid of them. You can maybe dig up some real cheap plastic canisters, which are food safe and safe for other chemicals as well, depending on what you need, most likely fuel. But yeah, the distilled water canisters, definitely the exact same canister is labeled / stamped for fuel as well when being sold to those markets for those needs. So you can dig that up. Maybe not look for water canisters, but look for to the actual small time companies, small manufacturers of, let's say, distilled water, for example. See if they have any extras.
Apocalyptic Ben has a point here. Mental health issues will dominate SHTF when no one's medicated anymore until they realize they don't need it.
Yeah, but the body, the stress makes your body immune to a lot of things as well. It's only afterwards that it hits. That's what I found. At least my experiences were like that. It was all good while you're there, but afterwards it starts kicking in more ways than what you could ever imagine. Different ways, in ways that you never imagined, put it that way. And you don't even realize it. Other people realize it.
Yeah.
But while it's happening, the body the body just adapts, the mind adapts. Not everybody, but the vast majority. The human mind is a marvel of its own. The natural immune system or the natural self-defense system within the body and the mind in particular is just, no scientist will ever unravel that.
Thank you, Apocalyptic Ben. Great chat, great channel. Living in America, I'm not so the same issues in my area. Not yet. I bought a camper and stocked up. Once the rich go broke, only strong will survive. Well, he got a point there.
Yeah. And again, like I said, you'd be surprised just how much stronger people really are than what you may think at first glance. People do adapt to the bad situations in ways that they never thought they could or would. Is Guardian prepping monetized? He should be, shouldn't he?
No, Guardian prepping are not monetized.
Guardian prepping isn't monetized.
No, Guardian prepping are not monetized.
I thought they were. Okay. Because I recall him saying that he got a lot of views on a video which he put out there, noises from the wilderness or something like that. He was talking about how he got a whole bunch of views and clicks and all that.
Yeah.
I thought maybe that was the tipping point or that milestone achiever. Interesting.
Yeah, after what I know, Guardian prepping is not monetized yet.
Oh, Vancity Prepper's got a good question.
Yeah. Apocalyptic Bane. He didn't know that he could click the StreamYard link. Man City told him that it is just click the link and everybody's welcome up. So,
Vancity Prepper, what do you guys think about the people who think it's bad to be monetized? Look, everybody's got a different opinion on it, but why are they thinking it's bad? They've clearly noticed a change in approach to the way people handle their videos. And I'll pick on one prepping channel in particular, Canadian Prepper. I will pick on him when it comes to that. He's turned it into a business. So his motivation is money. And you can see it in the videos. You can see it in what he's saying, the way he's presenting it. And okay, that's fine. That's his choice. I mean, I'm not saying that what he's doing is wrong or bad, but obviously there are people in the preppy community who are not interested in the business side of things. They're interested in the informational side of things and getting the word out side of things. And to them, that may seem like a bad thing. They may perceive it as a bad thing because channels do change the way they handle their videos or the way they present things and the way they do things in a way that where it's crystal clear that they're only after the money. It's like I mentioned the MSM thing earlier. If you want to get the viewers, just put clickbait out there. If the mainstream media pops out with a bombastic piece of news, and yeah, go ahead and discuss it straight away. A talking head. Oh, this and that. They've said this, and I think this, and this is how it should be, and blah 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 blah. blah. And everybody hop on board, jump on the bandwagon, and get the popularity votes and get the money coming in. What's the motivation behind it? Is it to get the information out to the people and add a different view on it? Or is the motivation to jump on the bandwagon and get the clicks, get the money coming in? And I'm sure that the money does motivate some people and affect the way they approach things. So, the money is the root of all evil. It sure does add a lot to it. Might not be the root of all evil, but it sure is a good tool of evil. A good tool that changes people overnight.
It costs money to have a channel. For example, I have StreamYard Pro and I'm monetized and use the dollar towards stuff like that.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with monetization. How did Shadow? How did Alaska Prepper word it exactly? About the recommendations. I don't want to misquote him. You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah, he said that for a prepper channel, it's very important to get monetized because YouTube will recommend that prepping channel, so it reach more people.
Exactly. So there it is. So the tool can be used to serve a purpose. That particular tool, monetization, the algorithm, or it can be abused and turned into a money-making machine. It all depends on the motives behind the person making the video.
From my part, it would be more like to get more people drawn to my channel. So I'm happy that I'm monetized. So that is. So if I get some cash for that, fine.
Yeah, and the viewer. I mean, you get 10 viewers of any video out there, you'll have 10 different opinions. So there's always going to be those that see it as being something bad, or those that see it as being something good and useful. Yeah, that could be a misconception. You're right about that. About the getting rich off YouTube.
Yeah, I heard that too. When you from some people a couple of years ago that as soon as you get monetized, you get rich. That's bullshit. You don't. It's pennies basically. What you get because the money you get and you earn, it depends on as well how many followers you have. If you have, I earn less money than one who has 355,000 followers. And hey, that dude probably has a couple of millions views as well. So of course that guy makes more money than I would.
Yeah, but again, like we were discussing earlier, and is in line with what the topic here is on the actual monetization side of things. The fact of the matter is that if that algorithm can be used to do good, then use it to do good. That's what it really boils down to. You know, if somebody wishes to fall into the trap of me, myself, and I, and the greed trap and how to get more money, it will be noticed. It will be noticed, and those people that are here for good reasons or with good intentions will notice it, that somebody has sold out, as the old saying goes. It really does come down to that. And there'll be those trolls who just point fingers out of envy or jealousy or ignorance towards those that are monetized. Oh, look, they're making money. And it's like, yeah, right.
It's dependent to our kind and generous friends in YouTube. Says Oliva. YouTube give only a small amount. It can't be paid in our StreamYard too. I agree. Nanette. Thank you, my friend.
But yeah, you've got your work cut out for you now. Now that you're
Yeah,
the
that's
algorithm.
200. That is 249 Philippine pesos. And
Let's hope
Nanette.
the first. Hey, let's hope the
49.
first jumps to €1.
Yeah. Nanette, 49 pesos super sticker. Thank you, Nanette.
So that
Much
happens.
appreciated.
So that's what happens when you get monetized. You can get super stickers or whatever they're called.
Yeah.
All right.
Super chat, super sticker. I believe the green one is a super chat, and the red one, is a super sticker. Thank you, Nanette.
Monetization. Okay, I gotta ask. Okay, so what is it, like 10 cents a video, 5 cents a video at this level or something like that?
Well, when you mention it, I need to share this with you guys.
Let's break this whole thing, this whole mythbusters of how much money can be made once you're monetized.
There we have it. This is just well, it gives you a hunch on what I probably would. I hope you see. Okay.
What are we looking at?
This is estimated monthly earnings. 87 pence to $14. Okay, estimated yearly earnings $10 to $167. But if you check here, estimated earnings.
So from 1 cent all the way up to 49 cents. Okay.
49 cents to $8, and you see this is not accurate to 110% because it's not. It's just give you a hunch on what you can make.
So from 1 cent to $8 from what I'm looking at here per video is what you can make. Well, from 0 cents, actually, but we'll say from a fraction of a cent to $8 based on what we're seeing firsthand here live openly, publicly, transparently, no hearsay, no BS, no theories, no conspiracies. This is the real deal.
So,
I love it.
So this just gave you just a hunch on what you can make,
Okay, so
and it depends on what rank you have here as well.
okay, so if somebody really wants
Um,
to monetize their YouTube, monetize in comparison to these earnings here, right? That we've just seen openly and transparently, right, publicly. You could relay your YouTube videos with a bit of text with the and go to, let's say, a blockchain with cryptocurrency on there, such as Hive, HIVE, .blog. That's the homepage for the blogging site. Put your content up there. Just simple as copy pasting a link and copy pasting that, and let the bloggers who appreciate it share the wealth in cryptocurrency. You could cash in the cryptocurrency, use it as crypto, or to trade for other crypto, or convert it to fiat / money, as people like to call it, and make more than what you're making here, for example. Potentially make more than what you're making here. So it's like so much for making the
1,000
riches on
views is
YouTube.
not much. Yeah, that is, as Van City says, 1,000 views is not much, like $10 or something. But she says also, which is also have to pay tax on it in US.
Yeah, let me just, I'll put a link in to give people an idea of what I'm talking about, rather.
And she says also a couple $100 for 100K views.
Let's go to here.
There are easier ways to make money. It's gotta be for a fun hobby. Yeah, it's a fun hobby. Oliva says, here I see in my analytic, 1,200 views is only 0.2, very small. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is, Oliva. I agree. It is very small.
There it is. Yeah. So again, I know that a lot of people who are in the prepping scene are not necessarily pro crypto, but that doesn't change the fact that it exists. It doesn't change the fact that the option is out there. And Hive.blog is the Hive blockchain, or Hive.blog website, just to make it easier, the platform. Go there and you become a blogger and you share your content there as well. And then you can reach a whole, very diverse niche of people who are in the blogging scene who may find interesting prepping. Papa Prepper, he's on Hive, has been since since 2016, 15, 16, 17, thereabouts. And note, the blogging scene is just as vicious as any other social media out there. So there are critics. There will be people out there who are critics. But I'm sure that Papa Prepper, I remember him, although he's got his own niche and his own way of doing things, it's very specific the way he does things. But he was on Hive back in 2016, 2017, or it was called Steam back then. But Hive, and he was making a couple $100 per blog post, and many of his blog posts were just sharing the videos with the description. But that does take a lot of time up if you start discussing things with people, the comment section underneath the blog post, underneath the post. Just like here, if you're going to have conversations with everybody, that does take up a lot of time. So it's not like $100 just fell from the sky. You did have to invest many hours a week in communicating with people. So when you break it down per hour, no, it's not that great. But if you break it down to a couple $100 per day, well, you know, is it worth the time? Yes.
Jack, I need to go to the bed, take a bathroom break. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay, more than one shake contemplates pleasure. Just remember that. Sorry. My mouth is faster than my brain. Yeah, Vancity, that blog, you know, it is crypto. I mean, it is crypto. But again, whether you like crypto or not, the fact is it exists and it can be utilized. Sure, it hasn't achieved the decentralization that it allegedly wants to achieve, whether it be Bitcoin or Hive or any other cryptocurrency for that matter. But it is something that can be traded on the market for something that you want or need. So there's no reason to dismiss it just because you disagree with its fallacies or its inability to achieve, you know. Yeah, again, I'm just relaying this out there for the people who are crypto skeptics or critics. And Hive has been fairly stable. In fact, some of the guys there, I mean, I was active on, not to go into it, you've got some very, very good coders among the people who are running the blockchain, meaning who are maintaining the blockchain, who are going above and beyond to make it everything that the other blockchains don't offer. And that is to make it a people-friendly type of blockchain. Just the fact that you have humanly readable texts on the chain, such as blogs, is an achievement above and beyond what most other blockchains can offer. In fact, no, rarely any blockchain can offer that. And with a stable crew of people on there who are maintaining the chain, and Hive and Hive-backed dollars, the two currencies that are on the two cryptocurrencies on that chain, are listed on many exchanges. So it's not like on some small exchange that's unheard of. So you do have the ability and the opportunity to convert it into anything else that you want, whether it be Bitcoin or cash. Just saying as an example. Although I'd always recommend converting to Litecoin simply because of the transaction fees. And on Hive, you have zero transaction fees. Zero, absolutely zero. Yeah, you have resource credits which may be monetized or maybe not, I don't know. But it used to be called bandwidth, but now they've changed the code about 3 years ago to where resource credits, and those resource credits may be monetized as well. So that would be a third form of exchangeable goods / currency, cryptocurrency on there. Although that wouldn't be a currency in itself, it'd be like, it's a stake-based thing. So the more you stake, the more you can post, the more you can put on the chain. But at the same time, you don't need hundreds of dollars worth of crypto to be posting. You have, I don't know, $10 worth on there and go for it. Have a look into it. It's definitely worth doing for anybody that's on social media. It's worth looking into. I will say that. As far as worth, and it's worth. I mean, if you're going in there with less than $10 worth of investment, just as a ballpark figure, and you can pull that out whenever you want, really. So you're not really losing. If you do lose, you're not losing anything more than $10. But with one post, you can return that money easily. You could triple, quadruple, 10 times it. And like I said, I'm not a fan of the mentality of the coders, many of the coders on any of the blockchains, their exclusivity and I see them as the wannabe feds and wannabe politicians. That's all they are. They just created their own little ecosystem where they are in charge. And they keep it exclusive to only a small niche of people, meaning coders / techies. While Hive is in that battle where it's constantly a battle between the normies and the techies, because it's a blogging platform and you have humanly readable data on the chain, namely blogs. So every normie can utilize the chain and crypto, get into cryptoverse, so to say, the crypto universe, which is not possible on other chains. And any normie can do that without having to know a single word of coding, or a single line of code, should I say, or a single thing about the tech side of things. A person with YouTube or WordPress can hop on there and do their thing without any issues, and not have to know anything about the tech or anything like that. So they're breaking new ground on that topic, and you can and like I said, every YouTuber like yourself, Shadow, or yourself, Anthony, can share your posts, your videos with the descriptions, the post, the text on there with very little to no effort. The team of guys that I was working with, group of coders, we actually made a little app, free app called Alt Yes, ALT space yes. I'm not sure. I've backed off from that whole scene. Like I said, coders are in a world of their own most of the time, and they're very exclusive. Very exclusive. They're living out. Many of them are living out their alter egos via their knowledge, and via that whole scene. But the fact is, that little app was on Android, Chrome, Chrome and Firefox, and it was just a quick way to share. I use it all the time, to share my stuff onto my old profile there, Jack Miller. So yeah, just for me, it was just an easy way to share anything from any website anywhere onto that chain, and to share my thoughts about it, add some text and so on. It's just like I said, it's just a plugin, just a little plugin on your browser. Just click, or on your Android phone, take a photo of something, write up a text, boom, there it is, or share a link, write up what you have to say and share it on there. And if it gets monetized, it gets monetized, meaning if somebody likes it, you get money. You get part of the actual new funds that are printed, what the Fed prints. So yeah.
The Daniel Show 200, welcome. Good to see you, buddy. I'm trying to design a hologram projector, hopefully soon. A hologram projector. That sounds cool.
Yeah, but if I can just add one more thing, seeing as I touched on crypto.
Yeah.
When dealing with crypto, remember, it's a risk. It's just like the fiat market. It's all based on supply and demand, right? So there is no guarantee that any crypto out there will be worth anything by the time I finish this sentence. At the same time, those who do end up purchasing crypto or getting into the crypto market, whether it be purchasing or going via a blockchain / website like hive.blog, right? We earn the money by contributing with content. At the end of the day, you want to look at the fees involved and the liquidity of the crypto as well, because a lot of the coins out there can't be converted to another coin easily because there's no demand for them. Likewise, they can't be converted to cash easily because there's no demand for them, or they can be converted to the mother of all cryptos / Bitcoin, right, on certain exchanges. And guess what happens? The exchange fees gobble up anything that you have. So Bitcoin's slow, ineffective, and too damn expensive. So out of all the cryptos out there, when somebody talks about Bitcoin, I'm like, yuck, they don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, it may have a $40,000, $50,000 price tag to one coin, but it's useless. I mean, I often gave the example of going to a shop and paying for a Mars bar, right, with Bitcoin, and with the lag time, sometimes by the time it takes to confirm the transaction, you could be sitting there. The expiry date of the Mars bar might not have gone through because it's such a small amount of money. Nobody wants to spend. None of the servers want to confirm the transaction. And guess what? You're sitting there waiting to pay for a Mars bar. 3 days later, you're still sitting there and it still hasn't been transferred the money. So the utility of the coin is very important as well. That's where a lot of these blockchains are lacking, the utility. While some of them, like for example, Litecoin, which is fairly fast, or Hive, which is extremely fast and reliable, are not being utilized or not as well known as Bitcoin. And yet their utility could be so versatile to the point where you could buy a Mars bar with those currencies. And the fees involved, like I said, with Hive, it's 0 fees. While with Litecoin, it's such a smidgen. I think it's 0.001 of a Litecoin, which works out to, don't quote me, $100. That's a 1 cent, 1 cent per transaction. Don't quote me on that. I'm just plucking the number out of thin air there. But it's bugger all. It's 1 cent or 10 cents per transaction. So, cheap. But the thing is, it's quick.
Apocalyptic Ben says Bitcoin may someday face redenomination that kill it quick. I've seen it in another cryptocurrency, been trading since 2014.
Bitcoin, like I said, Bitcoin is out of date. As far as the tech goes, it's obsolete as far as the tech side of things goes. But there's so much invested in it. All those people that have invested in it. Again, supply and demand, speculation. It's just like the shit. I mean, people in the crypto scene keep picking on the fiat scene because it's centralized, controlled by the governments, groups of politicians, and so on. What's the difference? They pick on the fiat scene because it's faith-based. What's the difference? Every single cryptocurrency out there is faith-based. It's dependent on supply and demand. It's no different to US dollar, Canadian dollar, Australia. When you look at it in essence, and I'm not being a crypto critic or a crypto skeptic, I'm just stating it as it is. But the people who run the nodes or the servers, right, that actually hold all the transactions, that track the transactions, right?
Yeah.
Guess what? They see themselves as being better than politicians. Yet they put themselves into the exact same role of government / or they use the word governance rather than government, where they decide what's good and what's bad, what should be done and what cannot be done, and so on. They control the Fed, the printing of the currency, namely the servers, and because there's a group of diverse people running it instead of a small centralized government, they think that they're better. Yet when it comes time to do a hard fork of the code, because code always has to be updated, and not always, but let's say it should be updated to keep up with the time, especially with the security and safety side of things, they have to get to a consensus, which means they have to vote on things, discuss things and vote on things, just like parliaments do. It is the exact replica of government / the Fed. Here it's governance / the code, where the digital money is ledgered / printed. It is the exact same thing. There is no cryptocurrency out there that is any different to any printed cash in any government, in any nation out there. It has the same everything. And as far as taxes go, okay, they say, oh, but there's no tax on this. Sorry, transaction fees are a form of tax. If you have to pay for every single transaction that's done on that chain, and it's in the code, so it's law, that's tax. Taxes are laws made by whom? The politicians. In this case, made by those who run the blockchain, who form the consensus, who run the... So they can talk down about fiat and politicians and all that, but from what I see, the crypto scene has become no different to it. They've strayed from the original concept of a decentralized form of currency, which is for the people and from the people, by the people, and so on and so on. They have literally strayed from that. And what was the factor? Money, profits. The sad part is none of that crypto is useful for anything, right? Unless you convert it to fiat. So they have definitely failed in the task of offering an alternative to fiat. And what caused that? Greed. If you look at, and yeah, sure, hindsight 2020 now. I'm not saying that I would have done it any better if I was there 12 or 15 years ago when Bitcoin came out. I might fall into the same trap. The greed factor, the money factor, the power factor could have, affected me. Probably would have. I'm no better than anybody else. I'm just a human being, just like the people who are running the blockchains, just like the people who are in government. I'm not immune to temptation. Everybody is only human. So, yeah.
Ben says, the teller at my bank explained how identical cryptocurrency is to American fiat. In the computer, the blockchain is the only thing they differentiates.
Well, it's a it's a decentralized / or distributed ledger, while the ledger in the bank / in the Fed, in the government, is centralized. But again, what's centralized? What does the word centralized mean? Is not the federal system of the monetary system also decentralized in the sense that ledgers are kept in various places and not just on one server in one place? So they have the same safety features as far as decentralization goes. It's just the approach is different. And blockchain tech, the theory of blockchain tech not being able to be modified or changed once something's ledgered, that's a lot of rubbish. Every code can be modified. Every mode can be hacked. Every code can be hacked, sorry. So every modus operandi of any code can be altered. And yes, they can be pulled back to a certain point in time on the chain, and everything from that point forwards is obsolete / deleted. So, and some chains have done that. So the blockchain tech is not infallible. And is not immutable. It is only immutable up to the point where a consensus is not reached by those governing the chain that it should be changed. You see what I'm saying? So, sorry, they play back the chain to a certain point and they continue it from there. So everything from that point in history on the chain, all that data is gone, useless, worthless, as far as that chain is concerned. That is identical to government and the Fed. Simple as that.
Money is just an agreement between me and you.
Correct. Same with crypto. And the tech that ledgers it is open to everything and anything, depending on who governs it. So, yeah, I've just basically made enemies amongst all the crypto fanatics out there by saying it as I see it. And I'll argue it, I'll prove it, I'll go pull out a blockchain there and we'll prove that everything I've stated not only is possible, but has been done in the past on just about every single blockchain out there.
Hey, Sierra, welcome back.
Ooh, I'm talking about a topic that I said to myself and I want to talk about. But again, crypto does exist. It is tradable. You can utilize it. You can convert it to what you need and what you want. Same as what you can convert your fiat currency, your paper money, your greenback, or they're not greenbacks, but the US dollars or Australian dollars into what you want when you go to shops. You can convert the crypto into fiat and use the fiat to get what you need out in the real world. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Use it. If you can, use it. And the link that I gave, hive.blog, is a portal where any normie, any non-techie, right, non-coder, non-engineer, right, or / programmer / scientist can get involved in the crypto scene with little to no investment. Literally no investment, if you're lucky, depending on how popular your content is. Gossip. Well, let's start gossiping. That's much more fun. Thanks, Vincent. Oh boy.
I remember when Bitcoin just get in public, and at first I thought it would be a good idea to just try to collect some Bitcoins, but I just gave up that idea because it cost too much back then.
Actually, it didn't. It depends on what year you got involved. 2009-ish, 2010-ish. A lot of my mates who were jumping on that bandwagon were telling me to jump on the bandwagon, and me and my ignorance back then, or my mindset back then, was no government on this earth will allow this to happen. It's just they'll crush it, they'll destroy it, and they have. They've crushed it and destroyed it from its original intent, but they haven't crushed and destroyed the actual greed factor, meaning the trading of the currency and the monetization. They haven't destroyed the market. They've just destroyed the original intent of a decentralized monetary system that is owned and controlled by the people for the people. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Ben
the product
says debt is the biggest illusion we face financially. Yeah.
Oh, I think financially the biggest illusion that we face is that the money that we hold in our pockets, in our wallets or purses, is actually worth something. That's the biggest illusion. It's not worth anything. And I guess that would be going into a whole different topic of discussion. But
Yeah.
realistically, that piece of paper in your wallet is worthless. Worthless. It can only get you as much as the other person is willing to give you for it.
The thing is, that really brings you value, that is silver.
Well, silver and gold are also dependent on demand. They're being traded. I mean, don't get me wrong. They're being traded.
Yeah.
They are tangible goods, but again, SHTF, so that the production of tech will go down. The huge, illustrious, need for all these processes will fall down to a bare minimum. Guess what? The value of gold goes down. That doesn't mean that the demand for it goes down, but the utility of gold, the need for gold, will go down, or silver. But at the same time, the greed factor among people, the speculation, all these people saying, oh, but gold and silver has always been, always. That side of things you can't control and can't stop. That's a supply and demand thing. That's a fear of loss thing, or a greed thing. So in our current day system, yes, gold and silver has a better chance of being viable for trading than any paper money in your pocket. No doubt about that. History has proven
that is what I mean. That silver and gold has more value than paper money. So,
well, it's tangible. It's an actual tangible product that has a physical use in this world, unlike paper money. Once paper money is gone, for example, how many countries? Okay, the Iraqi dinar with Saddam Hussein's head on it, right? Once
Yeah.
that currency was taken off the market and there was no demand for it, it literally wasn't worth what it was printed, the paper it was printed on, as the old saying goes. Sure, later on, once most of it got destroyed, right, there was a black market / eBay market for it, where collectors were looking for original notes, even the counterfeit notes, because they were even rarer than the original notes. So you see, but counterfeit notes printed during the Saddam Hussein era, not counterfeit notes printed afterwards by people with printers in their home office. So there was a demand for it even afterwards. But again, how the utility of it. Oh, there we go. You're falling asleep, mate. It's all over.
Well, almost. I have been up pretty early, so this morning.
Yep. All right. I won't.
But
nag
I think we can keep going for a while.
We'll just enjoy your snoring to the tunes.
Yeah.
And we'll put Money for Nothing and the Chicks for Free in the background. Or no, we'll put ABBA. What was the song? Money. It must be funny. Mate. But yeah, and another thing when it comes to gold, silver, money, we've all listened to people talk about gold, silver, and money as if it'll be tradable and utilized, have the utility it has in a real world, peaceful time scenario. A lot of the discussions are forgetting that there have been scenarios in the last 3-4 decades in Europe and other parts of the world where SHTF has happened, namely war, and money wasn't, or gold and silver was. I mean, I've given the example that I know of, firsthand. That is where a gold necklace was equal to a kilo of potatoes. Now, somebody might say, "Oh, where did that happen?" I'll say it outright: Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina, former Yugoslavia, in the 1990s. You had a gold necklace on you, and I'm talking about a chunky gold necklace, not one of those thin see-through things. If you got a kilo of potatoes for it, or a couple of kilos of potatoes for it, you were a lucky person.
Yeah. Or even if you had a couple of carrots.
And who was buying? Who was accepting the gold? Opportunists, war profiteers, those scavengers, those vultures, whatever you want to call them.
Because the gold could buy more ammo and more guns.
I'm not to my son. He's offering me some lollies. Like, Dad, you want some? I'm like, nah. But I said it out aloud. He's just shaking my head.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah. But so again, like I said, the average Joe Blow will not be in a position to be able to exit the surrounded city or the encompassed / lockdown city. The average Joe Blow will be limited to what he or she has around them as far as opportunities go to trade things. And those who have access to other markets outside of the enclosed / lockdown cities will be the opportunists who will be basically undermining the value of the product being offered, in this case gold or silver, so that they can get a profit on it somewhere else or get something else that is in high demand, like you mentioned, for example, ammunition, which will then be traded back here at $1 a piece or a Deutschmark a piece back then, for something that they purchased at 10 or 15 cents or 12 cents or 12 pfennigs. Yeah, cents. I'll use cents and dollars. They buy it for 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents, or 20 cents, and they're selling it to you at $1 or $2 a piece. Why? Because you need it in order to survive within the to function within the SHTF. But what you have of gold and silver, you're getting pennies or cents to the dollar to what its real market value is elsewhere, but you don't have access to that. And when I'm listening to these people talk about gold, silver, money, it's like, okay, obviously they've never experienced it or at least seen it in action. They've never seen SHTF in real life. Or when they were in SHTF, they were part of a military force which had access to post office, which had access to banks, which had access to telephones or sat phones, whatever, communications, and so on and so on. They were able to get from point A to point B or send things from point A to point B without any hassles or with little to no distractions or, you know, it's like they weren't living the SHTF. They weren't part of it. They were there, but they weren't part of it.
Yeah, take Venezuela for an example.
Well, that's a modern day example, which is somewhat peaceful in comparison to a real SHTF situation. And look how difficult it is, how many obstacles people have there.
Their finances, well, doesn't exist anymore. And it's actually the president's fault.
The president's fault?
In Venezuela.
Doesn't every nation have a government that is a reflection of the nation?
Yeah.
So pointing fingers when it comes to politicians and all that, maybe they're just a reflection. When you look in the mirror, you're seeing, and you see them. You should see them and not yourself. That's what it really comes down to. We as a society, our immorality is being reflected via the government that we put in place. Taking responsibility for that is not easy. Saying that, yep, if there's, I don't know, 10 million people in your nation, or 20 million, 50 million, whatever, that you're 1/50 millionth of the problem. You have contributed to the problem with your equal and portion of contribution or lack of contribution. But it's easy to point the finger.
Yeah.
In the USA, imagine. Okay, we saw the last elections in the USA. We saw that circus, bread of circuses. Imagine if that happened in the 1950s in the USA. What would have happened? Well, we can speculate. We can't say what would have happened with 100% certainty. But it is safe to presume that many an American citizen would not have just accepted things the way this current generation accepted things. And I'm not talking about left or right. I'm talking about right and wrong.
Yeah.
So is not the government there an actual outright reflection, just like in any other country? And Australia's no better. I mean, I can pick on Australia as well, but it's less known of. I mean, but what happened in the USA is well known of. So is that not a reflection of society as a whole, of the people living there? And again, I'm not worried about left or right. I'm not talking about blue or red political flags. I'm talking about right and wrong. What is deemed acceptable and what's not deemed acceptable. What is worth fighting over and fighting for, and what's not worth fighting over and fighting for. And I don't mean physical fighting either. I mean, I'm not excluding it, but I'm not making, when I say fighting, I'm striving for, actually going out and doing something about it. We just saw the world's most powerful nation, the people, sit back and accept the fiasco that went on. And we're surprised that things are going downhill in the world. We expect that type of scenario to occur, those types of fiascos to occur in the former Eastern Bloc, where democracy is still a mob rule type of thing. But in Western nations, like I keep saying, we used to pride ourselves in the fact that Western democracy versus Eastern democracy / communism, socialism, is that in Western democracy, the majority would ensure that the minority was not victimized by the majority. While in Eastern democracy, mob rule applied. You have the majority vote, 50% plus one vote. That goes. Everything else is banned. It is deemed illegal. You are not welcome. That is, out of bounds. That was a difference between West and East as far as how democracies go. Yes, socialism is a democracy. People voted, or the government, and so on and so on. And who are they voting for? People within a political party. While in Western democracy, you had people within multiple political parties. It's nuances difference. But the difference really was that the majority within the West would protect the minority, while not be a mob rule like in the East. Guess what? We just saw the West become equal to what the East was. Mob rule. Literally. We saw it happen.
Yeah.
And it's happening in every single Western nation. And unlike in the 50s or 60s, guess what? Or early 60s. All the way through to the mid 60s, we'll say, just to give a rough time frame. Back then, I don't think that the vast majority of Westerners would have accepted anything of the sort happening within their nation. Yet here we are. And I'm not worried about politics. I'm worried about what's going on in people's minds.
Yeah. Then I guess there is a lot of things that's going on in people's minds these days.
I reckon. Yeah. So it's but then again, that's a very difficult topic because it takes a lot of self-reflection on an individual level, each and every person. It's very painful because it requires people to accept responsibility for what is around us. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's not easy. Mea culpa.
Well, is something easy in this life? No. The most the things in this life is complicated, so which means not easy.
Nope. Which is kind of ironic. The other week I was at my cousin's place, and he was talking about money, how this and that, how much a house got. The houses in Australia are just crazy. I mean, prices just out of this world. It's not normal. We're talking like $1 million for a unit. I mean, that's crazy. But what I said to him was, okay. So, and his name's Joe. I said, Joe, I pointed to a brick in his small little /unit /house, right? I said, so you're telling me that the clay that brick is made out of today is different to the clay that it was made out of 30 or 50 years ago. You're telling me, and I said to him, and you're telling me that the manpower, labor hours needed 50 years ago to produce that brick is less expensive than the tech and the manufacturing process of it today. And yet here we are today paying $5 for that brick, or $3 or $2 or whatever the price is, compared to the 5 or 10 cents or whatever it was back 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Have we evolved? Have we actually moved forwards? Have we progressed? Or have we gone backwards? We're paying more for less energy, for less work, less manpower, and the exact same physical dug up clay that was dug up 50 years ago from the same damn hole, quarry. So have we progressed or have we gone backwards?
It sounds like we go backwards.
I mean, when you look at it from that angle, Isn't it crazy? It's like, here we are thinking that we're so superior to prior generations, and yet we're literally setting ourselves up for the fall and enslaving ourselves in ways that most people refuse to even understand or accept, because when they see that they can get $1 million for the house, oh, that's $1 million, man. I can get $1 million for a house. That same house cost $10,000 50 years ago.
Yeah.
50 years ago, you could buy that house with one person working in the family full time, and within 5 to 15 years, pay off max. We'll say 5 to 10 years on average, with one person working in the family. Now, it costs $1 million. You need both people working both parents working in the family, and working for a minimum of 20 to 30 years, if not 40 years, depending on their pays and so on. So how have we progressed? How have we progressed? How are we better than the prior generations? In which way? How are we more free? I mean, I'm just saying it as I see it, as it is. Please explain to me the fact that a robot makes something, or a machine makes something quicker and faster with less energy consumption and blah, 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 and there's more people on the streets unemployed. I don't know. The fact that the people employed today have to work 20 to 30 to 40 years to pay off a home for them and their eventually 1 or 2 children that they might have, or heaven forbid 3 children, a family with 3 kids, that's unheard of, because it's not economically viable anymore. Or 50 years ago, 30 years ago, when people were able to have children and have a family and enjoy life and go on holidays once a year or once every 2 years, and not have to stress out how to pay back, because they weren't paying back a loan to go on holidays. They were literally going on holidays from their savings, which they saved up for holidays, alongside paying off the home and all that. So have we progressed? I don't know.
I don't know either.
Look at it from that angle, and you'll see that we're actually going way backwards.
Yeah.
And these are all historical facts and data that I'm mentioning. I'm not putting a twist on them like some would, who may disagree. Well, he's putting a twist on it. No, numbers don't lie. People who lived in the 50s and 60s, like my parents, they lived it. I was a child, I remember. I learned from them. I listened to them, to what they had to say. Doesn't mean that I learned from it then. I learned from it later on in life, when I had to go through the same experiences of earning and paying things off. But when comparing to their experiences from the past and my experiences today, it's like, hang on a second. We're living in a society which is heading towards something that has only 2 classes: the upper class, the haves and have-nots. And I thought that we were striving, as per the International or the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, to never again allow for something like that to happen. Or, just as I pointed out on the World Economic Forum website, on my last video, I actually pointed out, they openly state that we will have a society / people on this planet divided into 2: those who are living in cities and the discontents, quoting their words. I'm not misquoting, I'm quoting. And anybody's welcome to go to the World Economic Forum website and go to my video, check out the links. It's in the description. You don't have to watch the video, just go to the links, click on them, and read it with your own eyes on the official pages. Go to the International Monetary Fund, read it with your own eyes. Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. That's the UN, sorry. The UN site, Agenda 21, Agenda 20, UN Agenda 21, UN Agenda 2030. And look at what your politicians are doing. Are they being loyal to the nation, or are they being loyal to the UN? Go to the IMF and talk about digital currencies. Have a look where that is at. They're already in place. It's not a conspiracy. It's not a tinfoil hat thing. It is literal fact. put right in front of us publicly, openly, and transparently. So nobody can say that it's a tinfoil hat conspiracy.
I'm back.
Yeah.
There you go.
Welcome
I
back,
don't
Ivy.
know if I dropped myself because I leave my phone up.
Yeah, that's okay.
Finish my work, so that's why I'm live too. Also, I'm just updating.
Yeah. A7,
Multitask.
look to Kota. Welcome. Well, if you want to join me us here, A7, you're very welcome.
Hey,
Okay, I'm
Shadow. Shadow, you know what you can do? You can pump out 50 videos per week, right? At $8 a pop, that's $400. That's $400 in videos.
In that case, you have to pump up a lot of videos.
I'm just saying. I couldn't resist.
Yeah, I figured.
Mate. Caffeine
Miss
pills,
Boo.
coffee.
Well, Miss Boo, you're welcome to join us up here. The link is, as always, in the top of the chat, pinned. And thank you for popping in.
Hey, today's Easter for everybody that celebrates the old calendar. It's Orthodox Easter. There, I'll just say Orthodox Easter. But those that go by whatever it's called, Gregorian calendar, I forget now.
Yeah, I believe it is Gregorian.
Yeah, but I forget. This very second, my mind's drawn a blank on that. But happy Easter to anybody that celebrates the resurrection of Christ today. Although we did have a joke when we were at primary school back in the day here, probably politically incorrect nowadays, but
Okay.
why did the Orthodox celebrate Christmas and Easter a week or 2 weeks, whatever, after us? Because all the Easter eggs are on special.
Yeah.
They're on sale. That was a joke. I guess that today would be deemed as inappropriate. But the fact is, all the Easter eggs are on special. They're on sale. That doesn't change the fact.
Every day is celebration. Yeah. You can come up here, A7, if you want to. Let's see if she decides to pop in. A7, it's good to see you again. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Every day is celebration. Yeah.
Non-stop celebration.
I'll celebrate when I get to the 500 mark. When I get the community tab opened. We'll have achieved my goal, literally. Then you'll start getting all these little micro blogs popping into your feed from me. The notifications.
Okay, A7, no problem.
Oh, it's 10:30 in the morning here. I'd get the kids up.
Are they still sleeping?
Yeah, Sunday sleeping. Yeah.
Where's CR? CR's not there.
He's trying to figure out new ways to reutilize an umbrella.
Yeah, probably.
I do watch his videos. Just, yeah.
Okay, Nanette.
You may not believe me, but I do watch his videos.
Yes, CR is a funny guy.
Uncle L came out with a couple of videos the last few weeks. He's been somewhat active.
Yeah. Yeah, Uncle L, he pops up a little bit. I can see him on, well, different streams.
Yeah. But they don't know I'm watching because I'm using a VPN. I'm lurking in the background.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Although I think I set my VPN now to Melbourne, city of Melbourne down in Australia, so I'm not, yeah, it's just confusing. I can't be Jack, he's not in Melbourne.
Love Channel. Welcome. Good to see you. And we hear Brian B. Sucks back again.
Bob should be popping in about now, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
This is about his time, I think. Or is he going back to the US?
It's funny when you're streaming, people come in and then they drop off and then they come in back in, and that's pretty fascinating. Well, Love Channel, we are doing good up here.
The cannibals are at it. I just went to see who else is live. The cannibals. Sophie B. SOP. Wait, let me do this.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just gonna shamelessly plug away someone else's channel here. But for me, it's Sunday mornings. Hang on a second. But to them, it's Saturday evening. Where are we? There we go. Canning party. People canning away and chit-chatting away, and they have laughs. But they're canning. They're canning foods. American style canning.
Yeah.
Needless to say. But I often find them to be relaxing, just to have them listen in on them during the Sunday, like I said, Sunday mornings for me. And yeah, but they're doing something productive. So that's a relaxing thing to have playing in the background, and learn a few little tricks of the trade when it comes to canning.
Thank you, Hugo Homestead. Much appreciated. And welcome.
Survival preparedness is live as well.
That's a lot of people who are going live now.
Yep, and and ham radio crash course. Now, who's into the CBs and radios and all that, the communication side of things. That's an ham radio crash course. He's live now, but that's an excellent channel on that. As far as walkie talkies, as far as radio communications go, I've learned a lot from that bloke. Because remember, ham radio, CB radios. That type of communication is not military comms. It's a civilian world. So for anybody out there that was a signalman in the military or knows that it's a whole different ball game. Many things are
it
similar,
is.
but just the way they communicate, it's different. Yeah. So it's a whole new learning experience for us.
Yeah, it
But yeah.
is.
Yeah. That's an excellent channel. Did I put the link in? No, I didn't. Typical. Hang on a second. I thought I did. And radio crash course. Hang on a second. I'll just put the link to the channel. Copy. There we go. Like I was saying, anybody interested in radio communications and that, and the tech behind it and that. Now, again, remember, these guys are techies. They're all fanatics in that field. But if you just leave out the tech side of things in the way you follow the channel, you can learn a lot from them. And there's a wealth of knowledge in his videos to date. Well, heaps of them. But it might put you to sleep if you start getting annoyed by the tech terms, you know.
Yeah. When it comes to CBs, ham radios, and walkie-talkies, it's hard to understand all the tech specifications and what they means, and so if you're gonna explain something like that, you need to be really good at one and have a great knowledge about the radio and how that works and what the term specs, technological specs stands for, and things like that. Thank you, Nanette. Yeah, sometimes I am. People say I'm all over the YouTube. And they are probably right.
Oh, by the way, I've stopped playing your videos in the background. That is, I mean, I watch them when they come out. I just don't have it plugging away non-stop. Sorry about that.
Well, that's okay.
The other day, whatever it was, the other week, last weekend.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, I just closed that tab. And the other tabs are still open in Chrome in the background, but yours is closed. When you said that you reached the numbers needed, it's like, okay. No shame. Yeah, well, even to my own demise, I'll say it as it is.
Well. Hey, Seven. Good to see you again, my friend.
Hello. Congratulations, my friend. I'm so happy
Thank
for you.
Yeah, I'm happy and excited, and I still don't understand that I am monetized yet. It's hard to believe.
I don't think it's hard to believe.
But I am.
I think you're good at making friends and helping people and very good things. And I think if you send out good things into the world, some of it is bound to come back to you.
Yeah. I do my best to do something good for people. So,
You do.
So when I have my birthday live stream, well, that is charity. So that will be nice. Charity for the Philippines, and they had typhoon and flooding in Philippines. So
I did. You know, I've had let's see. I've had the reminder set for your birthday. How many
yeah,
weeks now? So many weeks.
on
And
Thursday next week it is 1 month.
wow. And it was a fast one too. A lot has been going on. But this is the first that I've heard of that, and it does not surprise me. That's a very beautiful thing for you to do.
Well, I talked to Darren, and he will be my co-host. So I talked to him and how he helped me to put something together, and I came up with to do something with charity to do, and I decided for Philippines, and he knows one woman, Ruby, and me and Darren and Ruby, we talked, and she were really happy to that I wanted to do some charity on my birthday live stream. So there we are, basically.
Well, it's a
And
great choice as a
yeah,
co-host, and I bet it's going to be a lot of fun.
yeah, and Ruby created the thumbnail for it, so I changed the thumbnail. So now I have a new. I got a new thumbnail, and that thumbnail is awesome. Basically,
I don't know if I've seen it.
I think I have it on my. I believe I have it saved. I hope.
Maybe it's because I'm already on the reminder list.
Yeah.
Because I set my reminder like weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Yep. That was right before you did the video about running the car on empty, driving on fumes.
Yeah, running on fumes. Yeah.
I liked that video.
Yeah. Well, when I saw the gas tank, what? I need to do something. Oh, this can be a nice YouTube video. A very short one, but it was fun. Running on fumes.
Everybody's been there at some point or another. We live next to a very large military installation. It's very easy to get lost on this place. And the funny thing is even if you see a group of troops that are just out and they're doing their running and whatnot, if you stop them and ask them for directions, how do I get back to the main part of the post where you can get your petrol and whatnot?
Yeah.
These people come from all over the United States to be at this installation. So I'll ask them, can you tell me how to get to main post? I'm sorry, I'm from Hawaii. Well, I'm from Ohio. Well, I'm from Kansas. Nobody from Georgia. I'm like, okay, well, where's the sergeant? And they all ma'am me. That ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am. And even when I was like 16 years old, ma'am, just drive me crazy because you can't drill it out of them when they're in basic training. Oh no. But yeah. Yeah, both my roommate and I have experiences with either being directly connected to the military or being around it so much. I'm an honorary 101st Airborne from my radio work with Armed Force Network during Desert Shield and Desert Storm. My roommate's father served during Vietnam 3 tours. 2 in Nam, 3 in Korea. 1 in Nam, 3 in Korea. 1 in Nam was enough. I was born very far behind my eldest brother, and he went into the military during the Vietnam years, and I just remember being terrified every single night. Because back then the news was a little bit more actual news, and they would broadcast the reports every night. If you're probably too young to recall this, but even when I was 5 and 6 years old, we would have to watch a news show with David Brinkley and Chet Huntley were the 2 announcers. My dad was an announcer before I became an announcer, so I don't know if it was destined or what. But each night they would talk about the casualty numbers in Vietnam. And my parents actually talked my brother into signing up to go into the military. It was not a situation where he was drafted into the military. And I was not happy about that. He was my eldest brother, and oh gosh, let's see. Both of my parents worked at the time, so he was almost more of a parent to me. Oh, I see your thumbnails now.
Yeah. That is the thumbnail Ruby created.
Oh, okay. Is this the thumbnail with the hand?
This one.
Let me see if I can make the page larger. Okay, that's nice. That's very nice. I am sure we're going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly when I'll be popping in, but I will be popping in.
Yeah. You pop in when you pop in.
I'm still trying to... Go ahead.
So we will probably run it minimum 4 hours, but if it goes well, we run for 6 hours. Because if you run more than that, it would be overkill. That is what I told Darren, and he said, yeah, that would be a little bit overkill. Maximum 6 hours. So
I don't know. I know some crazy people that are having 7 to 10 hour live streams. I think the way I wound up accidentally meeting y'all was just after I had finished doing a moderator stint for a channel that was covering the launching and the journey of the James Webb telescope over the holidays, and he was doing 12-hour live streams. and he didn't even have a single moderator. And I was like, okay, well, I have some experience in that area, and I'll be happy to help you out, because he quickly, I mean, I don't know if people thought that he was associated with NASA directly because of the name of his channel, which is Review Labs, or what, but we just got a ton of people that were addicted to the channel. I mean, they would come in asking the most scientific questions, and I did not always know the answer. So I was really grateful that the rest of the moderators that he added had a lot more knowledge than I do in that area. Because it wasn't just, are the shields unfolding now? How far out are we in space? All of those graphics were being shown on the screen in real time, and everybody comes in asking the same stinking question: Are we there yet? After 100 times a day, it gets a little bit old. And one of the other moderators dragged me into the Discord thing as well. So I'd had an experience with Discord last year. It was not the most pleasant experience, but I'm coming back to study it as a model for helping people further advertise their YouTube channels, to help them grow it from that angle. So
That is awesome.
That's a heck of a segue. Started off talking about Vietnam and wound up talking
Indeed.
about Discord. I apologize. My throat is a little bit sore. I just got finished helping a friend with a live stream that was unplanned, and this person has not been active for a couple of months. We've been a little bit concerned about them, so we were very glad to see them come back online, and it was a very good experience. There was a lot of support there, so it was a very good experience, and we did a lot of laughing, and you can tell my throat is kind of shot tonight, so I don't think I'll be singing for you tonight. But why did everybody get so quiet when I came up on the panel?
I have no idea.
I'm just listening here.
Hi,
Yeah.
Ivy. How are you
Yeah,
doing?
I'm good. Just finished work. It's time here. It's 3:52 a.m.
3:53 p.m.
p.m. in the morning.
AM.
Oh,
Yes, I'm work here in Saudi Arabia. It's Ramadan here.
oh.
We're
How far?
celebrating celebrate the national for the Saudi Arabia, for the Muslim country.
Is it time for Eid yet?
Yeah, and the Eid
I-
not yet. Have 1 week. Have maybe next week.
No, I think, if I'm not mistaken, eating meaning it's nighttime. They can eat. They can do their 4 meals per
Yeah.
night now.
Because they will eat around 2:30 in the morning sometimes, or 2, and then finish work is 3:30. So now just finish work. So I wake up tomorrow. It's 8 in the morning. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I
Yeah.
have 6. Yeah,
Yeah, when they say fasting, it's not
yeah, 16
fasting.
hours fasting.
Yeah, it's not fasting in the traditional sense, or the most commonly known sense in the Western world, where you actually don't eat or don't
It's
eat a
like
certain
that,
food.
a fasting also, because they will eat a lot,
Yeah,
during that
it's actually,
time.
yeah, it's
The
actual.
tradition.
common known fact that in the Middle East, that there are many cases of people being hospitalized for overeating, and the consumption of food actually goes up. The sales of food actually goes up during the Ramadan season or the fasting season, because they don't eat all day during the daylight, and then they pig out 3 to 4 times during the nighttime, only to disrupt the whole body. To basically, they destroy their own inner workings of the body, because the body has a rhythm, and they disrupt that rhythm to the point where they actually get the hospitalizations boom up during Ramadan because of overeating, and the sales figures confirm that as well. So it's not fasting.
Really?
Yeah, when we say fasting, it's not the same as when they say fasting. What we consider fasting is the exact opposite to what they consider fasting. They just flip day for night. Instead of eating during the day, when they're actually consuming calories, they stop eating during the day and they start eating the 2, 3, 4 times, depending on how rich someone is or how well off someone is, during the night hours. They have the alarm clock set. I mean, I've been there, I've seen it. It's a fact. And when
You've
you
been
look into
there.
it,
You've seen
yeah,
it.
it's the exact opposite to what we consider fasting.
Then
It's
you
basically,
shouldn't have any problem reading my name. It's transliterated Arabic.
I don't speak Arabic. I wasn't there to learn the language, put it that way.
You know how to speak Arabic?
No. I learned a few of this.
Mapi malum.
I wasn't there to learn the language, trust me. Nah.
Ana adri.
Maadre. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot to be learned. There's a few good channels out there about those topics. We can learn a lot about that. I'll say culture, about that way of life. The word culture is not the right word, but I'll pick on one channel in particular because the bloke is very direct. Act 17.
Well, I lived with them for 3 years, and it was the best 3 years of my life. I fasted Ramadan many times. Found it a very enjoyable experience. In no country that I can think of, and I would have to rule out Qatar and Libya, did I ever witness anything remotely close to what you're describing. So I must disagree with you.
Pigging out during the night times?
Yep.
Well, have a look at the statistics. Just don't believe me. Believe their own statistics from their own nations. It's not a case of, and if you've been there, you will know that they do eat during the night times. They feast during the night times. Actually, let me just.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it in Kuwait. I saw it in Iraq during the worst of times. So, and I lived and worked in the Balkans 3.5 years in Bosnia, where it's a mixed community, and what I learned there was that what they say is not what they preach, is not what they do. So,
my experiences, I'm happy to report, differ.
Well, that's nice.
It is. It was quite wonderful. Admittedly, it was a unique situation and also a unique time. How shall I put it? It saddens me to see, to hear the more negative connotations of any people that is put forth. statistics or no, I'm kind of a global gal. When I first tuned in, you were stating some things, and I've read some of the same things about what many people are predicting to come. And about that, I would say I'm also a very spiritual person. I
Well,
do
yes, you
believe that
are.
faith can make a difference. And against the many negative things that are taking place all over the planet right now, I choose to resist in a positive way.
We
It's
need
not a
a
matter of
lot of
just hoping for the
positive.
better, but picturing the better and believing it can be changed with every fiber of my being. I'm not saying that we face anything easy. That's why I meet gentlemen such as Shadow Scout.
We will definitely face tougher times.
Yes.
And harder times.
We will be tested.
It will not be pleasant, but we have to get through it.
Here it is. This was an excellent video. Like I said, I like this channel simply because the bloke's direct. He quotes, he goes direct to the sources. He doesn't beat around the bush on these types of topics. Even myself, I try to avoid the political incorrectness at times, or just bite my tongue, bite my lip, so to say. But this bloke doesn't. He hits it. He hits the nail on the head every time, and he backs it with facts, not opinions or feelings or anything. Yeah, just like direct to the sources. There we go.
Try and discover why it was buried and learn where it originally came from.
Well, I hope you don't see me as adversarial simply because our experiences differ.
No,
I
heck
just
no.
wanted to add a different take
Look,
on it.
hey, I had my fair share of good times as well. It doesn't change the facts just because my experiences were, let's say my good experiences or happy experiences in different parts of the world were there's no such thing as all bad experiences. Even the worst of times, especially me, I always joke. In the worst of times, I always joke around, muck around. So you get a laugh out of it. But there's always great moments and everything, happy memories everywhere. But to block out to how can I put this? I don't see that what I've seen or experienced is exclusively the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Part of the truth. It doesn't change the fact that there are good people and bad people everywhere in the world, regardless of what they're brought up to live and believe.
And why Hitler adopted the swastika as the emblem of the Third Reich.
Oh, I know that sometimes people can get a. I don't always represent myself very well. Just to be specific, I am a person. I'm a practicing Christian, but I also enjoy learning about the religion of other people. And I find it very educational to try to experience their respect and their worship through the way they do things. I'm not speaking exclusively of the Muslims either. At first, it started out just as respect towards the many hosts that we had. I wound up in a strange situation where I was actually an honor representative to a person who wanted to get married to a Saudi Arabian. As a matter of fact, it's just a coincidence there. And her family disowned her when they found out. And kicked her out of her house onto the street, and she had nowhere to go. And I said, "Man, you haven't met my mom yet. Everybody calls her mom. You just come over to my house. We'll do fine." And we were in a different city, about 100 miles away from the capital in Georgia. And she said, "I was born and raised in the capital, and I really don't know your city." And she was terribly homesick. And we wound up moving into an all Arab enclave. There's over 100 people in it. And that was before my experiences when I got onto radio and got involved with Armed Forces Network. And I've done that with more than one religion. So
I actually went out and read the Quran when basically I was left in that, when I was put in a situation where it was like, okay, I'm sick and tired of being told you don't understand, you don't understand, you don't understand. I actually went out and read the damn book, and what I read did not impress me, because I had to read it, go backwards and forwards, because of the abrogation, because of the inconsistency in the teachings.
yeah.
And the second half of the teachings abrogates the first half of the teachings, and it's like, hang on a second. So at the end of the day, what it really comes down to is a sexually motivated, self-centered, chauvinistic.
That depends on which version of the Quran you got, in what country you got, and under the circumstances that you got.
No, you go online. You've got all of them on there. You can go to any you can go to any /version, which they deny, which their teachers, which they're being told doesn't exist. But yes, you're right. There are different translations and there are different versions, and the hadiths go even further than that. So I didn't
Well, the
read
reason I kind of giggled when you said it is because it always reminds me of a particular historical event, and that was when the Shah was ousted out of Iran. The Ayatollah Khomeini was already preparing to return to the country. They had known it for some time. When he came over with his own version of the Quran. It was a farce. He had actually had passages inserted in there where just for example, and I can't quote the surah, but I read it with my own eyes. It said that a woman's brain is smaller than a man's brain. And that's just one example of the chauvinism. Another thing, there is absolutely
actually, it's stated in there. It's stated, it literally, and I'm quoting, maybe not word for word, but I am quoting the actual context of the text. Again, I don't know the surahs off by heart. There's other people out there who know it all off by heart, big time, on both sides of that fence. But it states openly that if a man is accused of something, it must
I'm
be
sorry.
a minimum of
Your
two.
audio's popping in and out, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll try and say that again. For one man can be a witness, but if a woman is a witness, it must be two women that are witnesses to the same thing, and they must not differ in their statements at all.
In the least.
One man is equal to two women as far as their statements go. And there are hadiths which go into explaining that, which do define what you just stated word for word. It's not in the Quran. The brain quotation is not in the Quran. It's in a few of the hadiths, and very, very respected hadiths, because you know how they level things, like this is respected, that's not respected. So basically,
That depends if you're looking at it from the angle of the Shia or the Sunni.
Yeah, well,
or
that's
even the Sunni.
Yeah, that's a whole different ball game altogether.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a whole new shade of grey on top of all of it.
Yes, so there are some that study that disregard the Hadith altogether. They consider them, I guess, what I don't know if it's a good comparison, but perhaps as what some people call apocrypha. Apocrypha. I hope I'm pronouncing it right.
We can pull parallels to we can pull parallels to all things known. But again, like I said, the Quran itself, that book did not impress me at all. And I'm going again from a morality which was brought up in a Christian Western nation, where even if you disagree with someone, you still respect the person and love the person as a fellow human being. And you try your best. You should not, but you try your best to not have any hatred towards them just because they're different in any which way, whether even if it be an opinion. While in that book, it's very crystal clear. Anybody that apostatizes, the death penalty applies. The rest is all mild compared to that, the rape and enslavement and so on. The death penalty for apostasy. So, for differing in opinion is where it all becomes a cult. The sex side of things, I can literally state that no matter what version of the Quran you have, you cannot read a whole 2 pages without some sort of sexual connotation, innuendo, or outright sex being the topic of discussion on those 2 pages. I don't care how big a print the font is.
Well,
So,
I could say that if
that's the
you were to
Quran.
go over the Old Testament, there are some things in there that I would rather a child not be exposed to until they are a certain age, if you follow my meaning.
Oh, I understand. But the Old Testament is stories, more so historical events. Some say historical, some say, well, depending on how one looks at it. It was written down as historical events, while the Quran is teachings, moral teachings. That's the difference. You can learn from historical events and get moral teachings out of them, but it's different to being ordered. They're not. The whole of the Old Testament is not the 10 Commandments. If the Old Testament was just the 10 Commandments, where they say you must do this, you must not do that, and this is why. Guess what? That's the Quran. The whole of the Quran is this is what you do and this is how you do it because so and so says so, or because the Prophet did so. And the Hadiths go into explaining why and how. Just to put a generalization on it all. So to compare the Old Testament and the Quran in the way they're written and their whole purpose of the texts is apples and oranges. Yes, we can say they're both fruits, they're both religious, but in nature, but what they're serving and what purpose they serve are 2 different ball games altogether. Apart from the 10 Commandments. 10
I
Commandments
wasn't comparing them.
No, I'm not saying. Well, maybe I used the wrong word, but pulling a parallel. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there are some historical events. There are some stories about past generations in the Old Testament which are very descriptive in nature and which may not be suitable for children of a certain age based upon our views of life and what is acceptable and what's not acceptable for children under the age of 13 or under the age of 18 and so on and so on. So yes, I will agree with that. In fact, I'll back that 100%. I'll fully back you on that one, 1,000,000%, because I myself.
How did you come to travel so widely over there, if you don't mind my asking?
Balkans was young and dumb, trying to see the real thing rather than being just doing routine in the military here. And Iraq was Kuwait and Iraq. That was money. That was just like, we'll pay you so much if you do our dirty work for us. Yeah, sure, not a problem.
Oh, this was in a military capacity.
Operation Iraqi Freedom, correct. But note, the official term is civilian contractor.
Ah, I see.
We didn't wear a flag. on our shoulder, on our arm.
Wow.
Yeah, fun. But again, would I do that now? No.
Well,
Would I do that now? I believe that I was wrong in doing so back in the day. My morals, my views on life and everything were way different. But I had to learn the hard way, so I'm not a smart person.
I think it's wonderful that you at least got to see things on a first-hand basis. I know that you say it's young and dumb, and I was young and dumb too, but also very fascinated in learning things. Again, that applies globally to me, and I'm still learning. I'm still in
Well,
class.
and you know what? I'll give you an argument here as a fellow Christian that will give you maybe the wind needed under your wings, in that we are all family, we are all descendants of Noah, and luckily science is now beginning to give evidence in that direction. And you know what? We have no right to dismiss any other human being anywhere on this planet, because we are all family. So when you say global in that context, God bless you. I'll support you in that at 1,000,000,000%. When you say, but the word global, unfortunately, just like with every other term on this earth in the modern day and age, has got so many different twists and connotations to it that are crazy. So it's
That's
like,
true.
yeah. So in the sense of loving one another, respecting one another, and helping each other get to the light, to salvation, 1,000,000,000%, I've got your back on that one. Always.
Well, I think that I'm
Ever
truly a lucky person. I've bumped into some wonderful people on this planet, and I've also witnessed that even some of the wealthiest people have some of the most heartbreaking problems that you would never imagine. When they say that, the rich have their problems too, in particular, I'm going to have to be a little bit sketchy here and not get too particular about, because there are certain agreements that I must abide by. So I'm going to have to be a little bit general as far as not putting a specific time period on it. Through my college, through my university experience, not through my friendships that I formed amongst what I consider my Arab family, and these are people from many different nations. I came to meet what was then the Crown Royal Prince of Saudi Arabia, and he was basically hiding out in America. He had that, I forget the legal term of status. Basically, wherever he lived in America was considered Saudi soil.
Oh.
So if you stepped onto his property, there was a diplomatic thing there that did not apply to, say, the 6,000 other princes, because he was HRH. And the reason I was there was to audition for a scholarship. One of my Arab friends that I had known for years, he was pretty much a bodyguard to my friend and I, just came out of the blue one day and said, these two teachers had come down from the Metropolitan Opera to hear me sing. I did not know they were from the Met because of the way they were presented to me. And I had a class directly after I did this master class with a bunch of other students, and I was stuck at the very end. And I performed in like 5 different languages and got a very high praise from them, but I didn't have time to stick around and meet them. Well, my mother and my friend, who just happened to be of Palestinian descent, but of course, there's no such thing as, the passport and everything. So I'm quite sure it was a Jordanian passport, if I'm not mistaken. They had lived most of their life in Kuwait. It just blew me out of the water that I'd known this person probably a decade or more, and he had never mentioned, oh, yeah, by the way, I know His Royal Highness, and was very terrified about making this visit because now I had to learn a whole new ball game as far as customs. And even though I already knew a good deal of Sharia law from having been an honor representative and everything, and fell into situations where I was literally faced with some life or death decisions that got thrown into my lap. I thought my way out of them a little bit craftily. If you should ever wonder in the future, it makes for an interesting story. I'm trying to get to the point. The point is, I had to agree to visit this person no less than 3 days and 3 nights. Anything less would have been considered an offense towards the crown. Turns out the guy was nothing like I expected him to be. And of course, being on American soil, let's say he may not have acted by what the Saudis would have preferred, especially a person in his standing
Understood.
would have behaved. First and foremost, the topic of alcohol was a big deal, something I'm not into at all. But since I was female, I wasn't held to those same standards. But the males present were expected to keep up with every single drink this guy drank. The point that I was getting to, this guy wound up spending more time on the telephone with my mom than he did having deep conversations with me. He immediately revoked my right to even address him in the royal. I was to call him by first name. He just wanted, I think, anything on this planet except what he was born into. And what my mom and he talked about was the fact that he had read the Bible from cover to cover 3 times. I thought at first, okay, you read it from cover to cover 3 times, until my mom, who was very deep into her study, she had a very nice collection of study materials. She went over the books and went into every single book and went into their base language from which they were taken, and found all sorts of interesting twists on just the Greek roots of words. And I hear a yawn. I'm sorry if I'm boring you.
No, not me.
I hope it's the time difference and not the boring.
Yeah, he's falling asleep.
But it was my opinion and hers as well and he all but stated it in so many words that he cared much more for the Christian faith than he did his own. And his family was, not only were they suspecting it, but I suspected things like, okay, he's keeping his security force to such a minimum, it's ridiculous. Basically, one bodyguard. He was specifically keeping information away from the family. He was specifically turning down their demands for him to return to the Middle East, because at one point he had not sired a son, but had sired daughters. Yeah. So
Yeah,
seeing the
he's
depression
not.
that
He's
he
not
could
unique. He's not unique in that many a person apostasy is at its highest level ever in that cult. As the education levels rise, as the number of young people who know how to read and write and think with their own mind as a result of knowing how to read and write, being able to absorb more information, should I say, and be able to process it in ways that past generations weren't able to in illiterate parts of the world, in illiterate parts of humanity's history. They're, let's just put it this way, they have more problems with people leaving that cult now than what they ever thought they would have at any given time.
That does not surprise me.
It's not surprising. And usually it's I'm being very general now based upon what little I have managed to research the topic. There's one of two results. Either they deny any and all faiths, they become what we would consider atheists in modern day terms, I guess, or they become Christian. There's no third option there, which is a common event. Sure, there might be individuals here and there who turn some other faith or something or other, but I guess that they prove the norm, they prove the rule. You get what I'm saying? So it's one of two results. Either they turn to outright denial of creation, or they become very sincere people of the Christian faith. So that seems to be the general rule of thumb at this given time, as far as that cult is concerned. And their sheikhs and their imams are openly expressing their concerns about this, because there's
I bet.
There's a lot of people there who are going to the Friday. I say
Welcome
devil
back,
worship.
Ivy.
Yeah, they do their ritual things. They do all the things, but they're actually not practicing. They don't believe. That's the thing. But they have to stay there and they have to declare themselves as being members of that cult, because otherwise they'd be apostates and they'd have to face the death penalty. Or
In his case, he would have been killed.
exactly, but that's written in the Quran. That's not a choice. There's no choice in that. That is what the Prophet said must be done. So yeah. So that's why a lot of the biggest problem, I think that the biggest problem is that they don't know just how many people are part of the community and actively part of the community, but don't believe, are not loyal to that path. And that bothers them more so than the apostasy itself.
Actually, the point I was making was that I can see where people say that the rich people, there are rich people who actually do have their problems as well. And that's what I was thinking about, a person who has access to a silly amount of wealth and none of it could relieve the suffering that he was going through. And the reason I found it out was because I actually had an accident on his property. His concrete pier collapsed on me 6 hours after I arrived at the compound. So I wound up having to stay closer to a month. Got to know him very well. And the royal family issued me an invitation to go to Saudi Arabia so that they could thank me. Number one, I do not agree with this, but he claimed that I saved the two lives of his two young daughters because they liked to play on the pier. when the accident happened, I was trying to point out that there were two matching piers where there would be these luxury yachts parked, but they were out for repairs, so they were not there. And this was actually on the Bay of Biscayne, so there was about, it was in January, so there was about a 12-foot drop from the pier to the water. When I looked down and I saw the pier that I was standing on, and I realized that, I mean, I'm no engineer, but you didn't have to be to understand that looking at the concrete, and I could see the rebar through it, and it was just a hodgepodge. There wasn't even a system to it. I knew my friend had studied to be an engineer at one point, and that's my Palestinian friend that I refer to. And the bodyguard was from Beirut, and the two of them were fishing off the very end of the other pier. Now, they were quite heavy in stature. I would guess that Yahya was probably maybe 280 pounds. By the time I reached their pier to tell them, look, I see a problem with this, and I got behind them, I was actually standing on the final square of the pier, and just as I'm telling them this, I hear this loud crack, and you've heard people describe when they get into an accident, all of a sudden time slows down. It seems like things go into slow motion, but your mind is moving super fast when you get that huge surge of adrenaline through your body. And I just reached out and I grabbed both of them in the middle of their chest. When I shoved upwards and backwards to push them off the end of the pier was exactly when that last section was breaking free, and it shoved me under that piece of concrete, which wasn't very thick, thankfully, because it took me to the bottom immediately. And I was down there a few seconds, and I thought, wow, this is the end. It's drowning. Didn't see that coming. The second thought was, I know that I lacerated my skin. I'm terrified of sharks. And it had me pinned all the way up to my hips. My legs were completely under it. And I had no choice but to wreck my legs and lacerate the entire back of them all the way down to my ankles and my Achilles heels just to get out from under there. When they pulled me out, we thought that I had a broken elbow, a broken ankle, and we still had to figure out how to get me. There was no ladder to get me 12 feet up off of the difference to even get me to the hospital. And then I found out real quickly, oh, by the way, we can't take you to the hospital because first His Royal Highness has to take a look. And I'm like, I'm bleeding all over your floor. Are you sure we can't skip that part and just have him call the hospital or something? Nope. They woke his butt up, and he just sat there while I bled all over his green carpet. I'm in shock, so I'm not feeling any of the pain yet. The Beiruti is looking at me and saying, I've seen worse. This is not that bad. I don't know if they're trying to make me feel better or worse. But at the same time, when I was rushed to the ER people started having some sort of fit because they said some special doctor was coming in. And to this day, there isn't a single scar on the back of my legs. You can't even tell I was in the accident.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, it's a miracle. If you were to look with the highest, like the kind of light that the surgeons use, that super bright light, you can see a faint patch of pink on one of my Achilles heels. And that's it. It's not even truly a scar. So over that month, the prince's personal physician came to me and said, I have been trying to get him into this hospital. We need to, number one, look at his liver, amongst other things. We have suspicions that he's dealing with diabetes and whatnot, and he will not come into the hospital. Can you talk him into coming into the hospital? And I was like, you know what? Y'all are putting an awful lot of pressure on me out of nowhere. I came down here for an audition, didn't appreciate being put in that position, but it took about 3 weeks. And at one point, I made a boo-boo that would have gotten a lot of people in trouble. And we were in the TV room. There's like 6 different TVs in the TV room, and it had this huge remote. It was like a big square. It just didn't even look like what people used back in the day. But of course, you know, he's special. And he said something, and I was losing my patience with not being able to talk him into going to the hospital. So as I passed the super couch that he was sitting on my way out of the room, I said something to the effect of, if you really cared about the life of your children that you talk about so much that I supposedly saved, then maybe that means you should care a little bit more about what happens to you. And I tossed that TV remote at him, and the people in the room, their eyes were as big as plates. And I left the room and I went upstairs to one of the suites that I was staying in, and I got on my knees and I faced the ocean and I thanked the Lord for my life, because I was convinced the bodyguard was coming up to kill me, which he could have done. Absolutely no American law against it, because I was on Saudi soil, again, legally. And I heard the bodyguard stomping up the stairs, and I was like, oh God, here it comes. Is he, you know, how is he going to take me out? How's this going to be covered up? I'm thinking all of these things and praying. And he comes in and he has a very stoned voice. He said, what did you say to him? And I said what you should have said to him if you were half the man that you're supposed to be in protecting his life. How do you define that? And he waved his hands and he said, no, you misunderstand. I want to know, what did you say to him? He's downstairs packing. It's 2 a.m. in the morning and he's going into the hospital right now. Long story short, now they're claiming that I saved his life. But when it came to them asking me to go over there to be received by the royal family, I refused 3 times. What they do is they come in and they ask you privately. So they won't be embarrassed when you refuse the royal invitation. Nobody loses face if somebody comes to you privately and says, we would like to issue this invitation and whatnot. So that was a very...
Well, you hit a nerve. You hit a nerve. And
Pardon?
the parent, you hit a nerve. You struck a nerve.
I had to think of something. He's a human being. I mean,
Exactly.
I've had my experiences around committed alcoholics before. I know one when I see one, and I just prayed that sooner or later that opportunity would come, and if I was lucky, that the Holy Spirit would bless me with the right words and the right attitude at the right time. So somehow it worked out. I certainly don't take credit, because I feel like it was more of a reflex and fear that a life might be in danger. And by that point, the physicians were actually coming to the compound to address me personally, because they figured I had some kind of, well, it was a friendship, but odd friendship, because I don't know, being a prince, just very different person, raised in a very different way, and that was one heck of a culture shock.
Doesn't take the blood out of his veins and doesn't take the flesh off his bones. He's just a human being like everyone else.
And I think that he wanted that too. I don't think he wanted the mantle of royalty. Really didn't seem to care that much about the money. They cut his allowance like down to 1/8 because they thought that would send him crawling home. Well, that monthly allowance was still something like $160,000 a month, if I recall correctly.
think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let me get out my violin. It's a very strange situation. And I wound up not getting the scholarship because then it was decided when I was finally healed up that I would go back, report to home. I had many bills to pay. They wanted to take care of that too, and I pulled a boo-boo by handing the check back to him, something I was not supposed to do.
Oh.
Yeah, so after all of that careful instruction about the customs and everything, oh, that didn't go over well at all. I did, yep. He just wanted me to take this sum of money, I think it was $35,000, and go and not only pay the bills that I was behind for the month, but to probably pay a couple of more months in ahead and then go right back down there and be his friend for a while longer. And when I say friend, I'm talking about he was a perfect gentleman. Never once made any untoward suggestion, much less any advances. Actually, did have a girlfriend down there. I called her at one point to ask her to help me get him into the hospital, and basically she just wanted him for his money, which made the situation all the more sad. Yeah, I know. But that was my point. Even some of the richest people out there, I don't know. I don't feel sorry for the group, specifically the group that. Who was the famous musician? He basically, there was a UK musician from the Velvet Underground, Brian Eno, who said something to the effect of there's basically 61 people on the planet. That was at that time, before the COVID explosion of billionaires. Yeah, I'm glad I can, or at least I hope I'm getting a giggle out of you occasionally. Um, he said, and you could put the whole of them in a bus and drive it off the cliff. We'd all be better off. I wish I could say it as well as he did. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately, that is true.
Yeah, sadly
That,
so.
yeah, I don't know if there's any means of getting through to those types of people and having them see the wrongs of some of the things that they're doing, the way that they're living or thinking, or yeah. But then
Well,
again,
they've been schooled and taught not to think of us as humans.
unfortunately, that's I can't say that I can confirm that, but I can confirm that that is the impression that many of us have. Yeah, the haves and have-nots, or as I quoted the World Economic Forum website, the people living in the cities and the discontents.
That's where you were when I came in to the live stream.
Well, I
That's
quoted
right
that
where you were
website,
when I came in.
and don't believe me, I tell everybody, go to the website, read it yourself, and if you have, just keep reading it and just realize what we're being told is happening and going to happen, whether we like it or not. That's the point that really is disturbing, to say the least, and that is whether you like it or not. This is what's going to happen, and you can be with the in crowd, or you can be a discontent. And it's like, how does that comply with anything that we've been trying to achieve as humanity over the past 6,000 years ish, and especially in the last century with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and many other declaration and document that states that we shall never ever allow for this type of evil to raise its head again, and yet here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah. And the average Joe Blow just doesn't care. Literally doesn't care.
Exactly.
That's the
It's
saddest part
frightening.
about it.
It's quite frightening. With some people, they actually buy into what. Oh, it's so horrible to even call it a media. It's such a farce. My father was an anchorman for NBC locally here. And Dad was very good about being an actual reporter. He had started out in newspapers. He had done decades in radio, and this was a new experience. This was about when I was 6, going on 7. And that worked out fine for a couple of years. In fact, he did such a good job that the 2 competing stations, there were 3 back then, were not even allowed to go set foot on the military base. The head of public relations told Dad, he said, "You're the only person that I would trust to faithfully report what's happened when an accident would happen out on the base." And Dad was an old school reporter: who, what, when, where, why, and report it faithfully. After he had been in it for a couple of years, they sent someone down from New York, and they said, "James," which is hilarious because nobody called my father that, "you won't even have to worry. We have a completely new system that we're putting in." This was in the early 70s. And what we're going to do is we're going to send all the news down by whatever they referred to, the teletype at the time, and you'll just read it. And Dad, who actually typed out on a large print typewriter what he said live every night on the news, just straightened his papers and said, "You will have my resignation on your desk in the morning."
Yep. You
And they kept.
recognize the Goebbels factor in it.
Pardon?
You recognize the Goebbels, whatever.
He knew it instantaneously.
It's like
And
the Goebbels, I call it the Goebbels factor.
they offered him more money and said, "I'm afraid you are missing the point." And Dad was a man of few words. Very loquacious man, very well read man, but he could be very to the point with a small amount of words. And when they kept pressing it, they eventually offered him the New York desk, and basically got a. Which part do you not understand, the N or the O?
Yeah.
Because he quit so quickly, there was a span of time where he was not employed, my mother was not employed, and I don't know how we got by. There was times where food was scarce until he secured a job he knew that had longevity to it, and we were behind him completely. Even down to the 7-year. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to pull a parallel, and I'm sure that you know the photo I'm about to mention. There's a photo of a crowd in pre-World War II Germany, where everybody's giving the Roman salute towards the little mustache guy, Charlie Chaplin mustache guy, not to name him here.
Yep.
And there's one gentleman who's standing there with his arms crossed in that crowd. Your dad is the equivalent to that bloke.
Dad was Army Air Corps.
I'm just saying that everybody else in that photo was raising their arm, saluting, and there's this one person in the crowd with his arms crossed. I don't know the reasons why his arms were crossed, whether they were politically motivated or whatever, but the fact that he didn't just conform and do what everybody else did in that regime, in that system of conformity and compliance, says a lot about him, regardless of what his motivations were. And again, we now know, hindsight 2020, that if there was more people who were prepared to cross their arms and not just go with the bandwagon and comply and conform and kneel, that maybe there wouldn't have been that much, that many evils occur when they did occur in that part of the 20th century. So yeah, so it's always that one bloke or that one person, regardless of gender, sex, whatever you want to call it nowadays, that can make a difference and leave a legacy for future generations. Even if it be on a local level or on an international level, makes no difference. The legacy is there. So your dad not accepting the Goebbels type of approach to media / news and turning what should be informative into propaganda is a legacy that even if your dad's name is never mentioned in future history books, people like your dad and all those people, including your dad, will be mentioned indirectly, if you see my point. So he left his message crystal clear, and him and many others like him out there who are doing the same thing in the world of news, right? News, I say news,
Yeah.
doing their best to ensure that it doesn't turn into exclusively just a propaganda machine for the regime, for the powers to be. Their legacy will be heard of and respected one day in the future, just like that one guy in that photo of the crowd at one of the rallies for the little Charlie Chaplin character guy in Germany during the 1930s. You see my
Yes.
point? So even if he's not mentioned, guess what? His legacy will be mentioned. His role in all that will be mentioned. And he's just as much a part of it as the person whose name is mentioned.
Well, there were other people who got the point, to say the least. The only exception that he made was a CBS affiliate in the same town contacted him, and they said, James, I can't tell you what they called him without revealing my last name. Sorry. We don't have our announcer. We don't have our anchor properly trained yet, and if you would please do us a favor, we just need someone to act as our anchor at tops 6 weeks, outside number maybe 2 months. But if you would please do us that favor, we have to train this guy up. He's going to need a lot of training. It's funny, I wound up in high school with his son, who looked so much like him. It was not even funny. This anchor that would come to be, and very, very nice gentleman. But did he get the memo? I don't think so, because Dad did that favor on the understanding that everybody was on the same page, and he was not going to read anything teletyped sent down from CBS. They knew before even approaching him that he was going to continue to be a reporter. But long story short, we were certainly proud of him.
God bless him.
Oh yeah, he's a great guy. I was very blessed, because I actually had my dad, and my backup dad was the gentleman that I kind of grew up in a skating rink from age 9, and this elderly gentleman named Sarge. Not only did he help build the rink, I later found out that he helped build the church that I was baptized in. As soon as we moved to that city, for some reason, the family stopped going to church, and my little 6-year-old butt, I just love to go out and explore by myself, and found a church that was within, I think it was roughly a quarter of a mile away from the house. And I was like, no, I'm gonna keep going. And my grandmothers thought it was great, so they kept me in white little gloves and made sure that I had a Bible. and proper clothing to attend church. And my parents said, we have made our decision. We will worship in our way, and if you want to do that, that's okay with us. 6-year-old kid. I'm not kidding. Sarge filled in all of the spaces as I grew up. He became like another father to me. To this day, his youngest son, I call him my baby brother. He outlived 2 wives. He had a huge family. But whereas Dad was one way, and his he did not care for military life. When he got out of the Army Air Corps, I was, well, let's put it this way. I don't think anyone was ever told the precise details of what he did. He could tell anecdotes. He would repeat those anecdotes. It wasn't until years later that I started lining up what cities he went to, what that might have meant, the ramifications of it compared to the years that lined up with it, which would have put him on the western side of the United States, whereas I'm from the southeast, born and raised. And none of it made sense until I started learning history, and I was like, not adding up. But he never diverted from his, well, Dad, what was it like to serve? Well, these things happened and this thing happened and whatnot. And he was, at one time, he had a dance band when he was in college. It was very popular. He led on trombone. We're talking like Benny Goodman, the Stan Kenton Orchestra. That was very much like the orchestra that he had. So it was wildly popular. So he went into the military. Sometimes they said that he entertained as a musician, and that explained why he would be going to these different locations and whatnot. And I don't think that was the case. Of course, the Army Air Corps was the predecessor of what today we call the Air Force. Shadow, am I putting you to sleep yet, baby?
No. No worries. I'm just listening.
Well,
Fascinating.
I apologize if that's the case. I have lots of I have no regrets as far as an interesting life. It has definitely been an interesting life. But like I said, I'm still a student.
There's
We
a
are
saying
all students.
Saying I learned in Europe says we spend our whole lives learning, trying to get smarter and more intelligent, and we all die dumb.
I'm hoping that's not the case. I find enlightenment in all the most interesting places all the time.
Yeah, I think the moral of that saying was that the dumbest, the not so smartest and not that so intelligent dies the exact same way as we all die. We all die. We all end up dying. So it's not a case of just because there's a lot of, depending on which context it's used in, but yeah, we all die dumb. It's like we're all equals when it comes to death. You can't avoid it. As far as the physical body goes, that is.
Yep.
So yeah. Anyway, I don't want to be rude or sound like I'm cutting it short, but
well, don't be rude. Don't cut it short.
No, I don't want to sound that way, but family's up and about, and I got to do what I got to do. Simple as that. So it was a pleasure.
Oh, I had so many questions for you. Maybe some other time.
I'm here on Sunday mornings, my time, Saturday nights, your time. So I'll be here. Don't worry. If not in the live, I'll be in the chat. Either way. Shadow has me as a fairly regular person here.
Yep.
So you all stay safe, and God bless.
Stay safe as well, my friend. God bless.
Take care. Stay safe. God bless.
And I do hope that we can continue in the future.
Yeah. You probably will. You never know.
Oh, I'm real.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, you're real. Freeman James says your voice sounds familiar.
Well, it's been a few years, but I had my radio work, but I also, as a member of what they used to call the Armed Force Network, it's known by another name now. They laughingly refer to it as AFARTS, but it basically means a combination of all their media. During Desert Shield and Desert Storm, I donated my time to the job. I actually worked 2 full-time jobs at the same time, donated my money back to the AFN, and supported the American troops with the rest of my income from my primary radio job. So I don't really know where my voice has been broadcast. I've been contacted from, I thought that it was going exclusively to the Middle East, and I found out later that people contacted me and said, we were listening to you in South Korea, very many places that were just quite unexpected, and other branches of the military that I was not aware of. So all I knew was I had a certain amount of time to record a second 5-hour show on reel-to-reel tape, and I had to make it to Federal Express by a certain time. I kind of had to bend the traffic laws a little bit. Might have had to break them a little bit, but I got those tapes there on time because they had to arrive in New York City by the next morning in order to reach their destination. No, I didn't do bingo. More along the lines of popular music and jazz, and a lot of supportive messages towards the branches of the military. I felt the pressure that they were under, that they needed to hear as much positivity as possible, and that's why I, outside of paying my rent for an apartment, I would sleep in the radio station, Shadow. I'm not kidding. I would sleep on the couch just to save an extra half hour to not drive. And I would take that money, and one of the things that they had a big problem with in the Middle East, there were a lot of troops, and I found out this through a troop's sister of the 101st Airborne. They were dropping weight rapidly, and they were being forced to hydrate on a regular basis. And I'm one of those people, I can't just chug water or I will throw it up. And what I was doing was buy, oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Freeman James. I would buy the biggest cans that I could of powdered Gatorade so that they could flavor their water, and then I would fill up the rest of the box with letters from me and other people. The box would usually be enough to be shared with hopefully 6 to 8 people, because the dried Gatorade cans were quite big, quite heavy. I have one in my cabinets right now as we speak. A little part of my, getting ready for something that might come to pass, shall we say, and a reminder of something that I did. But we would fill it up with goodies and pack that up in and around the Gatorade and the letters, and I hope we lifted a lot of spirits. But that was on the regular. We got paid twice a month, and I would get as many of those humongously heavy boxes out as I possibly could, and did that for some time. So when they came to me 5 years later and there was no announcement. Nobody gave me a heads up or anything. A gentleman appeared at the next radio station that I was working at, and he was a representative from the 101st Airborne, and said that they were choosing to adopt me as an honorary member, and they gave me a coin, and they were going to hold a party for me at their home base. And before that could happen, it was within 48 hours that I saw two gentlemen coming down the hall at the radio station. I took one look at them and I said, government. And they had an index card in their hand, and they said, we want you to read this, and you will not deviate from one word that is written on this card. And it was basically an announcement that said that Desert Shield was now becoming Desert Storm. As I was making the statement, the truckloads of troops were leaving the very large military installation that I'm near. And at the end of it, it was basically, we are moving out. This is the official status. And that was the end of the statement. And they stood 3-4 feet away from me while I read this on the air, and I was mad as a hornet. So when I turned around and I finished the statement, I looked them dead in the eye and I said, God bless America, which was not written on that card. And they just looked at me like, yeah, what are you going to do to her now?
They
You're going to
cannot
put
do
me in
anything
stocks
about
and
it.
chains? I don't think so, buddy. But yeah, that was a special time. I have lots of, many times, was given multi-platinum record awards for this artist and that artist. And I'll tell you right now, few things mean as much to me as that coin does.
Yeah, that kind of.
So, Shadow, you're learning a lot about me you didn't know before.
Yeah, obviously I do. But I find it interesting.
I hope so.
Yeah, I really do. Very interesting story.
A lot of them. You'd be surprised how many people have approached me about writing a book.
Yeah.
That still happens.
Well, I'm not surprised about that.
I am. Most everybody wants to know how did you go from getting a surprise scholarship to go to university so that you could sing opera, but wound up in radio and pro-military. It's just, and I just tell them, I said, you know what? The fact of it is, I never asked to be a DJ. The skating rink told me that I could not have my job. The skating rink I grew up in. My best friend and I were hired on the same night. She got to work snack bar, and I said, I'd like to work the skate room. And the manager said, no, we're going to train you to be a DJ. I said, what? And they said, yeah, we have a personality problem with our two male DJs. They both want the best hours. They both want the best pay. We can't do it. So the only thing we know to break their little vanity party they're having is we're gonna ask both of them to teach you to try to keep both of them. And it worked. But I did not want to be and I sat up there and begged them, please don't do this. And they said, go home and you have one night to think up a DJ name. I am not kidding you. And my first DJ name was DJ Sunshine because I could not think of a name to save my life.
Well, it's CR. He says, I'm learning Shadow keeps on streaming and streaming and streaming. He streams more than water does. LOL.
Tee-hee. Ivy, are you still with us?
Yeah, he's.
She stepped away from the microphone for a moment.
Yeah, probably. But those stories is really fun. And,
Hopefully fascinating. I know they're definitely unusual.
unusual, yeah. I can agree with that. Unusual, but fun to listen and fascinating.
You do remember, or you might not, the last time that I popped in on one of your live streams, did you notice that I didn't stay very long?
Yeah, I noticed.
It was because I had a big disagreement with one of the people on the panel, and I believe I
Yeah.
said so because I did not want to. I didn't want to leave under the wrong impression.
I understand that. No problem.
But as usual, I find myself in the position where I definitely need to gather more data. I would like to know more about that person, because he has definitely had some fascinating experiences in order to form those opinions. Some of them I'm going to respectfully disagree with.
Yeah.
But I think that background experiences, the differences in our experiences, I can see now where those have been shaping factors. And now I'm very interested in knowing more.
Yeah. That's something really interesting. You disagree with someone, and then after a while, you are interested to learn more and know more.
I hope that it's one of my strengths.
It
I hope
sounds
so.
like one of your strengths. It sounds like that.
Well, it's never a good idea to try to form too quick an opinion on a small amount of information. And I got a small amount of information on a particular day, and just because I disagreed with the comments being made at the time, and I'll be honest with you, I don't even remember what those comments were. I just remember that I disagreed with them, and I don't remember if that was when I couldn't unlock my mic. We had to do quite a bit of fiddling with my computer for like 3 weeks. I could not get the mic to function on panels. It took us like over 5 hours to work out why that was taking place. So I am not a computer wizard. But anyway, we finally got down to the core of what the problem was and got it fixed. So
Yeah, that's the wonderful world of technology.
oh yeah. Woohoo!
That's really annoying when, especially when your mic or camera doesn't work properly, and you have, let's say, 5 minutes before you're gonna go live. That is a little bit tight, and try to figure out what the problem is.
Well, yeah. In my time in radio and what little time that I had in television, you have engineers that take care of that problem. You
Yeah,
know, you have somebody. Okay, you take care of this. There were only a couple of times that I had technical problems where I had to actually do the repairs. As you probably know, I think on Fridays and Saturdays, because of what I learned in the skating rink, which is how to actually mix records like DJs do in a club, I did the same on radio. And they were the highest rated shows in the city. And I never recorded one. They were all performed live, just like a DJ would do in a club setting. I much preferred doing it at the skating rink or on the radio. But at the radio station, they had 4 turntables. So I got, it's funny, at 2 different stations, they both had 4 turntables. And I was mixing up a storm. I would carry in 300 pounds of records every Friday and Saturday night, which was really fun at the second station because I had to do it upstairs. And the doctors would, at that point, I had had my first battle with cancer. And the doctors were only letting me lift like up to first 30 pounds at a time. And then they reduced that to 15 pounds at a time. And I was like, you're just making it, take longer to get the records in the place. Long story short, I blew all 4 preamps on all 4 turntables. First at the first radio station, and I was like in the middle of having this party, and it's dancing, celebrating music, always clean. I always censored my program for young people. Don't apologize for it, nor would I do it if I were to do so today. The record labels still want me to figure out a way to do that electronically, working on that, studying on that, just in case. As I've mentioned to you, that might be one of my future plans. I'm just not letting out too much information about it right now. But the engineer at that time, a very nice man, I called Uncle Jack. I called him up and I said, I just blew 4 of the preamps and I have no music playing. He said, stick a CD in there, say something on the air. We can't have dead air. And I was like, okay. I had to crawl up under the turntables with one of those slim flashlights stuck in my mouth to use both of my hands to reset the preamps by hand. And the second time I did it, the 2 engineers were in the next state where the transmitter was, so they couldn't reach me in time. So once again, I had to get on my hands and knees and reset the presets all by hand. Thank goodness there were CD players in there too.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah, that is memories you always will remember.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
That is things you never forget. Mostly because they are not fun at the time, but later it's fun.
Oh, it was a great learning experience. And for a person that never planned to do any of those things, the interesting thing is, like I say, when people ask me, how did you get from being focused in the area of opera because of your university's requirements to being this person that I wound up, I hesitate to say it because don't want it to sound like bragging, but I actually did have the highest ratings. They stand today, and I've not been on radio for a number of years, over a decade, and to this day, they are still the record in Columbus. Nobody has even reached the halfway point of how high those ratings are. So when people ask me, how did you get from A to B, when you didn't even plan any of it, I tell them it's because God chose every one of my jobs. I did not. They all seem to happen by accident. I'm completely serious with you. I never said.
Yeah.
I never said I wanted to be in radio. That was an accident.
Well, you
Just
slide in and
something
I've been
happened
in.
on the spot.
Yep.
Creative redundancy, are you hinting for us to get out of here? I'm starting to wonder about your
I'll
message
always
now.
remember 2022 as where ShadowScoutSwede stream is.
Well, we're celebrating. We're celebrating a very important occasion. I think that is a big deal for someone to learn that they are becoming monetized.
Yeah.
Wow. Really? 8 hours?
Yeah, 8 hours, 19
And
minutes,
19 minutes.
seconds.
Congratulations on your very long stream.
Well, the longest I did was 10 hours, 54 minutes, 48 seconds.
Were you celebrating something as good as that?
No, I didn't celebrate anything that time.
How did it wind up being so long?
Watch hours.
I'm learning so much from you and Darren, it's not even funny. But it's great. No, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, Darren, he has a lot of knowledge. He knows a lot of things.
And a great attitude.
Yeah. And he's also a good Christian.
I love the mega love shout out thing. I felt comfortable from the first time that I found that channel by accident. I'm so glad that I did. I have really enjoyed learning all of these new things about the beautiful people of the Philippines, and I say people.
Yeah.
And it's reflected in so many of the people that I've met since, that obviously, either admire the Philippines, certainly have attraction for their very beautiful women, from their hearts to their appearances. Obviously, a very special people. And other people that I would like to study further. Oh, creative. God bless you. That's always a welcome thing when you're doing a long broadcast. Trust me, I've done quite a few.
Yeah. I'm going to for a bathroom break. I'll be back in a sec.
Oh, okay.
Make it 10 maybe.
What would you like me to do in the meantime?
Keep the stream going. You find out something creative.
Okay. Alrighty. I can't see the chat, so I'm going to minimize the window. And I will see you in a few. And let's see what have we got going on. Oh, what a beautiful statement. I love that. I love your comment, Freeman James. There are no accidents with God. That's beautiful. So Creative was here for the extra long live stream. I apologize once again. I had already put in several hours of live streaming today, and God bless my roommate who has put up with it, because this is one of his rare day offs, and bless his heart, he's already spent like half of it sleeping. They have really been working quite hard at the job, and he and the manager are the hardest workers. Actually, my roommate it's like a string of businesses that are stretched out over 3 states. And what my roommate Court does is his job is to make sure they all stay legally compliant. So he's basically got to study laws for 3 different states. So yeah, he leaves very early and gets home very late. He actually works in another state. So he's got that lovely drive to look forward to, and that was rather fast, Shadow. Or are you sure you left?
Yeah, that is what people usually tell me.
I can talk with people in the chat. It's okay. I don't mind. If they can stand my hoarse voice.
That is a social media to get on early. Truth Social.
Yep.
Hey, Jenny, Nonya. Good to see you. Long time no see.
Hi, Jeannie.
Oh, Freeman says, coffee, coffee.
I'm just reading some of the messages.
Yeah. Freeman says, boy, that was fast.
Well, it was.
Yeah, I can be pretty quick when I need to.
Well, that was the first thing I did when you asked me to come on the board. I was like, I just said goodnight on the other one, I think to the UK in that case.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, okay. Number one, I've got this huge lag happening, and it took me almost, I would say, 16 minutes with my computer lagging to actually get to the backstage. Why it happened quicker this time, I don't know. Maybe because I already had the windows open that I use to lock up my microphone whenever I'm done with it. Because yes, we have a neighborhood hacker in the apartment complex. So we have to do all sorts of fun things to get around that person. So we have our Wi-Fi cut off at the source. Our ISP can actually cut off the Wi-Fi source where they are, and changed our configuration to where we Ethernet connect in.
Okay.
And a lot of other fun things. I can't wait. I can't wait till the authorities get this guy. I know where he is because I know how far Bluetooth works. Not as far as people think. Bluetooth works over distances because it piggybacks one signal to another. But if you're only trying to contact from point A to a point B, in other words, not connect to a connect to a connect, and you're only aiming at one source, you can basically pin it down to a range of 20 to 30 feet.
Yeah. I know that the Bluetooth doesn't have that long range. It's a short range. So.
And it's radio connected. Every single
Yeah,
time
that too.
every time I update my computer, the first thing I do is I uninstall the Bluetooth that automatically installs every time I update the Windows. And Windows 10, there is no more hackable program that Microsoft has ever issued. It is a pain in the rear.
Yeah.
I paid Microsoft for a solid year to get rid of this hacker. I paid HP for a solid year to come up with a solution. I paid 2 other companies. And outside of that, that's not counting the thousands of dollars that either wound up getting charged to my cards, abused directly from my bank account. And even all of that is not counting all of the data that he has stolen from us. Here, if you require more data, the ISP just keeps raising your monthly fee in increments of $10. So it's already gone from $70 a month to $170 a month. And that's just an example of what this person is stealing. And I found out by accident. If I can think of the program, I'll tell you the name of it. I believe it's Trend Micro is the name of the website where you can get the scans that will tell you things like, okay, how many cameras are being activated in range of your computer at this time. Very interesting scans that you can get on Trend Micro. It's very highly rated in the tech magazines. Feel free to check that out. It's free
I will.
scans, which are certainly, I appreciate the fact that it doesn't have a cost that's associated with it. And that
I
was how
appreciate that too.
Yeah. There's an interesting website that has another interesting name where you can get all kinds of free computer programs, and it has been very well vetted as well. And I can't think of the name at the moment. It's kind of got a silly name to it. It'll come to me if I relax and try not to think about it in a second. But yeah, I got a lot of my scans that confirmed at first that there was a problem. Not that this person was hiding. He's not your average hacker. He doesn't hack by sending something that you'll accidentally click on or something like that. This is an honest to goodness hacker. I was actually watching my computer screen and I saw something that looked like DOS pages, a black background with a very basic style of typing font, and those pages flew by 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5. That was the day that he took over the administratorship of my computer, took it out of my hands, relegated me to a user of my own computer, and then made a second room that would allow anybody to stop by and get into the computer without a password. I've wiped the computer since quite a few times.
Yeah.
And I love to throw in monkey wrenches occasionally just to piss him off.
Yeah.
And it's taken a while to figure out how to do the other things. Changing bank account information, whatnot. I had to shut down my PayPal. That may not sound like much to the average person, but to a cancer patient that is stuck at home and has to, at one time I was depending a lot on Amazon and whatnot, that took that completely out of my hands. So it has definitely been a tough thing to deal with. Unfortunately, you have to get certain types of information before it can be given to the proper level of authorities. Again, PITA, pain in the rear, pain in the
Yep.
fanny. PETA. So, what is your next goal, my friend? I asked you that earlier today.
Well, try to grow. Well,
Yeah.
my next goal is, well, to at least reach 5K in followers.
Okay.
Well, it's a good goal. You don't should aim for 100K straight away. Just take small steps.
Absolutely.
That works best.
Well, that is true. That's true.
The results will be better if you take it in nice and easy and slow, small steps. And after a while, you reach your goals.
Well, before I met Darren and you and their unique way of getting people's channels recognized and getting folks to cross promote each other, which is a great idea. Excuse me 1 second.
No problem.
Always got to mute my microphone and when I got to hack up a fur ball. The way I was helping a couple of the other YouTube channels, and I've only done this for a couple of people in recent years. We didn't believe in slow and steady. We believed in getting out there and grabbing the audience. I know some
Quick
ways
and
to do
fast.
that. Yep. There's nothing wrong with fast growth either. But the other thing that I've learned is the channel creator, is the person, you in this case, is that the speed that you want to go? That's why I always talk to the creator directly and I ask them, what are your goals? What speed would you like to, move at? Do you have a plan? And the reason I ask these things is because it goes back to everything that I learned in my job, and that is how to target an audience, how to study target demographics, catering to that audience, what interests them, what can you do to keep them regularly coming back. And I would be very happy to share what I know with you if you're interested in that.
I'm all ears.
Okay. Well, when we do our planning, probably shouldn't be on a live stream because I'm not going to give out my secrets to just anyone. That's not
No.
public. No. Do my planning in private. But
Yeah.
I can say that it's wound up with some very nice results. Yep. They actually have a word for it in radio, and that is, of course now I can't think of the word. It's not advisor, but it's along those lines. And you share these ideas and what can empower them further, what can help them make a bigger impact on the audience, what can assure that your audience wants to help promote you further, and what keeps it interesting. And that's why I like to bring up the little video about you running short on gas. It was comedy, it was brief, it was fun, and in the middle of the wonderful information that you're providing about prepping, these are serious topics and whatnot, we get a chance to inject our positivity and our lightheartedness.
Good night. Thank you sa lahat. Thank you sa lahat ng sumusuporta.
Hi, Ivy.
Thank you so much. Cian Williams.
Is she with us?
Thank you so much, John.
Yeah.
Lipat na kayo dyan kay kung pupuntahan nyo.
I don't think so. I don't think she knows she's unmiked. But Miss Verna is here. Hello, Miss Verna. Or Verna. That's the one.
Hello, my friend.
Hello.
Need to go to sleep now, okay? Good night. Good morning. Oh. It's 5 in the morning here.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. How many hours I sleep? Maybe 4.
Oh, goodness. Well, we're certainly happy that you spent some time with us.
Yeah, it's always nice.
Because I'm doing live as well here.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Okay. We heard you a minute ago and we weren't quite sure. I said to say hello to Miss Verna.
Okay, and good night. Good night, my friend. You have 8 hours, my friend Shadow.
Yeah.
8 hours.
8 hours, 41
But you don't
minutes,
open your
3 seconds.
your monetization, so you don't have ads now.
Yeah, I know.
Is that what that means? They don't make the listeners stop for commercials now? I'm confused.
You cannot on your ads. Your dollar sign is off.
What?
Okay, well, I've got a program that skips the ads.
No, don't skip. Don't skip the ads.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
It's a unique.
Yeah.
It's gonna turn on those
Because
ads.
the ads, they have revenue. So that's why you have money for that.
I understand.
Yeah.
Let's see, how should I put this? I'm going to offer something of value in return. But I don't understand how we would even do a live stream if we had to stop every 2 to 3 minutes for an ad. I certainly see the use for them when you're making the videos and whatnot. Unfortunately, right now I'm handling so much that if I had to stop for ads, I don't know how I would be able to accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish right now. And that's 2 different platforms, 2 different websites. Discord is certainly different than YouTube, but it can be a very useful tool and a very interesting one. Anything, anywhere from a teaching platform to a let's just have fun and let our hair down. And and somebody just put out an alert inviting me to another live stream. Yeah, my other friend.
Good morning, Falia.
Is a dear friend, and I'm going to have to tell them sorry. I don't think I've got more voice to go the rest of the night. That's why I'm having a problem with singing. By the time they get around to giving me a chance to do it, it's always 3 or 4 a.m. where I am. I've been talking for hours. My voice is shot. And it's a huge challenge to try to sing under those conditions. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to sing at the birthday. If I do, it might be not so great. So I'm still working on trying to figure out a way to solve that problem.
Yeah.
I ran some tests on some some people were kind enough to run some tests at some very interesting hours that they knew that other people would not be listening, so we could get some air checks and get some examples of how it would work out. And I was not pleased with the results, both from the performance of my microphone, which is basically just your typical hang from the headset microphone. I need something much more along the lines of what you're using.
Yeah, that's a BM700 condenser microphone.
Condenser mic, and you got your windscreen there. There are a lot of things that play into being especially important, not just for being an announcer, but especially when it comes to producing a good sound when you sing. So definitely don't want to embarrass myself after telling you that I used to sing opera, by the way, in all sorts of languages and yada, 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 yada. I actually enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun. But I realized after my mom wanted to pack me up and send me off to Europe, it then occurred to me, you know what? I don't want to spend the rest of my life on a stage singing in front of people as my life's work. It was a very inopportune time to come to that realization, but I was like, I did this to get a scholarship to go to university. That was a means to an end.
Yeah.
Now you're asking me to do it for the rest of my life, and I didn't agree to that. I think I've done enough. So I ran back to a skating rink, and it accidentally turned into a radio job, and rest is kind of history.
Well, it is not many who can manage to do that.
Like I say, that wasn't my plan, so I don't know. I can't explain the high rating thing, though. Most of the people that I work with, it's and this is pretty much true across the United States, it's a situation where I'm working in a very male-dominated role as far as DJs.
Yeah.
I was the first female in the nation to actually mix a live show. There was one female before me. Her name was Foxy B. She's also on the eastern half of the United States, and she had a quote-unquote mix show. The difference is she did the talking, but she paid 2 club DJs to come in and do the actual mixing, where I was actually mixing my records and doing very little talking in between while I did that mix. The rest of the week, I just did mostly a regular radio show until it came to the last 2 hours. Those last 2 hours, we would slow down the music, and I would do a love dedication show. And people could call in their dedications. They could write them in letters. I told people, if you're outside the city, send in your letters. If you're in jail, if you're incarcerated and you want to get a message to your loved ones, send me a postcard, send me mail. And a lot of positive feedback. I found out later from one of the male DJs that I worked with who had spent some time in jail. He said that you see this beautiful drawing on the envelope of these flowers and that beautiful artwork that they put on that. And I said, yeah, I know, it's so beautiful. I don't want to throw the envelope away. I saved some of those in a box. And he said that person probably paid anywhere from a pack to a few packs of cigarettes to pay another artist to paint that onto your envelope, just in hopes that it would get your attention. And I said, but I open everybody's mail and love dedications and whatnot. So the regular show, the love dedication show, and then the weekend mix shows, they were all the highest rated shows in the city. That's not the way it's supposed to work in radio. Your highest rated person is supposed to be the guys that perform from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. in the morning. And I was 7 p.m. to midnight at night. So I broke all the rules, and it kind of got me promoted across the United States. That and working closely with a lot of the record labels. They would provide the music.
Yeah.
Well,
that paid off.
Yeah, the first few years I was buying all of my own music out of my own pocket, and the men did not tell me that, and they knew that I was, just barely paying my bills because I was investing everything in what I had to have for the shows that I was doing. At that time, I worked 7 days a week, and I also did the jazz show on Sunday night. So there's another 5 hours and another completely different type of music that I had to purchase. And one day I was doing my boss's, I filled in for my boss's time slot, and he worked from 3 to 7 p.m. right before me. That's called the afternoon drive. And it just so happened one of those record labels that was trying to call him to have a conversation with him, because he's the program director, they got me instead. And I had a very nice conversation with this record label person, and he said, wait a minute, no one else does the live mix show but you, and you're telling me you pay for all of your records? And I said, yes. And he said, okay, let me tell you what to do next. Go home and take out every one of those records, and every one of those record labels, you will see a telephone number on there. You call every one of those record labels, tell them what you do for a living, and they will all start mailing you your music for free.
That's awesome.
It's wonderful. They're called promotional copies. Technically speaking, they don't have a penny value. They have a legal agreement on the label, and it basically says this is the property of the record label. If we should ever want it back legally, we can take it back from you. I've never heard of a record label ever asking for their records back. Their whole thing is they want you to play the record. So, yeah. And then I started developing business relationships with all of the record labels, and that's when my bosses started getting really sad because I was kind of doing part of their job. But that's what they get for holding back that information for so many years and watching me be poor. So kind of came around to bite them on the fanny, if you catch my meaning.
Yeah.
Yep. Because then they started asking me to come to the record conventions, and they wanted to see me in person. And I started writing for 4 of the top 5 radio trade magazines that go across the United States. So it just wound up being their nightmare. And once again, something I never planned. But I'll tell you the real key to why there was popularity. And that was, I spent all of my time when I wasn't talking on the radio, and I did that very seldom because I looked at it, since I didn't have formal training as a DJ, I looked at it like being a listener. If you're a listener, what do you want the DJ to do? Shut up and play the music. It's okay if you tell me what the temperature is and what sports team won what. Say it quickly and get out was my philosophy. And as soon as I got off the microphone, pick up that telephone and start talking to these people, get to know these people, play what they ask you to play. You are serving them, not the other way around.
Exactly.
So every time the ratings books came out, every one of my coworkers would come to me and say, "What is your big secret?" And I would say, "There is no secret. I'm talking to these people and meeting these people, and I'm playing what they want to hear. Are you even picking up your telephone?" And that was, they would sit up there and tell me, "No, you're doing something else. I refuse to believe it's that easy." And I said, "Well, it is that easy." In our station, we always had a preacher that would do the Sunday programming on Sunday morning. Well, one night, the preacher came in with his two sons. They were using the copy machine, and I'm not used to people being in the station during the night hours. Usually by 7 o'clock, everyone's left. And he was coming back and forth, and his two young sons were interested in the show. And once a month, we had young people that were allowed into the station. They're called the Junior Achievement. And they heard what I was saying to young people. And I make no secret of it. I have a very God-based philosophy, positivity, caring. I don't ask you to believe what I believe, but that's how I take care of people. I hope that explains it well. And when I got off the telephone, the preacher said, "I know your secret." And I looked at him and I said, "What?" He said, "I know your secret." I said, "What is my secret?" He said, "You're a preacher in disguise." And I said, "What? What?" He said, "You're a preacher in disguise." I said, please don't call me that, because when it comes to Judgment Day, you preachers and teachers, y'all get put at the front of the line at judgment. I'm not sure I want to be there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the secret. Secret is taking care of people, but also doing it under a Christ consciousness. Faith-based.
Yeah. Well, it's always scary when people just tell you, "Hey, I know your secret." Warning.
Oh, he was actually very encouraging about it.
Yeah.
It led to other things. After radio, I found out there was quite a few ways you could take those tools and put them to all sorts of uses. Whether it be going to visit nursing homes and learning how to be an asset to people who don't get visitors regularly, or encouraging people in hospitals, which I had already had my first battle with cancer while I was on the air. And I was literally back at work after my cancer operation within like 72 hours. So I lucked out the first time. They got everything in the surgery. I didn't have to do radiation or chemotherapy, so I was right back in the saddle. And I think it was 3 weeks after that, they called an emergency meeting for the next Monday. That was Sunday night, and lined every one of the DJs up, and they fired all of us. We were the number one station in town, and they fired us because the station had decided to go back to automation to save money. Radio is known as being the one job where you can do your job perfectly and still get fired.
Yeah.
You know, rock stations become country stations. You know, it all depends on who buys the station and things
Yeah.
like that. It's a, excuse me, it's a very different game now that mega corporations own 7 to 10 different radio stations, and they're actually under the same umbrella and in the same building and whatnot. And that's one of the reasons why the record labels want me to do something different that's outside of radio. And I agree with them completely. I would not go back in that capacity. I'm just trying to figure out the best way I can convert it, because now I've got to find a way to, I guess the best way I can put it is to live up to my reputation of never being less than number one. That's going to be a challenge. I'm not going to pretend that that doesn't scare me a little bit, but we'll see what happens. If that's what God has in the works, that's the way it's going to work out.
Yeah. Yeah, it will.
We don't know. Things may change a whole lot.
That's true.
And
That's true.
it's hard to know where we might be called into action, but every day I just pray that I am prepared for that. Should I have to adapt my skills a different way to help people, I pray that the learning and the knowledge is made available to me, and that I can live up to that. Hope so.
Yeah.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
9 hours and counting, and Ivy's already got us muted again.
Yeah. Time is flying when you're streaming.
What, dear?
Time is flying when you're streaming.
I keep picking up my drink, and I keep forgetting that there's nothing in there but the ice cubes. I'm going to have to get up and get a bit of soda or something.
Yeah.
It's either that or lose my voice. So do you want to lose me, or you want to lose the voice?
Well, I think it's better you go and get something to drink.
Okay.
Well,
While I'm gone, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We all need to drink.
Oh, yeah. The doctors are really pushing me hard on the staying hydrated thing. I'm trying to do that. Eek.
Yeah.
It's
not good to be dehydrated.
This was a tough week. I missed 2 of my appointments because I was struggling a little bit too hard to go to them. And gosh, that's frustrating. But trust me, I have been much worse off than this. And once again, I've managed to come back around, and as they say, there, but by the grace of God go I. Or as my pastor friend likes to put it, if that's where he wants you and what he wants you doing, trust that is exactly where you will wind up.
Yeah.
And that is fine by me too.
Yeah.
So, no, I was going to ask you if you can play any of your own videos the way that you pulled up the picture of your thumbnails. I've seen some other people do it. I don't know the mechanics of how to do it.
You have a share button you can use. You click that and then share screen, and then you have full screen, window, or Chrome tab. You can choose from.
Okay, so that's what makes all of our pictures go to the side of the screen and give you room to feature something, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because you know what I was thinking? I was thinking, all right, if anyone in the chat hasn't seen it, do you want to see Shadow Scout's video about running low on gas?
Well, it's my video, so
and
I
it's
don't.
short. And it's
Yeah,
short, so it's good for breaks.
it's a really short one.
I can take a break and grab a Coke and be back here in a second if you like. It's up to you, my friend.
Yeah.
It's your night.
Yeah.
What would you like to do? You want to think on it a minute?
Well, I need to find the right tab for it.
Oh, okay.
That is the trick.
You know what my fear is?
What?
Is that you're all my dear friends, that you're going to eventually put me in the position where I have to have a live stream, and I don't know the first thing on how to do such a thing.
Well, I began to do live streams 2019.
So you just jumped right in? Did you start with this?
I had two co-hosts actually at the time, and on 1 hour, I got 100 thumbs up on my first live stream.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's great.
Yeah,
I mean, I know a lot of people who have done a live stream their first one, and they would be happy if they got double digits to do a thumbs up. In some of those cases, the channels are so new, they'd be real happy if they got like over 8 votes. I'm talking about currently, right now, while we're talking. These people are doing this. So I don't know. And I go back and I check their videos, and people watch them later, and they're happy when they get 15 votes. And you got 100 on your first one. That's great.
Yeah. That was really awesome. Okay, I found it there.
Oh, it bugs me. I'm going to miss it, but I'm going to step away for a moment. I'll be right back.
Yeah. see here. Not that one. Ah, there we have it. Otherwise, I might do. We wait for. Yeah, Arvin, that's the one.
Good night. I'm still awake. You end your live now.
Soon.
Yes, you have a 9 hours.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I think it's
And
Darren to have live today.
yeah, 3:30.
So you go there or what time?
Yeah, maybe a short.
Yes, and I check, and then Darren. He's live now.
Yeah.
I will go there before I go to sleep.
Yeah, do so.
No ladder. Where's the ladder? Mike J is there. They were singing. J Mike.
Yeah, G Mike is there. He always is. Probably Ellie as well.
Then she promote your charity live.
Yeah.
I think this is for her for charity. Grand LS.
I think it's Darren's grand.
Yes, they have a charity live Grand LS.
Yeah.
If you have a Grand LS, like they have sponsors for that.
Yeah, probably.
Wait, I changed the other. You cannot recognize me because different. Ivory. She knows Ivy style.
Yeah.
He knows Ivy style. You on your live now because your live is no ads.
Where I can set that?
No, sometimes it's not automatic. You need to go to the
Yeah, I did. But I don't know what's wrong with it. Oh well.
J Mac is there. Who's the other one? Mm,
Yeah, J Mike is always there.
yeah. Mhm.
No, I don't think
J Mike's
Boo.
in the Philippines right now, right?
I have no idea.
J Mike in the Philippines. Because I
Yeah, J Mike is in the Philippines. Yeah. Um,
okay, I thumbs up there.
yes, you are. I obviously do.
Your is always there. Up the
Yes, you are. It is the fourth time.
fourth time returning.
Yeah.
And me too. I always am going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. Okay. You have what do you call this? You have two live. We're same.
Same.
Yes. I screenshot and I send it to you.
Ah.
Have to see you. You see what I mean? You see what I mean?
Hi. No,
Hi.
Freeman. To answer your question, Freeman James, no, I had to help my roommate with something real quick. Since
Yeah.
you're up. But he would do that for me too, so it works out pretty well. Thank
Yeah.
goodness.
Well, I find the right one. That one you liked. I'm running on fumes. Very short video.
Oh, you didn't show it yet?
No, I waited for you.
Oh, thank
because
you.
Because you like it. I just waited for you to get your Coke and get back.
I was sitting up there wishing when I was gone. I was like, oh, it's great that it's covering while I'm gone, but I wish I could
let's
see
hit
it
the
again.
button then.
That's why I'm talking here because
Get the big screen.
As you see, guys, I'm just running on fumes. Time to go and refuel.
morning.
Take care, guys. Bye.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Oh,
my
gosh.
Lord in heaven.
Oh, I don't know when you came up with the idea to do it, but man, that was a great idea. Oh, just something that comes up in our work day. Oh, yes. Someone forgot
Yeah,
to fill
I
the
did a
gas
video
tank.
about why they YouTube why they call videos shorts.
And who was that employee that used the car last? That's what I'd be thinking. How could you leave me on empty? Oh my gosh, that makes it twice as funny if it had been your car. Well, sure, yes, we've all been in that position at some time or
Yeah, I
another.
did
I
a
like to
shorts
say, but
video that is 16 seconds.
I
Eh,
didn't even. I thought it was longer than that.
This is why they call these videos shorts. And I can share that one too. That one is fun.
It is, but it is one of my favorites. So, how are you coming along on your the storage room? I saw one of your videos where you had started on your prepping.
Yeah.
And I
have a
thought,
couple of hundred, a little bit over 100 liters, 150 liters, I believe, of water. So, plus some food.
I learned that one of the things that you said that you liked a lot, I believe it's, if I recall correctly, mackerel in tomato sauce.
Yeah, mackerel fillet in tomato sauce.
Apparently, that's very popular in the UK too. The reason I know this is because there's a guy on our UK live streams. He'll go through like 2 or 3 of those in a 6 to 8 hour live stream. I kid you not. He just sits there and he's kind of like reclined back for the whole thing. He's not the host. He's just one of the guests that gets invited up on the panel very often. And he's a very funny guy. And as soon as he's done with his mackerel, he thinks his cat just falls in love with him, and I'm starting to wonder: does the cat love him that much, or is the cat attracted to the smell of the mackerel?
Yeah.
Because
Well, I
kitties
can
do
run
love
that
their
short video. The title is "This is why they call these videos shorts." This is fun too. You will probably laugh.
And I run to the hills. I'm making it on my own. I'm facing my demons, here I go. I'm running and running alone to the hills where the broken hearted go. I'm running to save my haunted soul.
What? That's it?
Yeah.
I know that there's some way that you can make the screen fill up the rest of the screen, but I don't know how to do it. Yeah, I'm a lot of help, aren't I? Well, you can do this, but I don't know how you do it. I'm no help. This is why I say I fear that eventually y'all are gonna push me into having to do my own live stream just to have to learn how to work the equipment. Not because I want to do a live stream.
Well, if I do like this. No.
Gotcha.
And I run to the hills. I'm making it on my own. I'm facing my demons, here I go. I'm running and running alone to the hills where the broken hearted go. I'm running to save my haunted soul.
I did see this now because I remember thinking, ShadowScoutSwede wears Crocs.
Yeah.
Well, I've been told that they are quite comfortable shoes.
They are.
I can't get my friends out of hers. She got the top. She is a huge football fan, American football. and she got tattoos on the top.
Might as well
of her-
join again for the 4th time. Might as well join the panel again for the 2nd time. Might as well.
Well, welcome back.
Might as well help him. I was here in the beginning. I was here before he even started the stream.
Go you.
Harvey was here
Yay.
too. Harvey was here. He knows I was here in the beginning.
He has a great voice.
That's why I
you
wrote
can-
the word again on the side chat. Again.
What does the title?
See, Harvey agrees. Well, James, you might actually have to go, but you might actually be coming back and be like, "Oh, Shadow's still alive."
man.
He'll take a nap and come back. Just kidding. Just kidding. Later for you.
Well, I came up with the idea. There was something I just come up with. I wondered, why do they YouTube call the videos shorts? Well, that's something you wear on your body. That's clothes. So that's why I come up with the idea. Now, hey, I do a short video with that and the funny music and the title. This is why they call these videos shorts.
Question: Does YouTube, if it's considered a short, does YouTube place a different kind of value on it in your statistics? He's looking at the camera like, "Boo! Why are you asking me that?"
You want the short answer? No.
Okay, now I think we just have the tired sillies. That's what my mom used to call it.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been so busy looking at the time on the live stream, I didn't realize it's almost 11. It's almost 11:30 here.
5:27 here.
At this rate, when you do this in the summer, it'll be like sunrise. So if you do this in the summer, you know that, right?
Creative, what area are you in generally, if you don't mind my asking?
Out west.
Northwest, southwest? And no, I'm not trying to narrow it down, I promise.
West.
West. Okay.
I think even Harvey's getting tired. I can tell. He's not posting links like he usually does. Just kidding. Yeah. See, I come back on now. Now Shadow's done go for another like 2 hours or 2 more hours. It's like, oh.
No, 2 more hours. I will not go.
That's what he says now. He said that to Auslander earlier. I was like, oh yeah. I thought you were going to be like cutting it at like the 8-hour mark, and here we are 9.5 hours later. Or 90 minutes later, still going. That's why you drink so much water. Now I realize.
Now I get dehydrated.
No. I thought it forces you to get up and do something.
Not always the case.
Oh, whatever, Harvey. Whatever there. He's exaggerating that.
Probably. Hey, CPD Survival. Good to see you. Hey folks, I spent 4 hours
Nice.
trying to make a short last night. I wonder how long the attention span will go down to 0.05 mind blank and zeroed out. Lol. I just had to chime in. Cheers on the YouTube deal.
Well,
Thanks for
usually,
stopping by.
from what I've seen on mine, the audience attention span or audience retention is higher on the shorter videos for me. In my case, anyways. You know, if you put
That's
out a
interesting.
1 minute video, I usually get like 75%, maybe even 80% audience retention. But you don't get the watch time. I mean, I shouldn't say you don't get the watch time. You don't get as much watch time, just because
Oh.
physically the video is shorter. You know what I mean? Like 80% audience retention for 1 minute video compared to like 40%, 30% audience retention for 30-minute video. There's a difference. Yeah, that's
No, that
30
makes
minutes.
sense.
Yeah, right. 40% of like 30 minutes, maybe like 13, 14 minutes. So, it just depends. Some people can get away with longer videos.
What's the outside definition that can still be called a short? Is there a time limit to it?
It's got to be under 1 minute. It's supposedly in portrait
What?
mode. Yeah,
Oh, I
it's
thought
supposed to be
short.
under. It's got to be under a minute.
Did not know that.
I tried to put one up, yet it didn't count it as it. Whatever.
I don't know if either you're familiar with the YouTube channel Mr. Ballin, the guy that he just basically reads creepy stories, but he's a real good storyteller. I mean, he's shot up there like a meteor. He started his channel during the spamdemic or whatever. I've never seen a channel grow that fast and that successfully in that short a span of time out of anything that I've studied on YouTube. Granted, if they give you a list of the top 10 most popular YouTube videos, yeah, I checked them out. I didn't really care for what those people were doing. I thought some of them were like really silly and they didn't hold my interest too much. Maybe they were, I don't know, trying too hard to make a certain number of videos in a week, and the shtick kind of got old real quick. The one that was interesting, I think her name was Jenna Marbles. I may be mistaken. Apparently, she quit, but hers were halfway, interesting. But who is that famous guy with the blonde hair? He always places like in the top 4. And I keep thinking to myself, I saw in the article they published how much money these people actually make, and I was like, I cannot believe this guy makes that kind of money with that little talent. There, I said it.
Like it said, it depends. It depends on the genre too, where you're going for.
That is a very good point. Once again,
I mean, remember, there's a lot of different genres for videos themselves, right?
Oh yeah.
Like the preparedness community is a very small fraction compared to like some of the much bigger communities out there. Like the gaming community is pretty really big. Probably really, really big. Now that I think about it.
There's one guy that's doing nothing but 24/7 replays of him playing nothing but Final Fantasy. He's based out of the UK, and he started with just playing parts of some of the Final Fantasy games. It took off so well, he played a whole game. That took off so well, he started lengthening his broadcasts until he was literally doing it 24/7. He has like 33 moderators carefully spaced out all over planet Earth so that there is always a guaranteed number of moderators in his
He
chat.
has one in every time zone.
Yeah.
Every country. It's like
There's like
there's got to be one on right now.
It's like a 45 or 50-minute video where he does nothing but introduce you to every single one of his moderators and what they do for their real jobs when they're not moderating and everything. He's really taken a fascinating. Well, it was
Fascinating
his hobby
approach.
was to study filmmaking in school, and it actually enabled him after his YouTube channel took off with this popularity that he was never expecting. And I do believe him when he says that, to the point where he was actually able to do a documentary. And the first documentary he did was about a blind gamer that he found in the UK. It's very fascinating that he is 100% blind, and he explains how he learned to play the game based on the sound effects alone. And I think he handled the topic with a lot of respect towards not only the gamer but also his family. He wound up doing like a director's cut version of it that was a little bit longer, and it's actually led to him fulfilling a dream that he had, that it was just a dream he didn't think would come true.
You know, that reminds me, I don't usually share this, but I used to. And I say used to because that was like 16, almost 17 years ago now. Gosh, that was a long time ago. 2020, yeah. It was 6. I used to run a gaming channel before. I just lost access to it, but the channel's still there, technically. The content's still there, but I don't have access to it, so I just let it drop out. I mean, there was like, 500,000 views and stuff like that, but
wow.
But
what
yeah,
kind
but
of
that's
games
the
did you
but
play?
that's the genre. Remember that. It's the genre. Some genres are more popular with people.
Some games are more popular with people.
Exactly right. And remember that this is like earlier days of YouTube. Like earlier days.
Yeah, really early.
Way before the streaming, way before the premieres, way before all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
I think at that time it's still HD wasn't even available for YouTube yet. At that time. That's how old.
You are correct.
That's how old it is. So
you're correct, because I started looking to YouTube to get some of my musical charts when back when you were able to do that, and I was always looking for the 1030.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely trying to get everything to match up whenever I was remixing it and transferring it onto CD as test, what we call air checking, seeing if it sounded as good in the car as it did.
Whoa. What's the CD you talk about? What's this?
No, they're just test CDs.
No, what's the CD you talk about? What's this?
Oh, you. I like
what's
this one. He's a cut up. You got a great laugh too.
What's the CD we're talking about?
I'm not ashamed I'm old.
I always say that all the time though.
Age before
Where's
beauty.
the stuff? Where's the stuff you guys talking about?
Yeah. What is creative redundancy? What is your channel about?
I create. See, I talked about this earlier, way like 7 hours ago, probably. Probably, actually, let me think. Look at it. Yeah, about 7 hours ago.
Advertising time, man. Go for it.
Well, I was talking about this. We were talking to Forehaven earlier. It's one of the things that I create. Now, what I create just depends on the resource. I like to reuse things quite a bit. See, both of those words indicate what I do on the channel. Now, yesterday, if everyone remembers, was Earth Day, and I was talking about over my live stream about the R side of the channel more. Many words like reusing, recovering, and Earthsea are words that reoccur all the time, like that word. This is where Shadow's like, yes, he does it all the time. I'm waiting for Harvey to say something in here.
Happy belated birthday.
Yes. So yes, it's one of those things that I do. I don't know. How do I? What's a good way to? How can I sum myself up in like a couple sentences? Human Swiss Army knife sounds like a good thing. All right, that kind of thing.
Well, if you want to throw out a link, I'll be happy to check out your channel.
I'm still here.
Harvey. We just have to be like Harvey, and he'll be like, "Oh yeah, I'm on it, guys." Just wait.
Oh, that's awful nice.
I know.
But I have to wait until somebody makes 2 comments after Harvey, so it will clear my. For some reason, I cannot see the bottom of the chat in any of these live streams.
First thing, Harvey didn't even put the link. He's like, LOL. So he heard us. He just put LOL first. He's like, yeah, okay, hold on. Wait. Okay, after night about right about nah. Oh, wait. Harvey's got to put emojis in. He's got to make it sound clever, unique every single time. So he's not always copy and pasting. Well, that wasn't the first link I thought that would have been. Wait for it. Maybe Harvey's tired. I'll give another 30 seconds there. No. Sips on some coffee, waiting. Harvey.
Dum 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 dum.
Let's not go all the way. Let's not get him copyright straight. Yeah. That way he doesn't get copyright straight. Just enough so he doesn't get a copyright straight.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Just forgot about that.
He's monetized now, remember. I gotta remember it now. We gotta be nice for him.
Forgive me. It's I keep forgetting because I can get away with it. I got an FCC license and I'm signatory to all of those music things. BMI, ASCAP. We have to be signatory in order to play them on broadcast stations. So if anybody came after me and be like, "Here's my,"
I'm pretty sure. She's asking
show
if
us
you can
your
sing.
papers. Your papers.
She's asking if you can sing for us. I went. She probably could. It's more like, is it copyrighted? Remember, Shadow's monetized now. You gotta respect that, right?
Thank you.
I don't think he wants to lose it like 2 weeks after getting monetized. But
yeah, really, that would suck.
I know. So I don't want him to blame me. I mean us.
And Merv Griffin's estate would mind. They get a payment every time that little piece of music plays on Jeopardy. Merv Griffin. Yep, he wrote it.
I thought Harvey was done dropping my link. Wink, wink. Maybe he missed that cue. I think Harvey missed that cue in there. But anyways, Miss Boo, I'm one of those people that takes things and changes subtly. I can't tell. I forget. I always forget my address. I don't. I know I have a custom address, but I always forget what mine is. Is it that? No. I don't think that's mine.
I have no idea what my
I
address
think
is.
that was supposed to be.
Glad I can remember.
No,
what
that's supposed to be for Heavian's link. I think he ran out of room. That 200 character limit. Yeah, so he had to put in the link after.
Oh, that thing's annoying.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
No,
Miss Boo. Sometimes I utilize the stuff that's around us, wherever I am, and whatever it's needed for. I try to put it back to good use. Try. That's where the resources come in. That's the R part of the channel more. There's a reason why I have these characters in there. That's why I always promote the CR part on the channel so much more.
Cool.
Yes.
Nan, I appreciate the request for singing.
If we weren't here,
I don't know if I can. I don't even know if I could do karaoke. I've actually been talking for many hours. My voice is quite hoarse. I don't know if I could croak out a song at this point. Why is everyone's always asking me at like 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning? By then, my throat is a desert.
Well, he put my special Earth Day stream link. Good enough, Harvey. I was waiting for like a channel link, but a video link will work too.
Well, whatever gets us there.
You had to watch some of the video first. He says. That's why it took him so long. He had to watch some of it first, just so it counts. It's like if I watch 5 minutes, it'll count.
All right, thank you, sir.
So there'll be a link. Well, that'll go right to the video, and you can go from there. Anyways, yeah, that was about yesterday, though. Another topic I wanted to talk about yesterday for a while. I just waited down like, well, Earth Day seems like a good day to post that, do that. It was Friday, so it was nice out. So I'm like, yeah, go for a bit.
And I always keep a file open. Maybe that's why my computer is lagging.
Well, I got a couple of shorter videos. I got a couple of shorter videos
but I actually have the link saved now, so if my computer should crash and under this wonderful lagging it's been doing tonight, I won't lose your link. It is now saved.
All right. Well, I got a shorter video, so it'll help. I know some of the longer videos are harder to get into right away. I mean, aside from the differences in topics or what's said, but because it's for me anyways, it's easier to get into shorter videos because, especially if they're short videos that you're interested in, then it's easier to get into the channel. Because technically, YouTube wants you to watch, will you comment and all that stuff. So I try to make it stick better. Especially if I do eventually subscribe in.
Are either of y'all familiar with the channel John Talks?
Is there supposed to be like billions of channels out there?
Yeah,
so many channels out there that are just like,
we're over that. The John Talks thing, I've only recently been introduced to it through another channel. Apparently, most of what he does is shorts, and they're almost always poking fun either at the presidents or the ridiculousness of the time that we're living through, and he can do it in some of the most hilarious ways, and they might be like 15 to 22 seconds, but they're funny. They're all very funny, including their titles. Very often the title will be, "It's Time to Leave Earth." And then he'll shoot some wonderful thing the president's done lately.
Yo, Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
What? He's back. Forces. He's forced back too.
You can hear me,
His
but you
third
can't
time.
7
see
hours
me.
later, he's like, he's back.
He's back in black, and you can't see me. Weird.
Hello, Thor.
Hey, how's it going?
We were talking
It's
earlier.
going okay. How you doing tonight?
Good. My
This-
camera says it's working, but I'm not showing up.
I don't know.
Weird.
Well, you could always slip out and
Yeah,
try to
that's
come back
weird.
in or something.
I might do that. I might try to slip out and come back in. That sounds kind of naughty, but you know.
Well, so that's working, but we still say it.
Oh, it could be a prank.
Are you sure you didn't cover the camera?
What? No.
Are you sure you didn't cover
no.
the camera? He's like,
all right, I'm gonna go out.
I've got a. Let's see if I can show mine. I've got a covered camera. See how lovely that is? Isn't that just
yeah,
Oh,
I can
lovely?
tell the
wow.
difference.
Okay.
Though.
And here-
Yeah,
here-
mine's
here's
just
my
black.
ghost.
It's like,
Watch out, you'll see the ghost.
oh, there we go.
Oh,
Look at that.
Oh,
Like
There
magic.
you go.
oh, there's ghosts in my house. Oh, they're walking
Oh,
in front of
no.
the camera.
Look out. Look
That
out.
is
It's
so
behind
dumb.
you.
That's so silly. Hi,
The
Thor.
Thor.
I
So
do
what's
believe
going on
I've seen
tonight,
you on the
guys?
channel before, actually.
Are you guys doing awesome tonight?
Awesome
Shadow's here
sauce,
still going.
man. We're celebrating.
Shadow's
Awesome.
still going.
I know.
It's like almost 10 hours.
I'm always impressed with Shadow. He's like, just does it.
Streaming
Just
and
keeps
streaming
going and going
and streaming
going.
and streaming.
Like the
and streaming.
Energizer Bunny.
I told you.
Well,
That's
I'm,
what I said
I'm like the
earlier.
Duracell bunny.
It's
Yeah.
like the Energizer Swedish chef.
Yep.
Easty birdie bird. Oh, we're not
Oh,
gonna
here we
go
go
there
again.
again,
Here
are
we
we?
go again.
Oh no.
You know, I was just thinking, what's gonna happen on his birthday stream now? When he has it next month.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
He'll go for like 13 hours.
I know. I
No.
know.
That will not
Right,
happen.
Shadow. I'll be the first one in. I'll be the last one to exit.
That's what she said.
Yeah,
So
that too.
Ba-dum-ching.
And Harvey will be dropping links every 5 seconds.
yeah.
Rim shot.
So what else is going on, guys?
Nothing much.
No.
I knew you saw
Just
saw me
laughing our
posting.
bats off, but
You
that's
saw me
another
posting, and it's
story.
like, okay, Shadow's still alive. Okay, CR said Shadow's still alive. We'll come back in now.
It was so funny because I was upstairs and we were watching a movie, and then I was drinking, and I'm like, I can't go to bed yet. If I go to bed right now, I'll be like, So I'm like, let me see what's happening on the tube. So then I'm like, hey, you guys are still going.
I'm
coming back.
He's still live?
It's still going.
I have the
This is
link in the history,
Yes.
and he's back.
And he's back.
What movie were you watching?
It was The Line of Duty. It was Thomas Jane.
You
And-
said duty.
Duty.
That's my Beavis and Butthead moment for never mind. I can't do the voices. I am Cornholio. Oh my god. That's just too silly for words.
Shh.
I know.
Don't get him demonetized. No, you just got it. It's his
You
first
just
stream.
got it, and you're gonna wipe it all out. Oh, wipe it
He's not
all
even
out.
done the first
Oh,
stream. He's not even done the first stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
We'll
like
talk
that
serious. We'll
joke.
talk serious.
That was like that joke someone was talking about, like prepping, and
What?
you know, what are the number one? What are the top 10 preps or something like that? And they were like, you got to get this, and you got to get toilet paper, and they're like, toilet paper's not number one, And they're like, no, toilet paper's number 2. Oh, toilet paper's number 2. Bam! Yes. Oh,
all I need is a drum kit.
Hello, Verna.
That's all I need is a
Well,
drum kit.
here we
and I
go.
can just
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
give y'all a cymbal crash every now and then. Hi, Verna.
Hi, Verna.
Is it really you, Verna?
Hello.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's Verna. She has question marks.
What is it with these people that come on, but they're doing a separate live stream, but it's confusing.
They're special.
That's a word for it.
Indeed.
Oh.
Geez, at this rate, it'll be Sunday here.
We got like 5 minutes till Sunday at my time.
Well, it's Sunday morning here already.
I know. What time is it there right now?
Sunrise.
Like
That's
5
what time.
a.m.?
5:55 a.m. in the morning.
Isn't the sun coming up?
Yeah. That's crazy how you do that.
Again and again and again.
I guess I am crazy.
Every Saturday now. Every Saturday.
Crazy like a fox.
Yeah.
Man. Oh, I gotta like put my mic away. I got the hiccups or something. Like, get rid of these hiccups. Too much rum. Is that possible? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it can be too much rum.
Yeah. As soon as I start going, yar, it's too much rum. Yeah.
Arr.
Arr. Yeah.
If you start putting your leg on top of a stool and it's like looking like that commercial, I'll be like, yeah, he's had too much.
Yeah. He's done. Time out.
He's cut. Cut him off.
You're cut off.
Cut off.
You're done. Thirst be done, yeah. Oh, that was Russian. We shouldn't say that, should we? Oh. That video scene? Aloha? Au revoir? Salut?
Sayonara.
Yeah, exactly. Usually when you say sayonara, it's like followed with the B word. Sayonara.
Sayonara.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
see,
try
Harvey's still good. Harvey's
we'll
still
try and
good.
keep Shadow monetized right now.
Yeah. Remember that. All right.
Exactly.
Harvey will just keep dropping down links.
Yeah. Dropping the links.
Dropping the bass.
Yeah.
What?
This is terrible for a DJ. Y'all keep dropping phrases, and immediately I want to sing a few notes of the song that you're actually implying.
Well, you should.
No, I can't. CR is like on me.
Remember,
doing more than 6 notes. He's gonna lose everything because of you.
I didn't say it like that, but I'm just saying.
No.
What? CR is on you?
Don't even start there, Don't even start there. He's already going there.
It's too late. I'm like, yeah, every little innuendo, it's like, yeah.
Miss Verna, I am good. Thank you. How are you doing?
Verna.
Hello.
How are you?
That is a lot of question marks after her name.
I'm telling you.
It might be a riddle.
That's why we are wondering if it's really you.
I know
No,
there's
it's
that
a
thinking
riddle.
emoji.
Oh, it looks right in the chat.
That's true.
The first time I met Miss Verna, I asked her, I said, "Are you a model?" And she kind of looked at me like I was crazy. I was like, "Well, I don't know. You look like you could easily do some modeling to me." I mean,
Well, we asked Bob
and she's
942.
like,
I don't know. You might get a yes at that.
I'm trying to gain weight. I'm like, wow.
Me too, actually.
Miss Boo, how
Me
are you,
too.
Miss Boo?
I'm fine, dear. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm still in bed.
Aw.
Yeah, and I have a lot of question marks in my name.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Are you sure it's you?
Of course it's her.
I teased her. She looks so comfortable whenever she's broadcasting and she's got the camera on her and she's in bed and you can just tell by the way she flips up her feet. She's just comfortable. I said, man, yeah,
That's what
when
I
I
should
open
do.
up my camera, y'all are just gonna see me just like that. I'm gonna do my own Miss
That's what I
Verna.
should do. I should go broadcast
Yeah, I'm
in
just
bed.
chilling. Oh, this bed is so comfortable.
I don't think you guys
I don't
would
even
like
want
it
to
if I
get
broadcasted in bed, though.
And then she gets up and fixes a big old plate of food, and it looks really great.
Oh.
Seriously, now you guys are talking about food again?
Verna
not
has a
talk about
wrench. Yes, I have a wrench. SPD, hello. And Shadow Scout is my one of my teammates. Yeah, she's
Oh.
part of our team, so that's why we're here always to support him.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why I'm all over the YouTube.
Yeah. We're the 50% of that watch time he got. That 4,000 watch time hours. We got him to 2K of watch time.
Yes, we are happy that you are now finally monetized channel, Shadow. Congratulations.
Thank you, Verna.
Yeah.
I
And now let's
appreciate
keep
that.
it going.
I appreciate all the help I got.
Mm-hmm.
And there is not enough thank you for that.
Well, it's a stressful stressful after the monetization. Yeah, that's the beginning of this stressful life on YouTube. Okay, to earn money. Charot.
Got to keep it going. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I mean, he can keep the stream going, so this should be easy, right?
No
Hoist the
doubt.
colors.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
We're sitting up here celebrating him getting monetized, and y'all are saying, "Whoa, yeah," but then there's a stress side of the getting monetized too. Let's just make him feel really good.
Yeah. I heard they say it gets harder.
That's what she said.
I don't know if you can count the shorts under your watch hours, then
You can kind of, but not really. Like, if the shorts are watched under shorts, they don't count. If they're watched under regular kind of time, then they count. But again,
like if you went to the video directly.
Confusing.
Yeah, and shorts
versus going to the shorts tab.
And shorts usually aren't monetized. So
yeah,
like one of my shorts had like 7,000 views. Is zero money.
Hey, you're right about the feed.
I told you. See, doesn't it look comfortable?
Yeah, see, there's the feed. Yeah, see.
Yeah. Oh.
She probably could clap her feet together too.
thanks, Harvey.
I
I
usually do this
appreciate it.
every time.
Yeah, shorts, you can't get that much time out of that anyways.
No.
Even if you could.
You get only views.
Because it's only a minute, right? Yeah, I mean, like, even if you could, that's not going to be that much time.
For me, I've stopped doing shorts now. It's just, it doesn't take any time to do, but it doesn't really gain anything. So.
But if it can gain you upvotes and gain you comments, doesn't that put it on the plus side?
There's people who use it kind of to promote another video. So if you use a short to say, here's a video that's coming out, go check this out later today, or something like that. And there's other ones that use it as, here I am. Hopefully it gets more subscribers or more views that way. But to me, I don't see that in my analytics anyway. So, yeah.
That's a great point, though. As an advertising plug to another video,
I think
see where that would have a lot of value.
Yeah, I think if
that
for
is
myself,
basically like
probably
a shout out for
if I
another
used
channel.
it more as like, here's what's coming up next, or here's something you should look at, that kind of thing, then yeah, maybe it might help.
Do I have to do all the talking again?
Yep.
Not
Oh,
necessarily.
here we go again. Garden prepping was
White Snake.
Okay.
Here
Yeah.
I go again.
On my own.
CRT ramble again. Okay.
Down that lonely road.
I'll just randomly just throw in something so people can't hear.
Go.
On my
do it.
own by Michael McDonald and Patti LaBelle.
What?
Yep. That's a real song, On My Own by Michael McDonald and Patti LaBelle.
I thought it was Whitesnake.
That's Here I Go Again on My Own.
Yeah.
Or Here I Go Again is actually the title.
So there's another one?
Show us your hand. Yeah, here it is. Why po? Billy's Blog Channel. Hello, everyone. Hello and good morning.
Good morning, Billy's Vlogs channel. Thanks for stopping by.
Hey, Billy.
Why do you want me to show my hand?
I know. I get you, Harvey. I get you. I know what you mean. Squat dog.
What?
Hi.
I get it. Why am I the only one that gets it?
Were her hands somewhere else before?
Hmm?
You don't know when I want your hand in, or I want. Never mind. Whatever. No one got that. Never mind.
This is gonna go all bad.
Okay. Let's be serious again, everyone.
No.
No, where's the fun in that?
Exactly.
Thor, do you know who you sound like now?
Who?
Another guy. They're called Fanatic Guide. He always say
Engagement.
I always says what?
He always say
My
exactly.
live stream. It's not my engagement. It's my friend's engagement, not mine. So I don't have rings yet.
See, that's what I meant. By the way, that's what I meant. Yeah, something like that. That's what I meant. By the way.
Not my
You know what I mean?
engagement.
You show the ring or like a hand in marriage or something. That's what I was hinting on.
Congratulations, the engagement. It's not mine. It's my friend's.
See?
Who's got the chicken?
Who's got
She
the
does.
chicken? Who's
She
hitting
does.
the wall?
Yeah.
My
Something's-
neighbors. That's my neighbor's chicken.
Oh.
Yeah.
Someone's getting slammed up against a wall.
Yep. Yep.
It
Yeah,
sounds
I
like
don't know if
someone
you
get beaten up
gentlemen have noticed,
against the
but there
wall.
are 3 ladies on the panel. Just pointing that out. Taking a long sip of Coke now. Ooh.
Are you?
You were
I'm all done.
singing in the
Drinks
video.
coffee.
Yeah, you usually
I'm all
sing
done
in
my
my
rum.
Maybe I should throw some rum in there.
There, do it. Do it.
I don't have
Mine's all
more
gone.
rum.
So have a drink for me.
Have a drink for me too. I haven't had a drink since like what? Fall.
What?
Billy, I have some great advice. Be seen with us.
Be seen with us.
Be
I just
Why,
think I'm
everybody else
this
was
fun sober.
cross advertising in here earlier. I was like, wow, how many channels are we advertising here? I walked in, I was like, wow, is this Darren's? I've seen this before somewhere.
What? A whole bunch of drinking?
A whole bunch of people posting everybody else's channel link.
Yeah, yeah. It is
That's
usually
because
on
it's Harvey's
Darren's
in here.
and J Mike's stream. A lot of links. J Mike is a tough guy. You can drop him on the North Pole, in the very neck on the North Pole, in his underwear with his toothbrush and his guitar, and the very next day he will stand next to your campfire with $1 million smile and eating mango and playing jambalaya.
I'm back. Did you miss me?
Hello.
That's J Mike.
Been there, done that.
What, you been to the polls and came back with a mango? Wow, dang.
I've done some pretty crazy stuff.
Oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Well, Billy, you need a lot of help, buddy. Well, Darren Dobson's stream is a good idea to begin. And J Mike's.
Close to being
You can win
monetized.
You can win watch hours on J Mike. And he always says to the new guys, type JAY, and the Nightbot will drop the link.
Take care, ZPD survival.
Survival, are you off for the evening?
Yeah, they're taking off.
Have a good night.
Who is?
Take care.
Am I the only one that ever
Take care,
pays attention to the side chat?
ZPD
Yeah,
survival.
you are. I don't.
Thanks for stopping by.
I
Take
I even
care,
pay
stay
attention to
safe,
it when
and God
I'm on the
bless.
phone.
I
just can't comment
expect
on the phone.
someone up here to pay attention to the chat and let us know when we need to respond to the chat.
Host.
You have a co-producer. Really.
See, this is why Shadow invites me as a co-host.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Right,
Oh.
right. Right. I come in as a co-host and Harvey takes over my position as moderator. He posts all the stuff. As soon as Harvey gets here, it's like, oh wait, I don't have to do any more work. He's got it. He's good.
Okay. So
Good night,
I'm just
Billy.
here.
Take care.
I'm
Comedic-
just here for the sexual jokes then.
Comedic relief.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. You don't have to go that far.
That's what she said.
Oh, here we go
Wah,
again.
wah.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? You know what's not happening, right?
Crash and burn, Mav.
You know what's not happening, right?
What?
Garden prepping and prepared veteran will wake up and be like, "Shadow's still on."
Yep. Yeah.
They'll
Exactly.
come back in the stream and be like, "Morning." I'll be like, "What?"
Yeah, I'm still on.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting to see that once. I've never
Wonderful.
seen that.
Now
I've never
my
seen
voice sounds like drink too much whiskey and smoke too many cigars.
What's wrong with that? You say it's like a bad thing.
Yeah. Well, it's not nice.
Oh, you've kind of been watching me and realized it is a bad thing.
Okay, this was interesting. 1 in the house, and then it drops to 0, and now 1 again.
Well, technically, I'm still in the side chat. I wrote like 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
For what? Who's watching?
Harvey.
Oh man.
Well, you know it's Harvey. We know Harvey's still that's the one that's watching.
Yeah.
He's
It's because
watching
I don't have it playing in the back.
stream, the engagement live stream.
Okay, now we have 0 in the house. I think we should wrap things up, okay?
What the hell?
Well, we could stick around for an after show, right?
The after party?
No, I still have
Yeah.
I'm
you guys
still
don't do that?
here. Harvey.
See, Harvey's still in.
Yeah. Sometimes the StreamYard is wacky because sometimes it's terrible. Yeah.
Yeah,
The viewers.
Harvey Road YouTube watching number is usually not accurate. LOL. So
yeah.
And besides, I've never been in the after show with you four.
Harvey, you've been a great help tonight. Thank you.
He is always.
Yeah, he's always a great help.
Yeah, I have to show my
That's
modding, show up my modding skills to him. I'll be like, I can mod like Harvey Black too. I can put emojis and nice clever things in.
Oh, he's like just always there with whatever you need. Like you start thinking something and Harvey drops it. It's like bam.
I know. He's better than Nightbot.
Exactly.
Who needs Nightbot? Who needs Nightbot?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. I'll be like, you guys don't need Nightbot. Just find this Harvey Black too. He's good. He's good. If he's there, you're good.
We changed the name of Nightbot to Harvey.
Yeah, right.
Harvey Bot too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yeah, right. They got Alexa and all the stuff. So we'll be like, we got Harvey.
Hello, Tammy.
Hi,
Hey,
Tammy.
Tammy.
Oh, she loves the invention you made for. Which
What
one?
did you invent, Thor? What have you been up to?
Oh, was it the can thing?
Yeah. I think she was in earlier.
Okay.
We were talking about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Harvey put. Yeah, that's your new name now, Harvey.
See, Shadow, you can't stop the stream. We're all here. You can't stop it now.
Harvey Bot too. That's awesome.
Do you have channel, Harvey?
Well, no, he has. No
Yeah, I
video.
wonder what's up with that, Harvey. Like, really?
Yeah,
I mean, I know you're
sometimes
busy
I
modding,
also
but still, you'd be too
I
busy
also
then.
have friends who only wants to support live stream.
Oh. Next live stream. Next live stream that I talk about live streaming and modding, I'll be like, oh, and you're gonna have the famous Harvey Point 2 win. If you don't, then you're missing out. He's even better than Nightbot. Even better. Even better.
Mo better?
Nice. Not 5,000 units
Mo
for
money.
Harvey's like, I sell Rollomatic 500 units, 5,000 units for 40. See? Even better than Nightbot. Nightbot wouldn't even do that for you.
Nightbot
Free
does not do
advertising.
anything for you. No.
This is brought to you by the Rollomatic 5000. Get yours now.
Ah, awesome.
$19.95 for shipping and handling. It comes with a free shout out from Harvey Black too.
But if you act now.
But wait, there's more.
There's more.
What's your channel, Harvey? My channel's not up, Tibia.
Yeah. He's too busy modding for everyone. Trying to moderate for everyone.
He's on Grey Man Prepping's channel, and he's all over YouTube.
Yeah.
Even I got him as a channel moderator. Even I got him as a channel moderator. Even Van City's got him as a channel moderator. Hey, Shadow, did I tell you what Van City said to me? She's like, "Oh, you don't have to do any of that stuff." That stuff. I'm like, no. I gotta show my modding skills just like Harvey Black to you. She's like, she tells me, well, I do like to mod too, so she understands.
Oh shoot!
What'd you do?
I just realized that I don't. Okay, let me edit myself 14 times in a row so I sound like a little spastic. I couldn't help but notice a billboard today that it said that the lotto is up to $400 million. And I was like, I am definitely going to buy a lotto ticket.
$1 million.
And I'm going to enter the numbers that came in my fortune cookie.
Oh, nice. I haven't had a fortune cookie in I don't know how long.
Let's try two impossible equations of mathematics. we're bumping up against the Fermi paradox at this point of numbers. The chances that this is actually going to work and win. So it was probably going to be 2 lotto tickets because I'll feel guilty if I actually buy one and then I have to I don't trust myself. So quick pick, let the computer pick one for me. And then I'm sitting up there going, one of you, neither one's going to win.
I just imagine
that would have been a nice 400 million.
Yeah, and next weekend
after
Shadow
taxes,
gets this,
13 million.
What? I always wonder what's the biggest super
I have one living relative watched 14,000 of them crawl out of the woodwork. Hey, remember me? Remember me?
Your second cousin, half divorced from your brother's mother, who's my aunt's nephew, who was your
Come on.
It's your roommate back in 1845.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
You don't remember when you had to go to summer school for that English class? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, come on. You got to remember me. I was the only Latter-day Saint in the whole school program. That was based on a true story, folks. I always thought he was so sweet and so cute. And he came around, this person who is a Mormon.
Okay.
And we wound up having to do summer school, and it was just ridiculous because I wound up having to take English because of a very cruel woman, actually. And I say that honestly, it was not the bad on me. She took offense to the fact that when she mispronounced my name, I corrected her. I am not shitting you. And I wound up having to take an English class. I found out later in university, the dean of the School of Arts and Letters told me, he said, do you have any idea? I was trying to drop one of my English classes. I forget why. And he said, I told him, I said, the English teacher was a little out there. There was only 11 students in the class. And she claimed that she did not want me to drop the class because she said, you can't leave because, like, before you started talking, people in the class did not talk to each other. And I said, ma'am, I can't follow through on this class because you don't have the ability to get your students to talk out loud.
That's crazy.
And I was really carrying a full load because they're really mean to music students. You know, we actually study more school hours than a doctor does. That you can look that up, by the way, for a degree in vocal performance or instrumental performance. We actually do study more hours than doctors do, and it's a ridiculous amount of homework. Anyway, I'm sitting up there trying to drop this English class, and the Dean of Arts and Letters, who was so much like my dad, it was ridiculous. He said, you are in the top 6% of English speakers. And I said, you mean like at the university? He said, no, I mean like in the nation. And I was like, what? Because according to one of my English teachers, I really suck at it.
That's hilarious.
I know. And I found out just because the first, I knew we were in for a trip because the first day that we had this lady, she started to write on the chalkboard and she just stopped in the middle of one word, turned around, and she said, you know, I believe in reincarnation. In my last life, I was an Indian princess. Turns around and just goes right back to writing, and we're looking at each other like, oh, great. She dropped acid before her first day of class. Don't give her anything liquid. It'll make it kick back in again.
Oh, man.
See, only some people got that joke. Guilty laugh.
Ouch.
Just once in college, that's all.
It's
once
just
was
that
enough. Oh, man.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, Shadow?
It's your night, baby.
Yeah.
You do what you want. If you're ready to wrap it up, it's okay.
Yeah, we'll talk more in the after show. Still.
Here it goes with the after show again. Is this going to be on your channel?
No. I should say not after show, but in the back room. Oh, you guys you didn't know about that?
Just saying.
You know about that. Right? I thought you knew about that. It sounds like you know about it.
I think it's a good idea to wrap things up, okay? And besides,
I want to talk to Flora in the back room.
And I'm begin to getting hungry.
Yeah. Well, Shadow, actually, you know what's funny? I compared the beginning of the stream to right now. It's actually the background's getting brighter.
It does look a little brighter.
I know. I keep looking. When I first came in, I'm like, I went back to the beginning of the stream and went back to like real time. I'm like, yeah, it's brighter now.
Yeah, because the sun is up.
I know. That's how I can tell now. I just like it's actually morning there because the sun's going out for the curtains.
Well, Shadow, I don't know why you would be hungry. I mean, Thor's
Well,
right
it's
in front of
breakfast.
you and enjoying some.
Yes.
Breakfast.
Talking about food, I am now
That's a great
making my
guilty face, Thor.
breakfast as well.
Is that a pear? Apple.
Probably.
Pear. Apple. Okay.
Thanks,
Pear, apple.
guys, for stopping by. Thanks for your support. And thanks
Always
for
happy to
helping
do it.
me to reach this goal. And now we're heading to the next. Until the next one. Well, take care.
Yeah, bye, Shadow. Bye,
safe.
everyone. Cool, CR,
And
Take
and
care, people.
and everyone in chat. Thank you. Bye, bye. Good morning. Have a blessed Sunday.
Thanks
Auf
again,
Wiedersehen,
Harvey.
do Espirania,
Everyone in the
aloha,
chat,
salut.
have a blessed night. Everyone on the panel, lovely to see you again. CR, lovely to meet you. And I hope
Nice
you all
to
have a
meet you.
blessed one.